like the sound of this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me, got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef, you freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more, all about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time
sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
It's a great Sunday to declare the best WildRift team in the region of MSPB in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals. Grand Finals coming up between Nigma Galaxy and RRQ. And of course, we are your commentators for today. Amatsuki alongside Contra, and we have a big task ahead of us.
That's right, and this is a best of 7 that we've been looking forward to. The last time they met, they managed to go all the way in the best of 5. RRQ definitely got the upper hand in the upper bracket. This time around, Nigma Galaxy is back, stronger than ever. They got that clean sweep victory against SGP last night over the final series, and man, it doesn't seem to be any sort of contest, and that probably will give them enough confidence to pull through ahead of RQ. Both teams already have gotten their slots into the challenge series, so I really do wonder how that will work out at the very end. But let's also take a look at the format for the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And for those who are not familiar or who might have forgotten about how the format functions, this is how the rundown goes. We start with the open qualifiers where teams play a gruesome deathmatch series to qualify for as the top 8 into the Open Finals group stage, where all teams will play in a GSL best of 3 format. The top 4 proceeds to the Open Finals playoffs, where the top 2 of the Open Finals playoffs, in this case Nigma Galaxy and RRQ, will qualify to the Challenge group stage and join 6 other teams from 3 respective regions: Thailand, Indonesia, and Vietnam, where they will play in a round-robin group stage. And afterwards, the top 4 proceeds to the Challenge playoffs, which will be an offline event held in Thailand. And at that very LAN event, we will find out which team is the best WildRift team in Southeast Asia.
That's right, and for now, of course, we put our focus back onto the MBSP region, where we see the Philippines definitely dominated all the way through, heading into the grand finals, but they are fighting for the top prize pool of $800 for the open finals, and the second place will walk away with only $50 less, so everybody's a big winner here. All of the 8 teams that have made it into the open finals, of course, kudos to them. They get a little bit of something in return, but over here, when they do make it into the challenge stage, that's where they have a huge line share to be earned. And of course, over on the top prize, you got 14K on the line.
Absolutely. And all the broadcasts for the other 3 regions will also be happening today as well. So if you guys want to find out which is the best team from those regions, you can check it out. But do remember, the stakes today aren't that high. It's all about getting that small increment in the prize pool for the open finals. At the end of the day, both teams have already qualified for the challenge group stage. So it's more a bit about an extra cash and bragging rights. But let's take a look at how those 2 teams get to this point. Nigma Galaxy had a clean upper bracket run from the beginning. They took down LFO 3-0. RRQ was able to overcome SGP 3-1. And when they met yesterday in the upper bracket finals, RRQ won that best of 5 in a close 3-2 scoreline to become the first team to qualify. And afterwards, Nigma Galaxy had to play the lower bracket finals, but they cleanly swept SGP for the 2nd time in SPS and made it to the grand finals, becoming the 2nd team to lock in the challenge groups. In fact, they will be joining teams like EVOS Esports and Buriram United from Thailand, Team Flash and Cerberus from Vietnam, and Echo Esports and Persis Esports from Indonesia in the challenge group. So it is going to be super exciting. RQ and NGX both say that Team Flash is the scariest opponent to go up against, and rightly so. Team Flash made top 4 in Icon series, but of course the focus will be on our home ground region for now. We start with RRQ, who had a very dominating showing through and throughout.
Indeed, and we've already seen on some of these battles that have taken where they have a robust composition with Helios as well as Chaz being a incredible duo to basically get very early leads onwards. And when it comes down to objectives, you can always rely on Chaz. This was the last time they met against the members of Enigma Galaxy, and we've seen a lot of back and forth action happening, especially with even double assassin compositions coming out there. So RRQ, they are definitely that team that dares to pull off some of the craziest picks out there. So keep an eye out for those assassins.
And what we saw from RRQ yesterday, like you mentioned, Contra, was Chaz and Helios, but Hyde also stepped up, and especially with Marky back in the front line with the rest of his teammates, he has had shown incredible performance in that Dragon Laner role. And the entire best of 5 yesterday was dominant, to say the least, right? In games that RRQ won, they won it cleanly. In games that NGX won, NGX did it as cleanly as well. So it really showed how these two teams have their own identity and how they have their own ways to close out the game. But for RRQ, it really comes down to how Chaz and Helios can function together as a duo, with Chaz being the jungler that has stolen every single kind of objective on Summoner's Rift.
That's right, and later on we'll see how this compared to Joshi, who has also had incredible stats. But we start off here with Marky. Like you said, he's back on track and probably has one of the most interesting multitude of champions that he's been playing throughout the course of the playoffs. We've seen a couple Ashe, Ziggs, Lux, and the list goes on and on. Of course, boasting some high numbers on screen. Marky so far has been performing incredibly well, and also it's thanks to a lot of all the coordination of the members out there, especially for Exosin, that has been able to provide him a lot of assistance when it comes down to Marky. I think what makes him great is that he knows how to position himself so well. So let's also have a look at what Enigma Galaxy has to offer.
And for Enigma Galaxy, they are a team that has shown us when it comes to the macro game, they are very proficient, and individually, Enigma Galaxy is also packed with surprises. Yesterday against SGP, it really didn't felt like any contest, but against a team like RRQ, they have a lot of shining moments, right? When you give them their pick, such as the Kassadin, they have shown us that they know how to work with it. They were the first team to come up with a solution and showed everyone that Kassadin isn't an invincible pick, and they are also a team that is willing to adapt on the go. And the fact that they can draw so much blood against RRQ is a big statement for an organization that has only just picked up a roster 2 months ago.
Yeah, and just look at how incredible when it comes down to how they manage team fights, the way that they've been able to single out targets and still having to understand when exactly to back off. I think that a lot of all the other teams that have faced against them haven't been able to crack open the code, other than RRQ that did manage to go up against them and still take that final win at the end of that best of 5. But I'm pretty sure that there is a deep vendetta running in their blood to get this Vengeance grudge match for secure by taking a big win.
And I think when we look at the Dragon lane to start things off, Demon Kite, it's a bit overshadowed by Marky, and I think rightfully so, because Marky, despite not playing all the games in the Snapdragon Pro Series, I believe he only played 6 matches in total. He actually has the highest KDA out of every Dragon laner, including Demon Kai, who has played all of the games possible in this tournament, which really kind of shows that discrepancy. But it's not to take anything away from this individual himself. Demon Kai has had a fantastic performance as a Dragon laner, joined by Draw with his incredible in-cage supports like Rakan and Thresh, Aaron, Jashi, and Chami also delivering on that level as well. Of course, when we look at the support staff of both teams, right, we have Kaigu on RRQ, we have Vansu and TG on the side of NGX. These coaches are the big brains, they are the pillars, and this is why when those drafts come true, we see some similarities in the jungle between Chaz and Jashi, namely in that Lee Sin. But what RRQ did yesterday to shut down Enigma Galaxy primarily was to ban out the Morgana that Jashi really loves.
Yeah, and we've already seen many teams to go up against Enigma Galaxy to do that, and if they don't, you saw what happened to SGP. They get obliterated because there's so many things that you have to factor in when it comes down to the drafts itself. So speaking of which, I believe we're about to kickstart our very first matchup, but once again, comparing the two, these key players of each respective team definitely have to make the first advancement. Of course, the junglers so far have been impressive from both ends of the spectrum, but it's not exactly the same playstyle that they're really going at. I feel like what gives Enigma Galaxy the edge is their read on the game, on their rotations on the early game. We've seen a couple of times that they've been able to read out Chaz's movements, so I believe changes are necessary to be brought forward in the series for RRQ if they really want to retain their spot as the Kings of Kings.
And if you guys in the chat agrees with that, if you guys have your own predictions, drop it in Twitch chat below. Tell us which team you think is going to win and declare themselves the best team in the PH regions. But we also have our predictions going, and I do believe that we both think differently. For me, I think NGX is going to win. I know yesterday they lost against RRQ, but after that confident speech by TG and saying how they're going to fix things, I think NGX has a good chance to take this 4-2. And this happens to also be the day that we finally break that tie in terms of our prediction chart, because we are not tied 10-4, 11-4 in fact. Like, one of us has to go.
And basically, honestly, I would just vote for either side because I want to see who wins. It's either me or Husky. Yeah. I'm voting for RQ for that very reason, but not because, okay, I prefer Enigma Galaxy over RQ or the other way around. Though both are genuinely quality teams that can go really far ahead whenever they go into the challenge stage itself. So far, of course, we've got the equal amount of points.
We do.
So I'm just hoping that, maybe history may not repeat itself the same way. Since it's best of 7 after all, I still want to see all 7 games, and RQ, I think they still have a deep pool in their draft as compared to what we've seen out of Enigma Galaxy. I know they say that there's a lot of surprises, so I'm just waiting to be wowed. Till then, I think like for now, I'll stick to what I've predicted here. RQ, they have a few formulas that they've been working with that has been trialed and tested back in home ground, in the regional stage, and also in the international scene. You can definitely rely on RRQ to make wonders.
Yeah, and I think it's a very fair argument, right? And NGX, despite showing us all of these incredible performances that we cannot discredit them for, I still think that with what RRQ has shown across the few months, it is understandable that fans would rally behind RRQ when it comes down to this this series about pride. But overall, regardless of who wins, they are going to go to the challenge stage. And the main goal that NGX wants to achieve is to be able to join RRQ in the top 4 and proceed to the offline event in Thailand so they could actually meet in real life. And that is the wish of TG to reunite with EXO and Kaigu in real life. And I think that's a very sweet thing overall. But of course, when you meet on the battlefield, you gotta settle the score. And I think NGS would come into this series a bit more prepared. But I also think that it's going to be an exhausting one because they had to play 8 games yesterday. And afterwards, they still have to go through everything to prepare for this best of 7.
And you could also imagine that they really want to get this big win because once they do get into the challenge stage, I do believe that in one way or another, it does affect the pool when it comes down to the draws of matchup on who they go up against. Because if you're second seed, you're probably facing a bunch of first seeders
They're
out
gonna
there.
end up with Team Flash, and you're like, no.
Yeah, I mean, either way, somebody has got to face these opponents out there, but you want a better start overall to basically climb up. And also, in regards to that matter, I wonder if we're going to see something entirely different when it comes down to the champion pool, because you kind of don't want to reveal too much to all the other people trying to look back at the VODs out there. So I think like some unique picks would possibly come out here as compared to what we have not seen before.
I'll give you some good news. When challenge stage starts, Sion and Samira will be part of the champion pool.
Oh, that's fun to watch.
Yeah, that's going to be really fun to watch because we do have 1 week. Well, next week is actually a dark week, right? And afterwards, and next week was also the week. It's also the week that Sion and Samira comes out. And the week after, they will be eligible for play. And guess what? It will be the first week of challenge group. So the timeline is, I think, is very, very. It's just nice. It's sweet. RRQ on the blue side. We started off with a Lucian ban. That is one of the most common bans, and for a very good reason, especially when Well, Lucian did get a slight nerf to the piercing light, but overall, we have seen what Lucian can deliver on a competitive level.
That's right, and we're also seeing Asena to be taken out. No Nasus to accompany her, that's for sure. But RQ, now that they are starting on the blue side, they do have the priority over that Kassadin to basically force it upon Enigma Galaxy to either take it out or just leave it be. So far, I think like RQ have been able to play multiple types of assassins on top. Without that Lucian, it's definitely something that they would consider picking, because that gives you a little bit more of that safety net in that early game so that you don't get heavily punished. So far, it has looked to be pretty much static over the course of our MBSP region's bans. It has not really changed a fair bit down to the final ban. Like, what else should they remove? Because we've seen a lot of Karma. We've seen a lot of other things that is heavily prioritized in the jungle as well. I think if they were to have a little bit of a head start, probably they might want to aim at Chammy's champion pool.
But they still stuck with the Morgana, right? That's what RQ did for the entirety of the best of 5 yesterday, which is to attack Joshi. And I think this is a pretty smart move as well, because you not only take away the Morgana from Enigma Galaxy, but without this Morgana, it also kind of spills over to some of those strats that Enigma Galaxy likes to run. The Chammy Jax, for example, the Riven, you know, that Enigma Galaxy loves to pair with some utility so that you can send that champion into the fight. And now it kind of gets, you know, dampened a bit. Enigma Galaxy sticking with the Jace ban, RQ gets a head start, but they so far have not prioritized the Kassadin at all, and I think that would be the case. So Enigma Galaxy has a good chance of taking it. I say that, but RQ reveals the Kassadin for the first time.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to be interesting here, while Enigma Galaxy has been able to take away Chaz's Lee Sin overall. Joshi plays a whole lot of it as well, and the last time that they met up, I believe in that best of 5 run, that only game that they were playing this Lee Sin, Joshi did manage to accomplish what they wanted in the form of a big victory. But now, paired with Renekton, this is basically the usual combo of the jungle mid synergy that you're looking for. Or you could either go to Chammy, because he's been a monster on that Baron lane, especially if this Riven goes over on the top end of the lane. I think that you will expect Joshi to pay more visits.
Yeah. And this Riven pick is also very resident for RRQ, because they can flex it into 3 different roles. You know, the jungle and the top lane and the Baron lane being the focus right now, because we do have the Kassadin, and RRQ doubles down with the Varus. And I think this is a very safe opening from RRQ. Varus being a champion that Enigma Galaxy has really focused on banning in the second stage yesterday, so RRQ decides to just take it and not give Enigma Galaxy that chance.
Exactly, and we've seen what the buffs have been able to allow Varus to be hurting consistently from quite a distance. Now that you can basically light up the quiver, I do believe that's the word.
Yeah, the blighted quiver, right?
Yeah.
The blighted quiver. The cooldown reduction is going to allow you to, you know, execute your opponents more frequently. I think that's what makes Varus so strong in the first place. It's just insane damage.
Yeah, and then I guess that also allows more stability when you're going for a lethality build overall on that Varus. So it's definitely very viable in the current meta. When it comes down to Enigma Galaxy, they managed to get draws, very own Rakan, as they move over onto the second phase of the picks and bats. We see quite a number of mages taken out, of course, with Galio as well as the Ziggs being axed away. Now, Set being banned off, and I'm not too certain if that's something that's actually necessary, because this could still be a ruined jungle, and you could probably still deal with the Set using the Renekton, but just to ensure things to be a little bit easier for them to handle, you don't want that Set to basically bring your teammates away further into the enemy territory. So I think like it's a wise choice, but what would the Galaxy go for? Karma somehow make it into the second phase, and that will be what Enigma Galaxy will secure for themselves.
I was looking at the Olaf ban, because I have a feeling that RRQ think that Lee Sin might not be in the jungle, so that so the Olaf ban, you know, what kind of acts as an insurance. But Enigma Galaxy taking out both Galio and Set, I think makes perfect sense. RRQ has flexed the Set before, but most importantly, you want to not allow EXO to have supports that can literally brick wall you in a team fight. That's what stopped Nigma Galaxy yesterday, but RRQ, they have a third option, and that's the Nautilus, which has risen in popularity since yesterday's matches, and they give chance that Kazakhs sending this Riven into that Baron lane.
Well, we do see a lot of early game spikes coming out of RRQ. Heading into mid game, they will look to be quite a threat against Nigma Galaxy, but with the final pickup of the Zed, this is looking rather interesting, where if you go into this sort of matchup, what if you place this Riven over a mid lane and have that casting over the top side? It's still going to be a little bit more of a challenge for the Zed to face off against her, but we've already seen what Aaron has to offer. This is still going to be a little bit more of an opportunity for Nigma Galaxy to still play around the map and have a huge pick-off potential coming out of their upper half of the corner of map. When we go down to the bottom lane itself, it's more of a utility that they will provide in those team fights, and therefore RQ, sure, you only have that Nautilus to be a little bit beefy, but how much more can they pick up when they do hit that late phase of the matchup?
I think for RRQ is, you know, what their lineup provides is they have that late game skidding, right? And I think they have those long range pokes that can really annoy Nigma Galaxy before a fight even starts. And since yesterday's series, what RRQ have shown is that they always have a comp that prevents Nigma Galaxy from running straight into them. That's how Nigma Galaxy has been winning a lot of those fights against other teams, where you get the drop on them and you just destroy those damage dealers. RRQ have found a solution, and I wonder how NGX is going to circumvent that. Sure, they have the Rakan, they have the Zed, but even that hasn't really stopped RRQ from drafting a robust lineup to kind of protect that damage dealer. So this is going to be kind of a test on how NGX has refined that draft. We'll just see how that's going to pan out in this game number 1. And I think it would be very good for a team that wins this opening match, simply because that it's not only a morale boost, but it also gives you better confidence going into the later stages of the drafting phase down the series.
That's right. Here we go as we kick off our first matchup of the best of 7. Nigma Galaxy on the red side, and RRQ starts off on blue. And Chaz will not be going with much of the shenanigans here. We will compare how these two junglers will perform throughout the course of the series, because currently they're pretty much neck and neck. Only the KDA difference of a 0.1 that factors into this whole ratio that we're looking at here. And of course, you can't have the same DPM, can you? So it's all about the junglers here and how well they work in tandem with their solo laners. Meanwhile, it's just going to be AD Assassin versus AP Assassin this time around over the mid side. Not going to be having a hide over the mid lane instead.
I do wonder how this jungle, or how this Baron lane is going to pan out, because this matchup is something that Chami is very familiar with. We saw how in game 1 yesterday, I believe he was on the Riven against a Hybrid Nectar and he was completely crushing the lane. This time, we kind of reversed the champions a bit, but Chami overall has just been a very solid Dragon laner, and I say that, I see Hyde in the red, Chami not able to secure the kill, but he was able to expand that barrier from Hyde.
Yeah, and he's really got to look out for a flash combo coming in from Hyde as well. Joshi already working on the Scuttle, as they will basically call it truce for a moment. And he's got a full Rage Bar though. Even though he has a little bit of lower health bar, he could basically trade right back. So Hyde just gotta hug the tower for a little while longer. But look at that rotation. RQ is sending a few more members up top. And Exosin coming up early. Good recall coming out of Chami just to avoid any sort of conflict.
And this was a very common read throughout that best of 5 yesterday, where NGX and RQ put a lot of emphasis in that Baron lane. And that's what actually got NGX the win in that first game, where they completely shut down Hyde. And RQ was able to respond in the games that they won as well. And I don't see that going away anytime soon, but at least for Chami, you can rest assured that he has Hyde's number. And even though he's not proactively killing the Riven, he is making life a bit hard for Hyde.
Yeah, overall, we have a very neutral start. no advancements from either side yet on turret. By the 3 minute mark, we'll expect a little bit more of a circumvention coming in from the junglers. Possibly on the next scuttle that will spawn up. And Aaron constantly shoves in the wave against this at Kassadin, just making sure that this guy won't be able to create any sort of problem. Now that they're already hitting level 6, there's a high potential of a roam coming out, as Aaron will be able to stop the recalls, first plates, and die.
Lane. Exhausted the Demon Kite will be an easy first split for Marky. Top lane instantly exchanged as Hyde gets picked off.
Now, it seems like the work rate of Enigma Galaxy seems a little quicker as compared to RQ side, as both of them are looking for equal traits.
I have a feeling that Joshi is also running Demolish, but I could be wrong because that turret got broken out so fast. So that should be 2 Demolishes on the side of NGX. But either way, even though the first turret went over to RQ, Enigma Galaxy just had a way better return because of that first turret.
Yeah, and it's only 1 kill on top of the Karma, which wouldn't really hinder her all too much. She's still gonna eventually reach her 2-item power spike. You start off with a Luden's Echo. Aaron comes in with a huge pick of the Yumu's Ghostblade after securing the turret. So, a quick recap of the dive is that was just, you know, one member over on the turret.
Yeah, it's so gruesome. We can't show it.
We can't show it the whole clip.
We forgot to rate it like 18 or something, so we can't show that one. Oh, Hyde actually cancels his recall. He's gonna take the Grand Entrance in the face. Quickness is dead. Joshi really patient with the resonating strike. And that is going to be an easy kill. I'm not really sure if Chaz wants to be a part of this though. RQ has arrived to the scene. Marky flashes for an ult. He's only on the draw. They drop the death charge, but draw is very nimble, so no catch for RQ.
Yeah, that is quite a response coming in from RQ. No, Aaron dropping pretty low, but doesn't seem like healers have more rotational spells to work with. The one to dive in hit first when Aaron still has the Death Mark as well as the Ignite still available. You see instant recalls coming from both the mid laners. Now that we see efficient rotation coming out of RQ, they're seemingly more interested in the Herald is NGX. Just happy to pull off a trade, but we still have Helios around just to see if there's any opportunities. We're still probably not. But Aaron though, shurikens.
Good attempt, but the back of the Herald thankfully wasn't facing him. I felt like that could have been a huge possibility. Yeah, so there we go, double demolish. Joshi also has that. This approach from NGX. Pretty smart death buff from Aaron. Just to buy a bit of time and look for an explosion, doesn't get it, but they actually kill off the Herald. It was to push RQ back so they couldn't defend Shelly, and NGX, meanwhile, got another turret down bot.
What a smart move coming out of Aaron, but over a mid side.
Marky is already gone, the kick is still there, and it will be used onto EXO, and look at draw! Oh, he came in from a mile away. It's so fast, he's so swift, and it will be Joshi with a double.
And this Lee Sin is on a rampage already. They're still looking for more. Another demolish. These guys are basically breaking banks at this point in time. Look at the goal lead. Just like that. 6 minutes and a half as they're currently chasing onto the sole member or RQ. They're just basically getting whatever they desire, already having 3,000 ahead.
Yeah, I mean, NGX just really really optimizing the fact that Demolish just got a slight number increase. I say slight, but they broke 2 structures. They broke like what?
Without
the
the Herald as well.
Without the Herald, right? They broke the top tier one in like what 3.5 minutes, if I remember correctly. So NGX are off to a stellar start. Almost a 4,000 gold advantage for them. This is one of the ways for them to stop that Kassadin from getting online, which is to play the tempo so fast that Helios doesn't get space to breathe. And now Aaron is actively challenging Helios, who goes over the wall with a Rift Walk. Chaz comes in to provide a bit of backup, but draw is there, and Aaron is just waiting for cooldown, flashes away. Chaz still kills him off with the red buff. Death charge unleashed on the draw, but that's just gonna lock him up.
Yeah, it definitely costed a little bit longer. Well, Enigma Galaxy will have to let go of this turret eventually. There's still a chance that maybe you want that recon to interrupt, but no point. There's 3 members over the bottom side already taking down the tier 1 turret. The first one for RRQ. Still got a lot of work to do. And I feel like one of the core issues here is that you don't really have that many members out of RRQ that could easily just shove waves constantly. Like, sure, you can rely on Marky, but he's not always going to be everywhere around. Just she steals the blue buff, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually went for the kick and they connect with the knockout from Draw. The arrow does come through for Marky, but Draw is still alive. Joshi is low, but Aaron's already in. Demon Kai finding himself a double kill, and Chaz is gonna have the death mark explode on him, and that one goes over to Aaron. Chammy gets the stun off, the cooldown comes out,
Clean.
and Draw follows up. NGX finds 4 in the RQ jungle.
What a fight coming out of Nipple Galaxy. They're still hunting out for Marky. Is there any opportunity he can basically make it out without being taken out? And thankfully, with the help of the turret, he'll be running safe for the moment.
That's
Nipple
2
Galaxy,
turrets.
they're just so good at sieging. This demolish strat that they're coming up with, absolutely genius. Like, out of all the players that you probably think of carrying up demolish, I think like it's being brought forward by Draw potentially.
I wonder if he did bring that, right? I don't remember seeing it, at least not now.
Chammy does.
Chammy and Joshi definitely have Demolish. And I think what enables that to happen is also how active NGX has been playing, right? To capitalize on the Demolish, you got to bring those numbers. You have to have an open lane. And NGX has been doing it so well.
Yeah, and it all started right here as they force them on a chokehold with 2 members of RQ stuck by the corner wall, forcing them to either pick that fight or lose your members. So it's really a smart calling coming in from the Galaxy members where they basically converge into that choke point, knowing that RQ will not have the most efficient time of response. And now, MGX, they're walking away with everything. Jungle raids and no opportunities for Chaz to go anywhere close. So it definitely felt really rough for RQ to start off this game here on the back foot. And Helios still needs so much more time. He's just completed his 2nd item. That Archangel won't be transforming to a Seraph's Embrace till maybe another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think the part that stings for RQ is also the fact that you are trying to stick together as a death ball just to prevent Galaxy from winning those skirmishes, right? And you know, when you had the Kazan sticking with you and not getting any value out of it, I think that really kind of sets RQ back a bit. We did see, I believe, all of their members going for the steel caps. I'm not sure about Marky and EXO, but I think that makes perfect sense because the most damage from Nigma Galaxy is physical, aside from Demon Kai. But you know, for RQ, they're looking to survive against Aaron, Chammy, and Joshi alike.
Yeah. Members of RQ ready to challenge from the back of the pit. They do have a ward being placed right there as well. Aaron seeking them out as they do get spotted out by the Scars. We'll have to let go of this as they're slowly backing up. They know that Ross going to be around. Want to be caught out right here. 2 dragons back-to-back in favor of Nigma Galaxy. And they're slowly losing that momentum. And is there any sort of way that we could possibly look for a comeback in terms of team fight? For now, they're going to be slightly behind. It's not too bad after all. Only a few members are below the usual threshold of the levels. But what's interesting to me is that Draw has been roaming so much, his level is below Exorcism for now.
Yeah, he has been incredibly active, and you know, he was able to stay pretty healthy and topped up thanks to his item. I can never remember the item name.
Axiom?
Is it called Axiom? I call it
Ixtali
something, right? I call it the seed jar.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that makes it easier for me. Yeah, it's completely fine. And Jake's trying to go for another attempt at siege, and RQ bringing almost a whole team there.
Yeah, especially needing to still send a member over the Baron lane to accompany Aaron, as he's currently on that push. As you can see that Helios is having a tough time handling the Zed all alone. But you could easily just clear off the wave. Nigma Galaxy is still trying to press on. Chammy, Ra, Joshi, they're just trying to ensure that the jungle access won't be cut off. Just landing some couple of pokes. The dive coming up.
Draw comes in, only gets a knockout to EXO. They kick Hyde away. And EXO uses the Stone Plate to survive, but Aaron comes in with a death bar, and that should be enough to blow him up. EXO disappears. Bottom tier 2 goes down. Shelly will be summoned. Enigma Galaxy looks to get another charge off.
And that's how Enigma Galaxy basically just found himself the formula to not only deal with Kassadin, but to basically counter some of all these threads of RRQ. This whole composition is designed to demolish, literally. And whatever death ball that RRQ wants to basically form up with, so far, we haven't seen that full-blown 5 versus 5 team fight.
Yeah.
And by the time that happens, we have already seen them being overwhelmed. Just look at that tier 2 structure over the bottom side. RQ didn't want to respond because they're not in the best position to take a fight in the open field. So they need to basically force Enigma Galaxy into a sticky scenario. Maybe the Baron call might actually be a huge flip for RQ to try to snatch this one away.
Yep. You're putting a lot of weight on Chaz's shoulders again, but that's kind of what he's known for. You know, most objective steals have stole everything possible on the Rift. Every single jungle camp, every single major objective. And he has always been kind of the turning point for RRQ. That's how they took down SGP. That's how they won Enigma Galaxy yesterday, thanks to Chaz's, just heroics. But in this game, NGX are just constricting the map so fast that we're seeing RRQ members having a really hard time kind of splitting up and getting their resources around the map because you always have Just lurking around. Aaron is always so active, looking for kills.
Yeah. Currently, Enigma Galaxy at least has been stalled upon by the rest of RRQ. Doesn't seem like they could get more out of this current scenario now that it's only going to be a couple of inhibitors as well as a single tier 2 left on the side of RRQ. Seemingly a little bit more manageable as we're about to approach the 15-minute mark of the game. We see a pretty interesting build overall, as that's a similar grudge coming out of Aaron, giving him a little bit more of that penetration as well as slows on the spell. Definitely helps them with a little bit more of a pick-off potential. Oh, challenge.
Joshi just goes in, but he has a stone plate, and they get Aaron with Chaz forced out of the fight. And Joshi, well, he's an acrobat. He goes after for Chaz, but Chaz gets out. Not the same for EXO though. EXO is out of the fight. Chaz gets eliminated, and Helios, he has a lot of work to do. He starts it off by taking out Aaron, but he gets rooted down by Demon Kite. All the damage coming up from NGX. Chammy over the wall gets a stun off, and that's Helios gone. NGX with 3 kills.
And that's more than good enough for them to break open the inhibs. Marky now has to limp back into the fountain while there is an imminent shove over the bottom side. Double cannon minutes as well. So Hyde, he's gonna risk it for the biscuit.
Draw just doing a bit of distraction. They get the chain of corruptions on the Chammy, and for RQ it's all about clearing out the cannon minion, and they were able to do it just in time. But NGX, they're slowly whittling down those structures. That inhibitor turret in the bottom lane doesn't look too healthy. So NGX goes for the reset to get ready for this third dragon.
RQ probably will need to fight for this Drake as well. Most of the Enigma Galaxy members have went back for a quick reset. And most of the elements are still left available. But that fight inside the jungle though, being called by RQ, have not really benefited them. They've only managed a single pick-off.
Yeah.
While sure, you might actually get a little bit more of that shutdown goal, but you lose 3 members in the process. Not entirely worth the cause after all. As Chammy still shoves in the mid side, forcing this Kassadin to be pulled through. EXO starts it off.
Does get the death bar out of Aaron, but Draw is in the backline already. When EXO got deleted, I mean, Chaz, he's also gone. Joins Marky and EXO in the grave. The good root from Demon Kite onto the rest of RRQ. As Helios and Hyde will be on the run, Chaz was somehow able to sneak Aaron away with him, but NGX, they win that fight and take care of Chaz.
And basically, they're doing what RQ did to them back in the other BO5 that they played out. Remember the time where they were forcing objectives and RQ were just hoping to take fights after fights by the Baron? Think about Galaxy. They're doing this over the Drake time and time again. And there we go. Only the Elder Drake left to spawn up next. And RQ similarly having a huge deficit, close to 10K. But it all started off with EXO coming off with this attempt that went sour. And Joshi just knew how to seek his way all the way to the back, where it just leaves none standing. Where even Hyde as well as Helios, they were forced to retreat into the enemy lines.
Yeah.
And there's just no avenues for them to respond in kind. It was just a huge blow up. Even Chaz couldn't basically survive out of that.
And Chaz even had the GA as well. The one for Joshi will be coming back up. Hopefully in time for the next fight. But I felt like RRQ wasn't really ready for EXO to go for that hook, right? We didn't see any follow-up from RRQ. Felt like kind of a spur of the moment that gave NGX the opening. If things weren't bad enough, now it has gone from bad to worse as NGX starts this Baron dance. They might be standing under a ward, but I don't think NGX minds too much. RRQ will need a godlike engage to catch NGX, but they don't have the tools for that.
Exactly, and it's all due to the Supreme Macro Control, but they're basically seeking their out. EXO being the casualty here has to be let go by the rest of RRQ.
And that's kind of the life of a Nautilus player. And that there is nothing that you can do. You don't have mobility to escape, and once you get caught, you are just a punching bag for some of these teams.
And I think Galaxy wants to force a 4 versus 5 here by the Baron. No vision wards whatsoever coming out of RRQ.
There is Chaz though.
This is going to be a little bit risky, but they're trying to time it well. Chaz still being around.
They're forcing Chaz away. Chain of Corruption is going to start spreading. But NGX, they're keeping that Baron engaged. It's going to take them a while though. RRQ, 7 more seconds for EXO. He can buy the TP to join the fight, and now NGX go for the turn instantly. Chaz will pop that stasis. Draw will buy a bit of time, but look at Chaz. It's in the back line. Takes a death mark in the face, and he explodes. But that's going to give Helios enough time to pop off. RRQ looking for the big moment. Helios, he is going to be the main character, and he gets rid of the GA for Joshi. And I don't think NGX can fight this anymore. Helios with a killing spree, and that's all RRQ needed to stop NGX.
And that flip definitely have turned the tides. RRQ still going for it.
Chammy knocked up by the death charge, and he still has the GA. But RRQ should have enough damage to finish him off. Chammy rooted and staggered in place. RRQ with 4 kills.
Whew. Okay. RRQ just finding their window of opportunity to come back into the game. And Enigma Galaxy has been shaken. Now Elder Drake left available. There's only going to be Aaron to disrupt them though. Can he buy enough time until Toshi spawns up? They have to start exchanging a teleport into this if they want any chance at all. Yeah. Now speaking of teleport, here comes Chaz.
Chaz is ready in. And Helios, he's playing the disruption game. I don't think Enigma Galaxy has a chance at all. And Elder Drake delivered on a silver platter for RRQ. And they're right back in the game.
My goodness, RRQ just knows how to basically shut them down, and just finding that small window. Chaz got himself that hourglass in that fight for the Baron, and he knows that he's the prime target. So the moment that draw tries to dive upon him, you see he pops it real quickly, already has his ult available to try to navigate his way. And once he does jump onto Aaron and other members out there, it forces another hourglass, leaving them vulnerable to the rest of the members of RQ in that previous fight. And the rest was history. Hyde was in that perfect prime position to cut the exits off. And Enigma Galaxy now still in trouble, not affording to take fights here. RQ can basically call for Baron and still actually get away with something.
And that was a fight without EXO as well, right? EXO was down the entire fight. And all this burn damage is going to dissuade NGX from making this move. I mean, RRQ looking for a comeback in game 1, and that looks very probable. Enigma Galaxy, they want to get rid of EXO as fast as they can. EXO, he's just going to use himself as a body shield. You can see Aaron burning down to the dragon. But he was saved by draw. NGX, they are just going to retreat. They got RRQ off the Baron.
They just have to buy some time here. RQ still has the Baron here available. Joshi just goes in for a little bit quick check. But after all these sort of setups coming out of Enigma Galaxy, you can already see that 10k gold lead has now been halved. Oh boy.
Joshi just face checks Chaz. And Aaron, he feels compelled to do something. He flashes over the wall, looks for Chaz. Draw is coming in. Can they at least get the GA out of him?
He does.
They do. The GA expires, but Marky, he's around. They're all partying now. The Chain of Corruption misses, and that's the opening for NGX to pounce. But now they're looking for the retreat. Helios on the chase, but he won't find anything. RRQ
Still on it though. They're
won't be able to find it.
They're just going to stop a little bit more of that recalls while they're shoving up the mid lane. And it took them quite a while even to get to this tier 1, 22 minutes. And you know, we're already going to be getting ourselves a long series if the quality is going to be on such a high level play. My goodness, RRQ.
At one point, RRQ was almost 10,000 gold behind. Now we look at the net worth, it doesn't really matter too much at this point.
Most of them have already gotten all their core items.
Yeah.
And all they have to do is to switch around whatever enchantments that they really want to bring to the table. But it won't really stray too far from all the Hourglass as well as the Goggle Stone Plates. You see more of these players valuing the Hourglass a little bit longer.
They actually, the sweeper expired before they checked that ward. Oh, thankfully they have another one on the Joshi. That could have been really dangerous for NGX. But of course, RRQ back in the same jungle again.
This is risky.
EXO putting himself in the chain of corruption to start spreading. Draw is in the backline, but there's no follow-up. They're all rooted down. EXO puts himself in front. Chammy straight to the backline, but he's going to pop that Gargoyle to buy a bit of time. The GA has been popped on the side of Joshi. I'm not sure if NGS can win this one, though. As High gets away, Chammy will respawn.
Helios.
He's going to jump back in for the assassination, and he goes golden. And RRQ, Mackie making a comeback happen because Helios has been awoken. A godlike streak for a Kassadin. And NGX have met their maker. 3 down for Enigma Galaxy, and RRQ pounces on Baron.
What a fight coming out of RRQ. They understood that they just have to burn every single spells out of Enigma Galaxy. Once they did, the moment that they retreated, they see that, okay, they're all battered up. Helios strikes back, jump into the middle of the fray. Emil pops that Hourglass, and then the rest of RRQ can once again realign everything. Now, trouble lies ahead. And Enigma Galaxy having a tough time to defend.
Ooh.
Helios gets
way.
caught out.
10 seconds for Demon Kite. But I don't think he has 10 seconds. Hyde gets rid of this karma. He goes golden, but that means it's free hits on the Nexus. And RRQ with a miraculous comeback in game 1.
What a statement game. And it's only the first game out of this best of 7 RRQ. You try as you may to shut them down, they will be unfazed at all by the end of it. Doesn't matter about the goal, where they're still below the threshold of what Enigma Galaxy have been able to take, and they still manage to close it out. Smart options when it comes down to how they approach some of all these team fights. So far, they understood they can't take a direct 5 versus 5, so you have to basically create a scenario first from the side of RRQ, and then look to strike once everything was being exhausted. And we just have to look back at the replay. First half of the game, absolutely dominated by the entirety of NGX.
Yeah, and it felt like NGX, not that it felt like it, NGX was in control for majority of the game up to that very first Baron attempt where RRQ were able to stall it out. And you know, when not just looking at just mechanical prowess from RRQ, but we're also looking at the item usages, the enchantments from RRQ to buy so much time. It all started from here, Chaz being the main distraction for RRQ, and it allowed Helios to join the fight. NGS completely forgot that there was a Kassadin in the mix, and Helios, despite suffering some minor setbacks, became the ultimate raid boss that NGS couldn't take down.
Yeah, this was that monumental fight where they managed to deconstruct members of the Galaxy. So RRQ's main game plan is to try to pull them all apart, and the Galaxy may have actually regretted taking too long to basically finish up that Baron. If they were to basically fully commit, perhaps there's a chance that they could basically go on for that full-on 5v5 and actually win those trades. But hitting into the late game, Helios went out of control. So it's still really a huge display of team effort overall. There wasn't huge pop-off moments per se coming out of many of the members of RRQ, but obviously Helios have contributed the most in this.
Yeah, and again, the late game insurance for RRQ finally paid off. It's a very long and drawn-out game. We saw it was past 20 minutes for sure. We saw the Elder Dragon, we saw Baron Nashor, and at the end of the game, Baron wasn't even slain by either team. But Enigma Galaxy didn't necessarily drop the ball, but like you said, right? I think RRQ just played a great macro game, and Enigma Galaxy just took a bit too long getting some things done.
Yeah, and I felt like hitting into late game, Enigma Galaxy kind of took too long to basically call certain shots where even when they do, they also have to look back at the timings where the other fight that they took, it costed them quite a significant amount because it was close to the Elder spawn timers, and that allowed RRQ to swing right back at them. And you saw that Elder Drake heading into the 20-minute mark basically caused this huge revival for RRQ to swing even harder back at Liquid Galaxy.
Yeah, and RRQ are no strangers to making comebacks. We've seen it time and time again on the regional stage, on the international stage, but you know, to come so close to losing, you know, the opening match of this grand finals and turning it around on its heels, that really is a testament of how good RRQ is. And you know, Enigma Galaxy, I'm pretty sure they came in super prepared, and I'm pretty sure that was one of the opening strats that they were ready to pull out to face off against what RRQ had to bring to the table. But even then, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and now Enigma Galaxy have to basically crack open more of these codes to find wins over RRQ overall. Like, it definitely must have actually hurt their pride a little bit because they were doing so well.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, if you look back into the score sheet, everything was looking positive for every single member of RRQ.
That was the game where I would like press surrendered, right? Like,
NGX,
that really felt like it was an unwinnable game. But you know, in competitive WildRift, the game doesn't end until the Nexus breaks. Just, you know, like our partner Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters, you do not give up. We're great to have them with us, and WildRift is part of that journey. But also, we have to thank Monster Energy for allowing people like Helios to unleash the beast, because I think he is the incarnation of one. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, use the link below, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, and talk to us about, you know, what you think about the teams on the tournaments in general.
That's right. Overall, it's been an exciting game one. And you know this is going to be getting better and better from here on. So, game two, Enigma Galaxy, they've been getting a lot of blue side wins. So, if they were to actually switch it up, it might be a little bit different this time.
We'll just see what Enigma Galaxy has in store in the Magic Hat. But before that, we will take a short break and we will return for the game 2 of this epic best of 7 between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Lane, the Grand Entrance in the face. Quickness is dead. Joshi really patient with the Resonating Strike. And that is going to be an easy kill. I'm not really sure if Chaz wants to be a part of this though. RRQ, but
What a smart move coming out of Aaron, but over mid side.
Marquis is already gone. The kick is still there, and it will be used onto EXO. And look at Draw. Oh, he came in from a mile away. He's so fast, he's so swift, and it will be Joshi with a double.
And this lead.
The Helios doesn't get space to breathe. And now Aaron is actively challenging Helios, who goes over the wall with a Rift Walk. Chaz comes in to provide a bit of backup, but Draw is there, and Aaron is just waiting for cooldown. Slashes away. Chaz still kills him off with the red buff. Death Charge unleashed onto Draw.
He's not always going to be everywhere around. Joshi steals the blue buff, didn't he?
Yeah, he actually went for the kick, and they connect with the knockout from Draw. The arrow does come through for Marky, but Draw is still alive. Joshi is low, but Aaron's already in. Demon Kai finding himself a double kill, and Chaz is going to have the death mark explode on him, and that one goes over to Aaron. Chammy gets the stun off, the cooldown comes out,
Clean.
And Draw follows up.
The dive coming up.
Draw comes in, only gets a knockdown to EXO. They kick Hyde away, and EXO uses the Stone Plate to survive, but Aaron comes in with a death mark, and that should be enough to blow him up. EXO disappears. Bottom
As slows on the spell. Definitely helps them with a little bit more of a pick-off potential. Oh, challenge.
Joshi just goes in, but he has a Stone Plate, and they get Aaron with Chaz forced out of the fight. And Joshi, well, he's an acrobat. He goes after for Chaz, but Chaz gets out. Not the same for EXO, though. EXO is out of the fight. Chaz gets eliminated. And Helios, he has a lot of work to do. He starts it off by taking out Aaron, but he gets rooted down by Demon Kite. All the damage coming up from NGX. Chammy over the wall, gets a stun off, and that's Helios gone. NGX
Is he casted into be pulled through? EXO starts it off.
does get the death bar out of Aaron, but Draw is in the backline already. When EXO got deleted, I mean, Chaz, he's also gone. Joins Marky and EXO in the grave. The good root from Demon Kite onto the rest of RRQ. As Helios and Hyde will be on the run. Chaz was somehow able to sneak Aaron away with him, but NGX, they win that fight and take care of
The Supreme Macro Control, but they're basically seeking their route. EXO being the casualty here has to be.
7 more seconds for EXO. He can buy the TP to join the fight, and now NGS goes for the turn instantly. Chaz will pop that stasis. Draw will buy a bit of time, but look at Chaz. It's in the back line. Takes a death mark in the face, and he explodes. But that's going to give Helios enough time to pop off. RRQ looking for the big moment. Helios, he is going to be the main character, and he gets rid of the GA for Joshi, and I don't think NGS can fight this anymore. Helios with a killing spree, and that's all RRQ needed to stop NGX.
And that flip definitely have turned the tides. RRQ still going for it.
Chammy knocked up by the death charge, and he still has the GA. But RRQ should have enough damage to finish him off. Chammy rooted for a comeback in game 1, and that looks very probable. Enigma Galaxy, they want to get rid of EXO as fast as they can. EXO, he's just going to use himself as a body shield. You can see Aaron burning down to the dragon. But he was saved by Draw and GX. They are just going to...
Coming out of Enigma Galaxy, you can already see that 10k gold lead has now been halved. Oh boy.
Joshi just face checks Chaz. And Aaron, he feels compelled to do something. He flashes over the wall, looks for Chaz. Draw is coming in. Can they at least get the GA out of him?
He does.
They do. The GA expires, but Marky, he's around. RRQ kicked off game 1 with a banger of a comeback. A statement by the Kings of Kings against Enigma Galaxy in this grand final, best of 7s, the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals playoffs for WildRift for the MSPB region, where your commentators for today, I'm Husky, alongside Contra, with a lot to expect down the road, because if RRQ have already demonstrated such a level of WildRift, I think we are in for a ride.
We definitely are, and Enigma Galaxy almost committed no flaws for half of the match. Heading to the late game, it was just RRQ's deep understanding of how to deconstruct a team fight that have allowed them to come up with this huge win. Both sides definitely have demonstrated their strengths overall, but when it comes down to that final fight, you saw great usage of their enchantments and just knowing when to strike back, where Enigma Galaxy has basically committed all their elements to try to go in for pickoffs, but they were basically overwhelmed, stuck in that sort of choke point, and eventually have to tap out of game 1. Helios being the MVP, undisputed, I would say.
Yeah, I mean,
his Kassadin hit that late game power spike where nobody could manage to even come close to stopping him.
This guy went from 0-3 to 8-3 at the end of the game, completely unstoppable. And he was one of the main reasons that RRQ hung on to the game. It started at the Baron attempt by NGX, where Helios came in for the cleanup, and afterwards Helios was just a Dark Souls raid boss. Like no one could kill him.
Well, I've never played that game before, but I could only imagine how hard it is to be in the same match against RRQ at those given moments out there. Helios, just give him enough time, you will assure that he'll be able to pop off. So far, that definitely puts it into consideration of Enigma Galaxy whenever they return to the blue side to ever allow Helios to have this champion again. Because just look at the DPM, like, permanent, close to 2,000.
Yeah. I mean, if Helios keep playing like this, we won't even need to bother about having graphics for other RRQ players as MVP. Like, he's just going to be the MVP through and throughout.
Yeah.
It's way too good. That's all I'm saying. But going into game 2, and I think you brought up a good point, because I wonder if NGX would want to be on that blue side, right? Yesterday against SGP, they kind of went on both sides of the aisle, but it didn't really matter to NGX because it was such a breeze throughout that lower bracket final. Against RRQ, it's a different ballgame, because we came into this with the impression of NGX, they have a solid solution to deal with a pick like Kassadin, and I still think they dealt with him adequately, the best they could. But even that has a time limit, and NGX just could not close it up in time.
Yeah, I felt like there's a few things that they could basically do better when it comes down to certain objectives. Sure, they managed it well on those dragons. It's just towards the crucial moment where Baron is at stake, and they were trying to bring the rest of RRQ into the pit itself, which RQ wasn't actually falling for that. In fact, they said, okay, we're not going to come close to the Baron. We're going to challenge you to that fight. We're going to win that fight, and then we claim everything else. And that was exactly what happened. one more key player that I wanted to highlight in that series was Hyde. So far, he's doing tremendously well on things like the Riven, and he's been able to hold his ground. Sure, early game struggles was being shown overall back in game 1, but heading to the late game, he knows how to basically cut off members of Nick Galaxy, and that definitely gave them a little bit more edge. Now, Nick Galaxy will be on the blue side instead as we start off the draft for our second match of the series.
It's going to be an interesting series nonetheless, but for NGX, I kind of feel like the draft would probably remain the same. I don't think you are looking at RRQ and considering Hyde or Chaz a big threat. I honestly felt like it was just the Kassadin that was the big problem in game number 1. But for Nigma Galaxy, it's good to see that they also came up with a different solution to how they want to approach the game, right? They were getting very comfort picks like the Lee Sin. They were getting Aaron's Zed, which was one of the few champions that he showed in that group stage. But what was different between Nigma Galaxy against RRQ and them against other teams was Demon Kai's role specifically, because he has been playing that Karma very often compared to what we saw him play against teams like SGP, where he is whipping out traditional AD carries, and I do wonder if that would be the case for the rest of the best of 7.
Yeah, I think that you can still have a little bit of a mixed bag. We've seen things like Ziggs being pretty much relevant in some of all these matches of the series, where if it goes out to a long drawn-out game, I think it still offers a plenty of damage when it comes down to how they really want to seek through a certain draft. But in terms of the bans, nothing too much have changed overall. This time RQ opts to remove the likelihood of having that Kassadin, since Nigma Galaxy has it as a flexible weapon. We've seen Chamier playing that a lot. Same goes to Aaron, that has been able to do exactly the same.
It's one of those situations where it's like, yeah, well, I got Kassadin, I won with it, now no one gets to play with it anymore. That's it. That is the only Kassadin game you're going to see. That's the only Kassadin game that is going to result in a win. And Nigma Galaxy, they do get their Senna in return. So I don't think it's too bad of too poor of a trade. We saw how this Senna Nasus combination from Nigma Galaxy yesterday demolished RRQ in one of those games, but RRQ have a counter to that. They take the Karma Nasus instead. This is gonna force Nigma Galaxy to consider the Gragas.
Now this is very, very interesting. So we're talking about a Nasus without the Senna. This is still gonna work decently well, where you're just basically giving him a lot more shields so that this Nasus could go chasing, right?
Yeah, well, instead of like getting a heal, now he's just shielded.
And it will just take a little bit longer for the snare to
It's
happen.
like, go puppy, woo! And then he just withers you and beats you with a cane. But we also get Nigma Galaxy, his Lucian, and Helios with his Zed. So at the end of the day, I think both teams are still getting their hands on comfort picks, though this is a big switch up from what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, and what we're expecting here is that we would still see that Senna Lucian combo to still work decently well, unless if you basically want to funnel everything to 8 Gragas that we're seeing here before we move into the second phase. They're betting out the set just in case if they're going to be forming up with another interesting dynamics with the Karma itself. But then again, we see more and more Baron lane picks as well as jungle options to be removed here. And RQ, what's their game plan here? They're taking up the Wukong. We have not seen the Wukong for some time. Maybe in the open qualifying rounds, we'll see a bunch of it. But it's basically a forgotten pick overall for the entirety of the playoffs.
I think we saw Wukong in like week 1, but it quickly fizzled out, right? Wukong has had a pretty atrocious win rate overall, so it's understandable why most teams don't go for it. I think the only team that played Wukong in the jungle was Sem9. That didn't turn out well. Most other teams put it in the Baron lane. I think RRQ probably hasn't shown it yet, but now they will. That means Nigma Galaxy will be able to take that Riven and Jax. So this is a very common pick, especially the Jax. It's a Chami Jax for sure. And I do want to think that this is going to be a Riven mid for Aaron. So Nigma Galaxy getting all these big carries on the team. And the question now beckons is, there's no proper front line. And RQ just heads straight for the Olaf.
Well, they don't really have to basically form too much of a front line other than having Wukong to basically start almost every single fight and channel through with a Transcendence Embrace while you have the Olaf running directly at them. So I would expect that they would put the Gragas over the mid lane instead, but Lucian works just about fine. But you just gotta keep a lookout whenever Helos hits level 5 because it's still gonna be pretty hard, but we've already seen matchups like this before where in the early game, a Lucian would still be able to dominate the lane.
Yeah, and it's just a strong lane bully. And look, we're looking for Aaron to at least get a decent advantage in that middle lane. Not necessarily killing Helios. I think that is impossible. But Joshi will be on that Riven jungle, which is a pick that he does play, but we don't see it often because he does default back to the Lee Sin, the Shyvana, I think the Kha'Zix and Morgana, respectively. So this would kind of be a slightly different showing from Joshi, where he has pivoted away from the Morgana jungle supporting Chammy's Jax to the Riven jungle who also wants to go for resources early on.
Yeah, and this is a very different side of RQ as well as Nick Galaxy that we're seeing here that we've not seen before. Yeah. So it's already impressing me on the sort of dynamics that they have with the team, that they do trust their coaches overall on whatever pick that was being thrown at them. And there's a whole lot of high mechanical skills that's needed from either sides to get all these execution down to perfection. So far, sure, it looks very likely that RQ is looking for huge team fights to happen. Meanwhile, on the other hand, what do you think Nigma Galaxy has to offer?
Nigma Galaxy is just insane damage output, right? When the game drags on, when Chammy comes online, when Joshi comes online, you have all of these damage dealers that can easily, explode in a team fight. But at the same time, there's no one that is going to become the brick wall. Perhaps for draw, right, on that Gragas, but that is pretty much it. I think overall, RRQ just have a better way to access the damage dealers of Nigma Galaxy and shut them down effectively in this game too. Either way though, I still think that Nigma Galaxy has a chance, but when we go down to the ease of execution, RRQ had it easier.
That's right, and here we go. Game 2. Starting off here, Nigma Galaxy on slight deficit, but they will try to get back at him.
I thought it's a Chaz Olaf jungle because that's what he's known for as well, but it's actually Chaz Wukong, so we get a high Olaf top lane. I
like the adaptation though.
I feel like we've seen this before. Right, they played this against a P6 where he was playing Olaf into a Shen.
Olaf into a Shen.
Yeah, so yeah.
It's a perfect counter. Basically, you can ignore things like the Counter-Strike or even the Twilight Shroud.
The Twilight Shroud. Wait, no, that's...
What do you call that again?
Oh, well, give me a sec. I remember looking up on it. I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, yeah.
The thing.
Okay. Just the shield, all right? So both sides have already worked the HP bars down to less than 12 health, but Hyde will get himself that early pick of the Honey Fruit. Might actually lose a little bit of minutes.
You ready for the answer? It's called Spirit's Refuge.
Spirit's Refuge. I don't think I'll ever get that right.
Yeah. Me neither. I feel like...
Because I don't play enough Shen to know.
I do not play Shen at all.
I played it only about 2 times.
I think the one thing stopping me from playing Shen is just that I am way too lazy to familiarize myself with the navigation of that ult. When you want to select the portrait of your teammates, I think it's too much work. I think I'm going to get a portrait. I'm going to like stand united someone that is not in a fight. So yeah, I'm not going to portrait. It happens. Draw goes on the EXO. They're going to flash forward for first, but Demon Kai will take that one. Marky is looking for some sort of return, and he should be able to lay the cane for a plus 12 on Demon Kai.
If he has enough mana, he could even take down Draw if he's lucky enough with that. Because Draw, he's also not having the best time here on the lane. But great maneuvers overall coming out of Nigma Galaxy. And while Joshi has paid a visit,
there's going to be a counter gank from Chaz. That should keep Hyde alive, and Hyde, he's just going to stand his ground and fight as much as possible, and it's winning that one now. Chaz lands the golden stab, looks for a double Chammy, gets a counter-strike off, Hyde flashes forward for a second, and RRQ wins the top lane fight.
Great recommittal coming out of Chammy, but they're still Hyde around, where RRQ basically gave him a surprise of a lifetime, but they did come prepared though. Joshi made the first moves out there, draw, and Demon Kite. You can see that they're so quickly aligned into responding to get that pickoff done. And that's just EXO that they've managed to get a little bit of a goal out of. So far, sure, the tradings may favor RQ ever so slightly, but I think like generally it's not gonna result to all too much of a big difference until much later on. Currently just about 500 or just a few hundred ahead. So heading into this, Aaron now caught out.
Has the flash. That's good enough for RQ. The main difference I think right now for RQ in that Dragon Lane is the fact that Marky is the one playing the Nasus.
Yeah.
So I would assume that Marky is gonna get some of those extra charges. You know, with the Siphoning Strike. Though, you know, it's not going to make too much of a difference. Though. A good attempt from draw, but that is not going to be enough. Now EXO get the root down. Marky also kept in place.
Yeah, overall, Marky remaining alive in that early skirmish have given him a lot more time to also get those free waves in to add more of the siphoning stacks on top of it. Two members of NGX hoping to collide onto Hyde. He's just going to freeze the wave. So, no opportunities for Enigma Galaxy for the moment. And we're already seeing EXO starting off with the Oblivion Orb. Want to just negate the sustainability that the NGX bot laners are offering. Now with the passive of Happy Hour being buffed up as well, generally it's quite hard to take down draw.
Demon Kite presses Gargoyles. Probably expecting Helios to engage. Could be an error.
This is like a marginal error.
It'll be back up for the first set of objectives.
Yeah, by then when he commits to another 1v1 or so, it should be available.
Never thought I'd see the day I see a Senna pick up a Gargoyles.
Right.
That's, yeah, gotta do...
Do what you gotta do, because...
You know, something needs to be done about the Gargoyle price, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, just make it
I don't know.
800?
If Locket is 800, why isn't Gargoyles 800? That is the question.
Maybe you tear apart each respective shield.
Yeah,
and
well...
you give it to 5 other members. Equivalent, I guess.
I mean, no, Dawning Shadow down bot. That's gonna keep Aaron alive. But even then, Helios is basically winning that trade out.
Yeah, but so long as he doesn't take down Aaron, it's still going to be all right for NGX. As you can see that he's willing to go back in for a trade, forcing them away. NGX secures himself that Drake, while it will have Chaz taking over the Herald Pit. Immediately dropping that Herald up mid though, forcing a reaction out of NGX.
That turret is going to go down for sure. So NGX won't be able to hold on to this. Draw gone on by the Cyclone. Before the flash, he gets a cast into a body slam. He wants to at least trade Chaz back, but Chaz flashes away. And Marky, he's chasing for it. Oh, the Happy Hour keeps Draw alive. They exchange Marky, and Chaz also goes down. NGX gets a good punish.
Yeah, NGX basically knew when to draw blood, and I don't think that RQ should have actually went in for that dive. And they took that risk, didn't really get all too much out of it. So overall, things have looked to be even out after some of all these scuffles out there. Of course, having a little bit of tear onto the turrets for Enigma Galaxy. Only one turret down of a difference. Joshi, though, going in for pretty interesting rotation over the bottom side. Of course, just clearing out the jungle for now.
I do wonder how those 5v5s are going to be, because I think RRQ just have better team fighting tools. And they have people who can kind of just get the Karma Shoe and run straight at NGX. You know, you have Hyde with the Ragnarok, you have Chaz Cyclone.
Indeed, and so long as you have the Mantra Inspire, that should allow every member of RQ to be going full speed ahead. So far, what NGX could possibly do is to have Draw to buy a little bit more time until Chami arrives to the scene, along with Joshi, so that you can find ways to break into majority of the members of RQ. But the front line does remain to be a threat, especially if you're going to have this Nasus to skill up into that late game, while Hyde could easily pummel through and seek out Demon Kai despite having that Gargoyle Stone plate.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be quite hard for NGX to fight in a clumped up area because of the Spirit Fire, right? The armor shred is going to amplify what, Hyde, Chaz, and Helios brings to a fight. And it's not going to be ideal. NGX, they already don't have a proper front line. And if you are standing in the Spirit Fire, getting axed down by an Olaf or Wukong, you are not going to survive.
Yeah, not at all. So far, it's just waiting for a couple of these items to be earned out. So long as the Olaf gets a Divine Surrender later on, he's just going to be able to do a whole lot more, speaking of which, Helios gets Nova Pond.
Just dodges everything and was able to sidestep the center ult. So that is enough to keep him alive. NGX will settle for a top tier 1, but while all of that was happening, RQ is taking care of the bot tier 2. EXO is getting gone on. The flash forward from Draw and Chami will be sufficient.
And they're just going to rinse and repeat this process while the rest of RQ has been able to accumulate enough pressure to break down the tier 2. And RQ, this time, kind of doing a little bit of a reversal against Nigmagaxi.
Yeah, kind of a deja vu.
Feels quite similar, except for the fact that Nigmagaxi did come in with decent exchanges. They've already got another turret over the Baron lane. The Herald is coming up though, but Nigmagaxi, instead of going for the Herald, they're having every member being sent over to the bottom, and quite a good opportunity for them to actually break this one down. They do have Demolish, so they will basically have a bigger head start. Hyde couldn't do anything at all to stop them.
And Nigmagaxi, they will give this Herald away. Of course, Hyde stops 3 recalls at once. While that was happening, Chaz is already working on the Herald, and Helios is been pushing top, so that would draw some attention from the Gragas over there to stop it. The side lanings from RQ, I think, is just a bit more clean. They've been able to set it up earlier than NGX have, thanks to those early tower takes. So they get their hands on the second Herald with the Inferno Drake coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, no opportunities to drop the Herald just yet, so probably they will have to keep it till much later on after they come back out of base to challenge the Drake Inferno. It's gonna be important for RQ to secure for this time around. Nigmagaxi does have decent clear speed now that they do have a double marksman set up with them. Trying to shove the waves back. A little bit more of a dangerous situation if they were to be overcommitting. EXO now will have a little bit more pressure, having Transcendence Embrace up online. They will drag the dragon now.
It is so hard to push against RQ. They have so much deep push. I mean, the Spirit Fire alone is a big problem. Does NGX want to contest this? I think that is the question right now.
They definitely want to at least seek out something here, but Hyde's on the way.
Chaz just turns with the Cyclone. They want to blow up the members of RQ as fast as possible. You can see the damage lay onto Hyde, who is continuously fighting. And EXO is providing so much shield. And at the end of that fight, no one dies from the side of RQ.
That's what RQ was looking for, just having the full squad sending it all the way through, and this team fight itself is enough for them to tear through that inhibitor turret, and with this ace, should be enough time for them to get a back-to-back win against Nigmagaxi.
They are going in for the win. Even this protection, this golden shield might not be enough. As Shelly comes in to deliver a potential final blow, 300 health, NGX just could not hold on, and RRQ pull ahead 2-0.
2-0, and RRQ just needed to strike once and strike hard in a very intense team fight where we even see that they quickly snap with 2 members from the Drake pit immediately charging for it. You see Flash Cyclone coming out of Chaz, and they're basically rendered without any sort of response coming out of Nigmagaxi. What could you possibly do?
That was the worst case scenario, right? You are caught in a choke point and you're fighting inside a Spirit Fire against RQ members that do insane physical damage, and it happened. The foreshadowing came true. I felt like we probably could have seen this coming from a mile away just from the draft alone. But to see it in action, so clearly executed by RQ, yeah, it is a beauty.
Yeah, and it basically rendered all these sort of pickoffs to be nullified. Like, it didn't matter overall. It's going down to a little bit more of a team play that we're expecting out of RQ. Enigma Galaxy, they went in for a lot of clean pickups here and then. Most likely on Exozone being the most vulnerable target, but we watch as it goes once again. The Cyclone clipping onto at least 3 members of Enigma Galaxy, and they try to push back, but they weren't able to seek out Marky in time, as he's only being damaged ever so much. But once he does have Rallies up, and of course with the built into Fimbled Winter, like, it takes a lot to even get his health bars down, especially EXO constantly providing those huge Mantra Inspire. Like, you just keep this team extremely safe, and nothing's ever going to harm him. Yeah, it's a perfect game for Hyde.
And we saw Enigma Galaxy standing right in the Spirit Fire, right? Kind of like you fight a team fight, but you're standing in a Morgana, Tormentor Shadow. The same thing. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, at one point, it really felt like Enigma Galaxy had a chance, you know, but that was quickly snuffed out when RQ fully commit to that fight. And, you know, you could not have planned it any better. This time, Enigma Galaxy didn't get to take the lead at all. It was all RQ.
Indeed, and we have seen that, sure, they wanted to bring that Lucian to basically take over control of Helios onto the mid lane. Still, he couldn't be stopped. There were still instances where Helios had been able to find singularity pickoffs, and he's got 3 kills out of that. I mean, it didn't really matter too much. It's due to the fact that Aaron didn't manage to get opportunities to contribute as much as they want to. So maybe it's still a little bit more adjustments to make out of NGX side.
And hopefully NGS can quickly find a remedy, because the series is looking pretty grim thus far. All of this made possible by our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, and they have been a pivotal part in making this happen and giving everyone a platform to showcase themselves, so we are really grateful that they are a part of this. But aside from that, we also have to express our thanks over to the people at Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast within them. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you guys have not joined our Discord channel, click the link down below, or type the link on your web browser, whatever it is, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Remember, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series.
That's right. Of course, Game 3 is going to come pretty much shortly, while we give them a little bit of time to think what they're about to do next. So, of course, this is RQ versus Enigma Galaxy here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's Husky and Contra. We'll be back in a few minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
So, yeah, I'm not going to pause it. It happens. Draw goes on the EXO. They're going to flash forward for first, but Demon Kai will take that one. Marky is looking for some sort of return, and he should be able to lay the cane for a...
She has paid a visit.
There's going to be a counter gank from Chaz. That should keep Hyde alive, and Hyde, he's just going to stand his ground and fight as much as possible, and it's winning that one now. Chaz lands the golden stab, looks for a double champion, gets a counter strike off, Hyde flashes forward. So NGX won't be able to hold on to this. Draw gone on by the Cyclone. Before it's to flash, he gets a cast into a body slam. He wants to at least trade Chaz back, but Chaz flashes away. And Marky, he showed the happy hour, keeps Draw alive. They actually is taking care of the bot tier 2. EXO, he's getting gone on. The flash forward from Draw and Chami will be sufficient.
And to at least seek out something here, but Hyde's on the way.
Chaz just turns with the Cyclone. They want to blow up the members of RQ as fast as possible. You can see the damage lay onto Hyde, who is continuously fighting. And EXO is providing so much shield. And at the end of that fight, this protection, this golden shield might not be enough. As Shelly comes in to deliver a potential final blow. 300 health, NGX fight. So yeah, I'm not going to pause it. It happens. Draw goes on the EXO. They're going to flash forward for first, but Demon Kai will take that one. Marky is looking for some sort of return, and he should be able to lay the cane for a...
She has paid a visit.
There's going to be a counter gank from Chaz. That should keep Hyde alive, and Hyde, he's just going to stand his ground and fight as much as possible, and it's winning that one now. Chaz lands a golden stab, looks for a double champion, gets a counter strike off, Hyde flashes forward. So NGX won't be able to hold on to this. Draw gone on by the Cyclone. Before to flash, he gets a cast into a body slam. He wants to at least trade Chaz back, but Chaz flashes away. And Marky, he's chasing for it. Oh, the happy hour keeps Draw alive. They actually is taking care of the bot tier 2. EXO is getting caught on. The flash forward from Draw and Chammy will be sufficient.
And to at least seek out something here, but Hide's on the way.
Chaz just turns with the Cyclone. They want to blow up the members of RQ as fast as possible. You can see the damage lay onto Hyde, who is continuously fighting. And EXO is providing so much shield. And at the end of that fight, this protection, this golden shield might not be enough. As Shelly comes in to deliver a potential final blow. 300 health, NGX fight.
Oh.
So yeah, I'm not going to pause it. It happens. Draw goes on to EXO. They're going to flash forward for first, but Demon Kai will take that one. Marky is looking for some sort of return, and he should be able to lay the cane for a...
She has paid a visit.
There's going to be a counter gank from Chaz. That should keep Hyde alive, and Hyde, he's just going to stand his ground and fight as much as possible, and it's winning that one now. Chaz lands a golden stab, looks for a double. Chammy gets a counter strike off Hyde, flashes forward. So NGX won't be able to hold on to this. Draw gone on by the Cyclone. Before to flash, he gets a cast into a body slam. He wants to at least trade Chaz back, but Chaz flashes away. And Marky, he's chasing for it. Oh, the happy hour keeps Draw alive. They actually is taking care of the bot tier 2. EXO is getting caught on. The flash forward from Draw and Chammy will be sufficient.
And to at least seek out something here, but Hide's on the way.
Chaz just turns with the Cyclone. They want to blow up the members of RQ as fast as possible. You can see the damage lay onto Hyde, who is continuously fighting. And EXO is providing so much shield. And at the end of that fight, this protection, this golden shield might not be enough. As Shelly comes in to deliver a potential final blow. 300 health, NGX fight. So yeah. Series in control by RRQ. This best of 7 so far has not been kind to NGX. It's a 2-0 lead for Rex Regum Keon, the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals for WildRift. This grand finals thus far is going to be commentated by us. My name is Husky alongside Contra. And you were telling me that RRQ have been entirely prepared for every poke in the trick by Enigma Galaxy.
Yes, and I think like the Olaf pick here is one of the key factors in their success in Game 2. Things that have been looking relatively clean, and sure, when you're going up against the Jax, that is a really tough challenge where sure, you can come up with whatever counter strike. He's just going to deal true damage and have better attack speed the lower his health bars go. So far, I think like that is a quick bandit for RQ, and this, other than that, I felt like it's more than just a bandit. You saw that it was a clean game coming out of Hyde, and same goes to majority of the members of RQ on the way that they approach the way to siege up each respective turrets in the game. But down to that one team fight, like that was basically the game plan after all. Just overwhelm them with brute force, and that's all that they're gonna do. But heading into game 3, Enigma now have seen this plan. I'm sure that they have something to conjure out of the draft. But before we even get to that, it's Chaz here on that Wukong that have gotten them that stellar win as he spin it to glory.
Yeah, spin to win. Step aside, Garen. It's now Wukong in the jungle. And Chaz, that game
I'll be worried if it was
was
a Garen in the jungle.
I have a feeling that someone has tried it, possibly, but we just haven't seen it in competitive. Though that game ended really fast. It ended before Baron spawned, I think. And now that's the official fastest game in the league. The second one being set by NGX. Overall, I think it was a very straightforward game number 2 where RQ had control from the get-go. And the fact that they have found solutions to circumvent with picks that they are letting go towards NGX, I think that itself is a big testament, a big statement of what RQ has been preparing for the series. They let the Senna go, and they did take the Nasus Karma, right? It does the same thing in the Dragon League.
Yeah, exactly just that. Now, it feels like Enigma Galaxy has a few struggles here. They look great over on the first game that they played out. It's just that it came down to decision making. Here in Game 2, Enigma Galaxy felt like they needed a little bit more time to ramp up. And we understand why, especially when you're pairing, say, Illusion versus a Zed. You can't really underestimate or even overestimate the power of what this Zed can do. So I felt like Aaron did manage to play the game as efficiently as he wanted to, and it's not entirely his fault while we have already seen that they have lacked a little bit more durability when it comes down to fronting team fights. So they're about to address that as they're going on the blue side yet again.
Enigma Galaxy better come up with a solution, because if RRQ wins game 3, that means that NGX will have to win 3 in a row. It's not a pleasant thought to have. NGX on that blue side so far has not worked out. Same can be said when they're on red side, so the priority right now is kind of finding a way to be able to gain the amount of control that they have, just like in game 1, but actually closing the game out.
That's right. And Enigma Galaxy starts off with standard bounce. We expect Jace as well as Yumi not to be played out, as well as the Camille, where we've already seen the destruction that R2 can offer with the Camille, even back in the WCSC final stages. So, Enigma Galaxy, one thing that hasn't, which possibly will never come from this point onwards, you have definitely mentioned about it, like, okay, they've led through that Cassidy, they suffered from it, now they would like to do a role reversal instead. But even so, I believe that there's also other alternatives that RQ could still form up to go up against a Cassidy, where you want to play fast tempo, this is a team to do so. So far, Enigma Galaxy decides to take away that Senna, so they won't be looking for that cheeky approach yet again. They managed to secure the Senna in the past round, not having that Nasus on their side, and RQ says, okay, you give us the karma, that's about as good as it can get.
Yeah, and no RQ. Once more going for the Kassadin ban. That is pretty much expected, right? They've had fun with the Kassadin, but they're not giving Enigma Galaxy the same luxury. But NGX right now, are they looking for that Camille ban or the Karma ban? I feel like letting that Camille through over to RQ for them to make that choice could be a way to approach it, but Enigma Galaxy decides that the Camille is still worth taking now. And that means that RQ right now will kind of get the last call of what they need to shut out of the jungle. And I think that would be a Joshi Morgana again, unless they feel confident to test it out once.
Exactly. So far, Enigma Galaxy still looking for their optimal picks here. 2 has always been constantly denied, leaving the Karma left available. And RQ have faced the Karma twice, a couple of times now, even in their previous series. And it felt like Demon Kite is a lot more efficient on marksman roles, whether it be it a caster type marksman, or even when it comes down to DP. High DPM type of marksman itself. Not to say that his Karma was any bad though, but it felt like the impact of it is not as huge as you desire it to be. It's really drawing down to how team fights are being managed. So there wasn't really that many of the pop-up moments, but they're going to go at it again. Enigma Galaxy will need to find something to pair it with, unless if Aaron chooses to go on the Karma instead.
Yeah. And I think that when we saw Aaron on Karma, it really felt like he was not able to do the active flow that we normally see from him, and that was kind of what cost Enigma Galaxy, or it was a factor of Enigma Galaxy losing against RRQ in one of the games yesterday. But that also gives RRQ the Chaz special. It's the Lee Sin, and they even one-up that one with a Lucian pickup.
Whoa, this is quite a huge start coming out of RRQ. So far, it's been quite tough for Enigma Galaxy's side to find ways to go in for pickoffs, and therefore going in for Vi is a great option overall if you want to just set up a huge lockdown with that season. This is on top of potentially Helios, or if Marky's going to be on this Lucian.
And this has been a very direct answer from a couple of teams that we saw, right? When there's a Lee Sin on one side, you go for the Vi on the other. And that's one of the ways to stop that Lee Sin from getting too cheeky. When he comes in with a Resonating Strike, you can easily cancel that with a Volt Breaker. So I do understand how this Vi is going to accelerate that game pace. Enigma Galaxy amps it up with the Renekton, who would benefit greatly from that Vi early on. But that means that RQ gets to select whatever they want for EXO. He has been locked out with the Gala for 2 games. Now he gets his hand on it.
Oh, we finally see EXOSIN's pocket pick. So far, he's been performing extremely well on games that he managed to get that Galio. And you would expect that he'll always provide Chaz with that assistance whenever he dives very deep into the back line. So they still need a little bit more of an alternative option other than just the Lee Sin to always provide that setup that they desire. Now, Nico Galaxy tries to wither down the pool, taking out a few of these options. They've always been pairing up this Gragas alongside the Galio, so it's quite a smart bet at the very least for Nico Galaxy, but still plenty of opportunities for RQ to secure this Lux. They should have seen this one coming.
And Demon Kai whips out the Vayne. First time that he plays it. And the Lulu as well. I think we're looking at a Karma mid for Nigma Galaxy. This is Nigma Galaxy saying that, alright, you know what? It's Demon Kai's game. We are going to let him... We're going to get to that late game and Demon Kai will win it for us. But is it what's going to bring Nigma Galaxy to get their first win in this best of 7? That's what they need to kind of answer for us. Because RRQ, they have a draft. They can easily allow them to get to that backline and quickly shut down any shenanigans that Nigma Galaxy has in store.
Whoa. I can see it going either on two extreme ends. Like, either it works out extremely well, or it could not even go anywhere near to being decent. So far, you can already tell in the head-to-head matchup between Lucian as well as Vayne. Traditionally, Lucian does have that range advantage, but especially when you can have Tumble readily available, you can dodge every single light binding that's being thrown at him, or if there's a Gallo on the way, that's where a few problems lies ahead, right? So keeping the Vayne secured in every team fight is going to be of optimal importance out of NGX side. Meanwhile, I do feel like it's another day in the park for RQ, something that they are so comfortable with that you get the Lee Sin, you got the Lucian, and Galio. I think this is the trifecta for their usual recipe to success.
Yeah, and Chaz has not missed a single game on that Lee Sin. Whenever he gets it, it's a win. And Lee Sin was the pick that took down SGP in the upper bracket semis as well. So this is going to be a huge test for NGX. Not only how deep that champion pool is, but how far are they willing to go to look for that win. And I think, you know, if Game Tree can tell us anything, is can Nigma Galaxy stand out to RRQ when they've gone this far down the draft?
Yeah, now it's high time for Nigma Galaxy to find ways to bounce back up. It's 2-0 in favor of RQ at the moment. But now we go into the game tree here. Aaron, the rest of the squad looking to change things. Spots out Chaz. Already doing a little bit of poke. Like you said, Chaz has never lost a game when he's on that Lee Sin and has the craziest amount of KDA compared to everyone else, 17.7. Well, if you're so good at a champion, man, one day they might even rename it to Lee Chaz.
Yeah, sure.
Chaz Lee? Doesn't sound right.
Nothing beats Bruce Lee, unfortunately. but I don't think we'll get a Bruce Lee cosmetic. That is for sure.
Well, if
I think the
Clash Wolves do win an international event, maybe.
Yeah, but well, that Bruce is a Dragon Laner, so yeah, we're cutting it pretty close. I think the closest that we got, you know, to you being immortalized as a good Lee Sin play is Insect.
That's right.
But you only get that reference if you have followed League of Legends PC.
Sure enough. Well,
I feel really honestly. I mean,
would you say that Long has also put a significant impact? Of course, we're talking about the champions of
of Icons, right?
Icons, yeah. The way Esports definitely built different.
Sure, I mean, we have Insect on PC, we have Long and Icons. I think that's a fair argument.
But then again, has Insect actually won Worlds?
Well,
that's a different story.
Yeah, well, that's a complete different story. I don't think LL fans would be happy to hear that statement. I think you're making a very jarring comparison. Watch out!
Then again,
the mob is coming after you.
We have a lot of great players as a reference, right? Like
yes,
if you
of
really
course.
look at PC players like Reckless as well as Uzi, they went really far. I mean, at least they were on the final stages and still are legends of the Summer Rift. Here in WildRift, I think like names like TF. I mean, players from Team Flash have definitely made significant moves to be remembered by the community themselves all around the world.
Absolutely. I think we, it's like, what, it's just year 0 or year 1. So even that, we have a lot of prominent names. We'll see how RQ deals with this though. Obviously, when we look at a Karma Lucian mid, wow, oh boy, Aaron, pulse barrier, got to flash away from that because Chaz was fishing for a kill.
Yeah, and he instantly pops the Embrace on the ground in hopes that it could clear the wave as well as clip Chaz with it. So far, he's not being deterred, but here comes Yoshi.
A good flash condemned to a cease and desist, and this should be first blood. Going over to NGX again. Draw surviving that final spark as well.
And it's important that he funnels these kills back over to Demon Kite, managing to get that last hit on Exosin. Still really dire effort that was being displayed by the rest of RQ to try to get even into it. Almost taking down draw in the process, but it's just what it is. Marky could only do so much on that attempt, while Helios now moving downwards. Just gonna pick up that Hummingbird. Not gonna be all too much of a things to do here without this scuttling up. Meanwhile, Hyde having a little bit of a struggle facing off beefy Ranington. Well, I can't really call it beefy.
Yeah,
Lettery.
Well, I think, you know, what Hyde has been doing great is that he's kind of a sponge, right? He absorbs whatever NGX throws at him in the Baron lane, and at the end of it, he nullifies, or at least he dampens the impact that NGX has overall. RQ looking for something down bot. They are bringing in Helios as well. So 4 against 2 is something that NGX can't deal with, so they will have to start conceding some of that turret plating over. But you can see NGX, they are also funneling members down bot as Joshi and Aaron have shown up. We might see the early skirmish though. A Vault Breaker instantly blindly into the brush to force Chaz away, and Exo, he will be surrendered over to Joshi. But NGX, they're looking for more. Chaz will get to a safe spot. Meanwhile, Chammy has already won against Hyde in that Baron lane, but NGX, they're not done just yet. It's all about getting rid of Chaz, and Chaz will just take a big punch in the face, and Marky also goes down. NGX with 3 kills at bot.
What a clean response out of NGX. They had that perfect setup by the Tribe Rush. RRQ was hoping to strike first because they were tempted with opportunities of taking down Demon Clyde as well as Draw. Both really squishy units. Like, if you put it on paper, yes, it's doable, but Joshi with that great attempt, that cease and desist definitely caught them all off guard. Of course, followed up by Aaron. Great rotations out of Enigma Galaxy that put them up ahead. Now Chaz tries to actually seek out Tammy first and foremost. Well, Aaron's joining in as well. A lot of pokes going down while we have Joshi trying to solo the Drake all by themselves instead of the Embrace. They're still challenging though.
Hero's Embrace is coming from Exo, and the flash from Aaron doesn't buy enough distance, and he's going to go down to that. Didn't even bother using the barrier. But at least for NGX, they were able to trade an objective back. So not all is lost. And RQ will not be stopped. Exo getting out of that. Oh boy, Joshi showing now with the cease and desist, and Hyde is just gonna flash Showstopper, and Joshi will respond with his own flash, giving Demon Kai another kill into Exo.
What a smart move. You see that Joshi didn't aim directly at the Galu with the cease and desist so that he could basically land that knock-up still and have still secured the kill upon Exo. So this game, we just see Exo just completely being punished for every single move he tries to make. But RQ, the only thing that they've garnered out of that is that Herald that they're still holding on to. Oh, that dive! Perfectly set 1v1.
Perfect. As best as Chammy could have done it. But he just still gave his life away, but that's what he was looking for. And RQ looking for Aaron. It's not going to be easy though. Aaron does get the slow, speeds himself up, Transcendence Embrace used as well as Exo cuts off the escape route and give Chaz an easy kill. But Joshi, he shows up. Unfortunately, there's no backup around for NGX.
Yeah, even Draw is slightly away from the range where he could basically give a little bit more help. So far, I think like the game plan here is quite simple for Enigma Galaxy. Continue on with pickoffs that we've seen so far, and whenever the Vi or even Vayne gets into trouble, you just have to pop the wall growth, and they should at least have enough time to draw out that fight completely. So far, Enigma Galaxy has been aggressive on majority of their approach, just hitting on all fronts. Like, I've never expected them to challenge members of RQ just by the pit of the Herald, while they still sent Joshi to do exactly what he did to secure that Drake. So, and that could have actually profited if they managed to get pickoffs against RQ. They don't even need that Herald to be dropped right over the mid side, and they will continue to press on. Aaron now has to face Chaz that's on his way.
Thanks to the final spark, RQ protects that bot tier 2, and they will also summon the Herald in the top, in the Baron lane. And that's what the Vibe pick is for, right? I think NGX were being really proactive with it, and that did give them a lot of space, and they are constantly buying time for Demon Kai to come online. This guy is 2-0 so far, highest net worth in the game. Well, actually same as Helios, but when you compare that value, you definitely would favor Demon Kai a bit more, especially when he has draw with him, you know, who has the Ardent Sensor in the inventory.
Yeah, and I would absolutely agree that a lot of all these high, huge value item pickups is going to be helping them a lot. Now, look at that draw. Gets himself that, what do you call it?
The Veil Enchantment, right?
Verdensville? Yeah. Probably.
I feel like Verdensville is... I think you're looking at TFT.
Yeah.
But
we've been playing too much TFT.
It's the Veil Enchantment.
Veil
You're
Enchantment.
right, you're right. I mean, Verdensville sounds nice.
Yeah.
It's still a Veil.
Okay. This is nicer, though.
Flash kick. Aaron, he's gone.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
But not for NGX
Yeah,
Aaron.
NGX Aaron.
Yep.
He's gone.
So for, yeah, back towards what I was trying to point out. So huge power spikes on the side of Enigma Galaxy, but yet again, they're honestly not doing too much with it. Like, at this point in time, they can press on. They can try to look for those big pickups. Tammy Nat needs to work alongside Joshi a little bit more, where he's been pulling all these strings alone, or maybe with the help of Draw as well as Demon Kite. But with RQ moving around the map, they're not really taking as much risk as they intend to. And that's absolutely fine for now. They have the Herald available, and RQ choose to respond in a different manner, sending 3 members downward bottom side, or to say 2. So NGX walks away scot-free and gets himself a freebie.
Yeah. And now they're looking to take down the top lane. Joshi just make contact. Oh, Marky. Yeah, almost got bot mid-air. Well, RQ, they would just, you know, push the bottom tier 2.
Felt like a scene in the Matrix, right? Like, you just dodged it completely. But I think we've seen this before coming out of Enigma Galaxy in the first game. Just respond in kind, get 2 turrets in a row if you can. High no, drop low.
He's willing to fight this. And High, yeah, he is going to be sacrificed to the Lamb. Uses the showstopper, and Demon Kite finds another kill. While all of that was happening, RQ is just shoving in all of the way, so...
Just playing the map so well.
Chammy, he's looking for something. Hey, misses the slice and dice. That should keep Marky safe.
Yeah, but there's still a dragon at stake though. Joshi now getting blasted by the final spark. That shove coming out of Helios was so efficient. Now they still have things here to progress, as they may have actually need to let go one of these priorities here. Dragon attempted by Chaz, and NGX got to be quick on their feet.
But Joshi's not around, so I don't think he can do this. This dragon will be given over to RRQ, and it's all thanks to those preemptive setups in the side lanes, and making sure that NGX didn't get, were not able to, you know, find anything meaningful.
Not at all. Enigma Galaxy starting to lose their steam here. RQ comes up ahead in the gold charts, and probably the first time in this round 3 matchup here, stabilizing it. We've already seen some defensive builds coming out of High, having that Rebel West working onto a Divine Sweeper as well. Meanwhile, EXO also stacking a whole lot of armory here. Expect them to all have the upgraded boots to go along with it. Quickly clears it off. There's still the Herald to worry about, but it won't take it down.
EXO flash taunt. That is the good target that they were looking for. Aaron didn't even get a chance to play that fight. Of course, EXO not able to survive. Goes down to Demon Kai. Chammy, he's in the midst with the season desist. Oh, a face breaker onto the entirety of NGX, but watch out for Demon Kai. Woo! That is the guy that's gonna pop off, and Demon Kai has found a triple for himself. Helios, he should be able to get away, but NGX finds a big fight.
My goodness me, that was the pop-off moment for Enigma Galaxy, and this is the battle pick out of the vein. And surprise, surprise, they're knocking down the doors of the Kings. Well, they got 2 turrets out of that, and of course, all 4 kills to go along with it. Demon Kite, he's just getting started from here. 6 kills already. And this guy is just insane. Could possibly match up to even the best Vayne players out there in the server.
Yeah, and I mean, we see RRQ force this engage, and I think, you know, it's very well telegraphed, but just look at where Demon Kite was the entire fight. Untouched by the members of NGX.
And they just have too much to worry about. And RRQ, they are just trying to form a wall to hold them all the way back. But yet again, like, so long as the rest of MGX keeps them company, their health bars will just absolutely melt. Doesn't matter whatever armor you build, she's gonna take it off because she deals percentage damage.
And they are trying to chase down Marky. So EXO will use himself as a body, but look at Demon Kite. This Vayne is huge, and he gets a double legendary Vayne on the board, and NGX turns their attention over to Baron.
It's like you don't even need that wild growth from that point onwards. That Whimsy's just gonna help her just lob all these bolts all the way down.
Can Chaz do this?
They still have him around. I don't think he can get anywhere close by though. Nigma Galaxy should secure it.
Even Chaz will not find a way in this time. Nigma Galaxy, full control of game 3. A Baron buff taken 13 minutes and 40 seconds in.
My goodness. Can we get more Vayne games like this? I think like RQ have just found a new problem, which they don't have solutions for at the moment. And the only guy that could get anywhere close to Demon Kite has got to be Chaz. He doesn't even have any sort of items to even go near to that Guardian Angel field to be extremely safe from it. Probably pop the Hourglass. That's just the best scenario overall. But you would expect retaliation from the rest of Nigma Galaxy, and that's definitely no good. Like, who else can follow up other than that? Exosin? Sure.
It has to be EXO and Chaz. I think that is their best means of engaging, but even then you have the Veil enchantment from Draw, right? He's just going to keep safe. Look at this! He gets the Condemn Orb into a Wild Growth knockup, and Chaz is forced to use his Stasis. And yeah, well,
even under the turret? Come on, you gotta be kidding me.
And Hai doesn't even get to use that Haymaker thanks to the Whimsy. NGX are knocking on the doors of RRQ. And for once we see NGX having, not just having control, but at the verge of winning a game. And what else does RRQ have? NGX straight into the base. They want to find the closure to this game number 3. They just gotta play it slow and steady. No rush at all for NGX. Systematically dismantling all of the structures.
And one after another, they fall like dominoes, and Demon Kite just goes where he pleases. Whenever that Whimsy's up, he's just gonna charge. Looking for Marky, but of course, taking down the turret first and foremost. RQ with their last line of defense, trying to hold them all the way back. And Nigma Galaxy has gotten all that they wanted. Now, Infernal Drake up for grabs. Aaron's got himself that Rabadon, while RQ don't really seem to have any answers to what's really going on.
Yep. Seemingly an unlosable game right now for NGX. It is theirs to lose. And NGX will get this dragon for free. RRQ have to deal with super minions in all lanes. They don't necessarily have the best draft to handle those side lanes. I think that is something that NGX is going to take advantage of.
What I expect is for them to just charge in. Look at her, Demon Kite. He's already got the Guardian Angel, so he's about to pop off.
Stasis used on Marky to avoid the cease and desist, but that's just going to make him a sitting duck for Demon Kite, who is legendary. 9-0, RRQ, last line of defense. But NGX, they will do exactly what RRQ did with the Eyes of the Prize, and Hai would just buy a bit of time with Vexo, coming in with the Guardian, with the hero's entrance, but it's just Demon Kite getting another kill on the board, and this guy is flawless on the Vayne. NGX will respond in kind. Game number 3 going over to Nigma Galaxy.
Probably the best Vayne game we've ever seen in our lives thus far. Well, at least for me, because this guy is just untouchable. So far, nobody has been able to stop him, even in that early game. And you got to also credit Joshi throughout the course of the match because he sets it up so well for the entirety of the team to be up ahead and you just have this running vein, just going on turbo mode, just charging down, and there's just no fight. Even when you have Renekton and Elysian, none of them came close.
When you have a Vayne running into your team, that's how you know that things have gone horribly wrong. But for NGX, just like you said, it's all about how Joshi is playing so active, right? And that's something we did discuss at the start of the game, where this draft allows NGX to be active early on, and that in turn buys time for Demon Kai. This is kind of the first inkling that we see Demon Kai pop off.
Yeah, and she managed to secure a triple, and on the far end, you saw EXO was one tick of health bar. I believe that might just be a static shive that actually take them
I
off.
think Shelly beat him to death.
Did he?
Yeah, I feel like that's
maybe
because Demon Kai didn't have a shift. Either way,
you're right. You're absolutely
from
right.
that point onwards, it didn't matter, right? I mean, look at this guy.
Quite an unfortunate way to go, but from this point onwards, like you said, no stopping them. Enigma Galaxy had 3 Guardians Angels as well, even if RQ wants to commit into that team fight. This is the first time that we're seeing RQ trying out the Lux Galu combo that didn't really work efficiently. And Demon Kite absolutely dismantled his bottom lane along with Draw as well as Joshi. So you see most of the inflated KDAs on all 3 of these members. Like Aaron as well as Chami, they're just chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling. I mean, Aaron and Draw, all they do, they throw shoes. They throw shoes on the rest of the team, and they make sure that Demon Kite doesn't go down. I think RQ did have a good idea, or at least they were taking initiative to try and get to Demon Kite, but there's so much to worry about, right? This is kind of like Game 5 yesterday, where Enigma Galaxy had a trap. They want to get straight to the backline and finish off that one core member, but Enigma Galaxy were prepared for this. If you try to dive for Demon Kite, Chami and Joshi dives Marky, and you kind of get the same result, for NGX. And for once, we see it almost platted fully in blue on that graph, and Enigma Galaxy didn't let go this time.
Yeah, not at all. As we hit into the end game scenario with inflated numbers for Enigma Galaxy, finally finding their opening game, and they've secured themselves the first point. Now it's all about getting even as we hit into Game 4, but they're not kidding when they tell everybody out there, we got some special surprise for you, and I think finally that's just one out of the many.
Yeah.
So Enigma Galaxy, give us more. We need more of this.
There's one more hint that I'm going to get to in a bit, but before that, we have to thank our friends and partners over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming for making this a reality. When winning matters, that's where we have them, providing a platform for all of the players to showcase their skills. We also want to thank Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast. Game 2 it was Helios, Game 3 it was Demon Kite, so check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, and do remember to join our Discord channel with the link discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And now back to the hint. Yesterday, TG said that they have some surprises for us. They have more surprises aside from the Draven. He also hinted that he didn't want to show Chami's full champion pool, so maybe there's something left for Chami in the upcoming Game 4. We'll just have to see if that's going to be the case, because if anything, NGX, we need to keep bringing out the surprises to have a chance to catch RQ off guard. We're just going to go for a short break, and we will return for game number 4 in this exciting best of 7 between RRQ and NGX.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
With it. So far, he's not being deterred, but here comes Yoshi.
A good flash condemned to a cease and desist, and this should be first blood going over to NGX again. We might see the early skirmish though. A Vault Breaker instantly blindly into the brush to force Chaz away, and EXO, he will be surrendered. NGX are not done just yet. It's all about getting rid of Chaz, and Chaz will just take a big punch in the face, and Marky also goes down. NGX
going down while we have Joshi trying to solo the Drake all by himself. They're still challenging though.
Hero's Embrace is coming from EXO, and the flash from Aaron doesn't buy enough distance, and he's going to go down. EXO getting out of that. Oh boy, Joshi showing now with a cease and desist, and High is just gonna flash, showstopper, and Joshi will respond with his own flash, giving Demon Kai another kill attack.
The only thing that they've garnered out of that is that Herald that they're still holding on to. Oh, that dive! Perfectly set 1v1.
Looking for Aaron. It's not going to be easy though. Aaron does get the slow, speeds himself up, Transcendence Embrace used as well as Exo cuts off the escape route and give Chaz an easy kill. But the Veil sounds nice.
Yeah.
It's still a Veil.
Okay. This is nicer though.
Flash kick. Yeah, Aaron, he's gone.
The Galaxy in the first game. Just respond in kind. Get 2 turrets in a row if you can. High though. Dropping low.
He's willing to fight this. And High, yeah, he is going to be sacrificed to the Lamb. Uses the showstopper and Demon
To go along with it. Quickly clears it off. There's still the Herald to worry about, but it won't take it down.
Exo flash taunt. That is the good target that they were looking for. Aaron didn't even get a chance to play that fight. Of course, Exo not able to survive. Goes down to Demon Kai. Chammy, he's in the midst with the season desist. Oh, a face breaker onto the entirety of NGX, but watch out for Demon Kai. Woo! That is the guy that's gonna pop off. And Demon, and they are trying to chase down Marky. So Exo will use himself as a body, but look at Demon Kai. This vein is huge, and he gets a double. And yeah, well.
Even on the turret? Come on, you gotta be kidding me.
And High doesn't even get.
Look at her, Demon Kai. He's already got the Guardian Angel, so he's about to pop off.
Stasis used on Marky to avoid the cease and desist, but that's just gonna make him a sitting duck for Demon Kai, who is. But NGX, they will do exactly what RQ did with the eyes of the prize, and High would just buy a bit of time if Exo coming in with the Guardian, with the hero's entrance, but it's just Demon Kai getting another kill on the board, and this guy is flawless on the vein. NGX
with it. So far, he's not being deterred, but here comes Yoshi.
A good flash condemned to a cease and desist, and this should be first blood going over to NGX again. We might see the early skirmish though. A Vault Breaker instantly blindly into the brush to force Chaz away, and Exo, he will be surrendered. NGX had not done just yet. It's all about getting rid of Chaz, and Chaz will just take a big punch in the face, and Marky also goes down. NGX
going down while we have Yoshi trying to solo the Drake all by himself. Instead of the Embrace, they're still challenging though.
Hero's Embrace is coming from Exo, and the flash from Aaron doesn't buy enough distance, and he's going to go down. Exo getting out of that. Oh boy, Yoshi showing now with a cease and desist, and High is just gonna flash, showstopper, and Yoshi will respond with his own flash, giving Demon Kai another kill attack.
The only thing that they've garnered out of that is that Herald that they're still holding on to. Oh, that dive! Perfectly set 1v1.
Looking for Aaron. It's not going to be easy though. Aaron does get the slow, speeds himself up, Transcendence Embrace used as well as Exo cuts off the escape route and give Chaz an easy kill. But the Veil sounds nice.
Yeah.
It's still a Veil.
Okay. This is nicer though.
Flash kick. Yeah, Aaron, he's gone.
The Galaxy in the first game. Just respond in kind. Get 2 turrets in a row if you can.
Let doubters be damned because NGX just got the first game. I say it as if they won the whole thing, but evidently we still have a long best of 7 that is happening right now. Nigma Galaxy haven't tied it up yet, but they are one step closer to doing so. My name is Husky, alongside Contra, who obviously voted against me. Our friends over at the Barca side also voted against me, so I'm all for the NGX hype train.
I will be on the hype train with you, but we have to settle our own score. And I need to win this one, right?
This is for you, TG. I'm voting for you. Please, please win the game.
TG, I still love you guys. Like, don't count me out just yet, because yeah, I might be on Kaigu's side for now. But hey, you can't blame me for voting RQ. Like, they look clean, at least for the first. Okay, first game wasn't too clean. Game 2, that was great.
Yeah.
Game 3, when you have a Vayne running directly at all the frontliners. Oh boy.
Alright, RQ supporters in the chat, just I want you guys to take a good look at him, because he's obviously not fully supporting RQ. You know, he's talking about NGX.
I love the game. I love beautiful plays, and I will credit anyone who does it, especially Demon Kite right here. He didn't do it alone. He has always the backing of this Lulu that turns it into a Titan, like what the other casters were calling it.
Yeah, they were saying that Demon Kai is bigger than the turret itself, which I can agree. I think Demon Kai
Turret's
is like,
even harder than the turret. Like,
yeah,
Chaz can take 5 turret hits, 5 shots from Vayne, maybe not.
He looked like the Titan from Attack on Titan. That's what Demon Kai looked like in Game 3. And I think it's completely fine because Demon Kai has finally kind of shown us what we wanted to see, right? We were kind of...
That's what I've been questioning. Like, he looks great on ADCs. We need more.
We were seeing him... We saw him on Karma, Log 6, and I think they were fantastic, but
they were okay. They were good.
Okay, I think they were great, but I just wanted to see them on traditional marksman.
Yeah.
And he has finally shown that side of him. So if there's any other surprises from NGX, I think they will continue to pull it out of the hat and make it more exciting, you know, down the road.
Yeah, like we've already seen multiple phases of what Nigma Galaxy has to offer. Sometimes it's all about Tammy over in the Baron lane and Joshi popping up whenever he does get a comfortable pick. We've seen Aaron doing a lot of flat plays. Draw has his golden moments too. It's great that we finally see, like, this is just the most outstanding game that we have gotten overall coming out from Dim and Kite. Though he did have other games that he did do well on, but this itself is possibly the pinnacle of his success.
Yeah, and after a heartbreak in game 1, I think this is a good morale boost, right? It's a good way to revitalize your team confidence. So we see Nigma Galaxy back on that red side, just like in game 1. We'll see how RRQ deals with this though, because in the previous game, RRQ, they did get a lot of that comfort picks. They got the Exo Galio, Helios Lucian, Chaz Lee Sin, all of that completely shut down by Nigma Galaxy's response. So I want to see how RRQ now adjusts to NGX.
Yeah, and this time RRQ returns into the blue, where sure, game 1, they did get the win, but not without having a lot of casualties involved in the early game. So things are going to look a little bit more chaotic, I do believe, coming into this fight, because Nigma Galaxy probably won't allow them to have another Kassadin in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely not. And I think Nigma Galaxy, though I have a feeling that Nigma Galaxy, even though might consider the Kassadin ban, it's not necessarily prior on that list, right? We have seen Nigma Galaxy let that champion through on that red side a lot of times, and so far the only time that Kassadin has been banned when these two teams meet each other was by RRQ. So I think you brought up a great point. Would Nigma Galaxy try to take the Kassadin on once more?
Yeah, I think that it's too huge of a risk, right? Like, to open it up, like, that late game insurance is just too huge of a threat for either parties to basically deal with. RQ themselves are the ones that ban it.
Yeah, and I think it kind of goes back to the fact that Nigma Galaxy are going to let it go if RQ doesn't ban it. But I was thinking, I was thinking during the break whether that ring warrants a ban. But at the end of the day, I don't think that it is kind of the be-all end-all for NGX. Just so happens that they pull it out when RQ were not expecting it and they were able to execute it. But now that RQ have seen that side of NGX, I think they will be a bit more ready to deal with whatever Nigma Galaxy has to pull out in that Dragon Lane.
I absolutely agree. And when we look at that round 3 match, it has come to a point where RQ, they cannot simply draft heavy frontliners anymore, just like how we have seen back in round 2. So they have absolutely forgot about pick out there on the table, and that's the sole reason why RQ is the one to ban on the Kassadin, so that they open up a room for Chaz to secure this Morgana pickup. And we're also seeing Aaron back on that set duty.
Yeah, and this Morgana is kind of a must take away, right? I feel like RQ, they should feel comfortable with the Morgana pick, but at the same time, they also feel compelled to take it away from Nigma Galaxy, because if not, we are going to see that Jax Morgana, River Morgana, which is now currently on RQ's side, and that itself has already given them a very strong opening duo. But Nigma Galaxy gets, the karma, which overall has worked out positively for Nigma Galaxy in most of the games that they've played it.
Indeed. So far, RQ has drafted something that's still pretty much into something comfortable, where whichever one you want to pair up against Zed, I think it's still going to be able to trade very evenly. So it's Nigma Galaxy here that's going to be on that double assassin threat against RRQ, but heading into the late game here, they might actually suffer a little bit more because of the scalability of what RQ has to offer.
Yeah. I have a very wild thought, but I'm not really sure if this far-fetched idea still applies right now. There is a chance that we see this Morgana go over to Marky, so you get the APC +1 bottom lane, so that you can still continue to flex this Riven into the jungle if needed. I think that can be an approach, but I'm not sure if RQ wants to go down that route. So I'll just assume that this Morgana is going to go into the jungle nonetheless. Nigma Galaxy on the other side, we actually are seeing the set ban, though seems like the draft has disappeared. We're going to wait for a bit of an update on what is currently going on. But so far, I am liking what I'm seeing from both sides.
Yeah, I guess that perhaps there's a pick or ban that needs to be readjusted. But of course, we'll give you more of that details real soon. But what we look at from the side of the Galaxy, the sort of game plan and playstyle would be a lot more aggressive as compared to what we've seen compared to the past game. Sure, it was a follow strat that has worked well for Enigma Galaxy. This time around, they're looking for multiple avenues, right? So when you have a double assassin setup, you always have great potential for split pushes as well. That's what the Zed generally offers to the table. If you want to demolish on that Zed, I think it's entirely doable. So
I feel like it is, but what else would you go on? That Ingenious Hunter, right? I think that would be kind of the go-to for Zed. Either that, or you can take the I don't remember what the name of that rune is. The one that gives you extra gold when you take the honey fruit.
Oh,
The
right.
honey fruit rune. The sweet tooth. There we go. There we go. The draft is back. So we're still remaining with what we've seen so far. Set and Jax ban out in the second phase.
Okay. I believe it's they might have actually missed the ban at first, or
It's a glitch in the Matrix.
a little bit of glitch in the Matrix. So everything's well sorted out. No changes necessary. Now heading into RRQ, their final ban here, it will be on to the Ziggs. Pretty interesting, as we've already seen a little bit of a mirror image of Karma.
Yeah, it's a prelude to LeBlanc getting picked up, getting released in WildRift.
I kind of wish I could play LeBlanc on WildRift, but yet again, I would possibly regret saying that because there's going to be so many LeBlanc players in WildRift.
I've actually, I remember asking some people, what do you want to see in WildRift? I think LeBlanc was one of the most popular answers because she is just one of the traditional, well, not traditional, one of the classics mage assassins that we've seen. But RRQ, they get their hands on that Ashe. That's one of the picks that they did show us yesterday. We've seen, Morgana and Lux, but the Ashe Morgana does exactly the same thing, where you have that cash potential, and when you pair that up with a Nami, it gives you an incredibly strong leading phase. That's
right. So far, we are having a lot of stability for RRQ, a lot of zone and kiting potential for Marky to be entirely safe, while Enigma Galaxy say, you know what, I'm going to ignore any form of stun. We're just going to charge straight up ahead. I think this setup here can still work well, especially when you have a double assassin that can attack from all around. So they just have to find ways to overwhelm RQ in places that they don't expect them to be. So far, especially with that Galio to also provide a little bit more counter against the Soul Shackle itself, it's going to be resulting into something that's relatively interesting. Enigma Galaxy this time puts that Olaf over Baron lane to offer the same treatment against RQ that have done that upon them when they were playing that Jax.
And they have a lot of ways to deliver the Galio into the fight, right? You have basically everyone except for Demon Kai, except for Demon Kai has the capacity to run in and get the hero's entrance in a good spot. We'll see if that is what's going to be achieved in this game for the Enigma Galaxy against RRQ. When we look at ease of execution, I definitely do think that RRQ has a easier time getting that draft going. But NGX have shown us that there are no slouches when it comes to the mechanical department, and this is one of those games that where if NGX pulls it off, we get an equalizer in this best of 7, and we set ourselves we narrow it down to a best of 3 instead.
That's right, and this is going to be rather interesting. Demon Kai has 0% of win rate on the Karma, which is why, yeah, you say that was great. Sure, he did offer a lot, but did it win that game? So
yeah, well,
I'd rather see more of that vein, honestly.
But I feel like it would be a Vayne angle if I think the Zed didn't get picked up. But then we
have a Zed?
They do. I think it was the first pick Zed, so huge priority over to NGX. But this was what we expected, right? Them to not have as good as a time as they wanted in the bottom lane, despite having that Galio Karma. But now they do force the flash over from Marky, and Marky will turn around with the exhaust to go on to draw. They also have an exhaust on their side, so it should be fine, but draw will be forced to reset early.
And you can see the bottom laners of NGX just knows when exactly to punish. The moment that EXO extends to place a ward deeper into the jungle, you see a little bit more of the pressure mounting onto Marky. No summoner spells. That also calls for Joshi to try to pay a visit. As Raw has been spotted out by the ward already. RQ should be preparing for this. Chaz slowly making a move. Headed towards the Crux. Meanwhile, mid side though, Helios now tries to answer back to the Z pickup by taking Renekton over on mid side.
Oh.
Has the barrier up as well, so it's going to be hard for Aaron to get kills out of that, especially with Dominus available.
And NGX actually secured both scuttles. Chami took the top side one. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think NGX got all the first bloods in the past 3 games, right?
Yeah. I think you're not wrong on that.
Demon Kite, Chaz flash, binding. He's right on the mark, and of course Marky will claim that first blood.
This time around, of course, turning the course around, RRQ is the one that will be able to seek themselves that first blood. And it's important for them to have to.
Aaron is going to get this for sure. Hype will pop. Aaron gets a good kill. And we see that lane swap coming out instantly, right? Aaron gets a kill up top. Chami is already down mid.
A great lane swap overall. Let's take a look at what happened down the bottom side again. Chaz has been able to land a perfect dot binding. Just having the wards being placed over on the bottom side of Rush.
Yeah.
This is what the players really have to look out for when it comes down to finding a competitive setting.
I just like it when you can buffer your skill shots, right? It's it's something that does increase the odds of it landing. NGX, I think they wanted to make a move up top, but unfortunately RQ had eyes on them, so that will not happen. But I want to see how Draw and Demon Kite contributes to those objective fights later on, because I think so far NGX are in a spot that they want to be. Demon Kite going down isn't necessarily the biggest loss to them, but Marky coming online early could be an issue.
Yeah, I do foresee that RQ have an ease of access into either side of the objectives due to the fact that they have so many tools for engagements, even if they want to retaliate. So RQ needs to always be the one that makes the first move if they want to seek rewards out of that. RQ constantly shoves the waves against Enigma Galaxy in the hopes that Joshi will come in. Does force a flash out of Exorcism, but not too much to be rewarded for that effort.
Yeah, Draw also uses a flash to go for the engage, but you see Marky with the blessing of Exos, it's very hard to kind of walk in. It's impossible to walk into this Ashe.
Yeah, it's extremely hard. And back to the Vayne conversation, this is also a very bad matchup, which is why you won't see that potentially being picked against an Ashe. It's just much tougher for them to navigate their early game too late. It's getting absolutely kited 15 seconds and less. It's going to be a little bit of a rift break, what our friend called it. So
yeah, rift break, yeah.
Let's see who gets what at the end of that. As the 5-minute mark approaches, we're seeing a couple of first items now being purchased. Storm Razor should be pretty huge on this Ashe.
It is. It is. It's incredibly oppressive. And of course, what the Ashe provides is definitely good vision. The arrow only landing onto Draw, and he's fine with absorbing it. Most of the times we see both teams trading objectives, but this is one of the few times where we're seeing both RQ and NGX trying to contest this, but those long-range pokes coming up from NGX is going to stop RQ from getting close to this dragon, and I think NGX should have this in the back. Joshi will get the smite off, and RQ, they haven't even gone onto the Herald yet, so this could give NGX an incentive to contest them. We'll see how this pans out.
Yeah, still has another charge of the smite for Joshi as well. So there is high opportunities here for Enigma Galaxy to do something about it. Mark doesn't have all title win hits.
And this could be a Ragnarok pop by Chami. Immediately, Joshi steals it away. And Chami just runs through the ranks of our RQ, getting 2 kills for Joshi. Chaz just flash away. Helios has the dominance and the flash. Goes forward with stun now, full combo onto Joshi, who doesn't have to leave, and he goes down. It's going to be a 3-4-3 trade. And then GX, though, do get the objective.
It still works out at the very end. Enigma Galaxy has Chami needing to defend the turret, while RQ though it was a lost cause in terms of securing that, he managed to take one more out here.
That is a lot of damage coming out from Marky and EXO, but thankfully Draw is there to help out. He will also be able to get out of the way.
And all thanks to Draw, coming with a perfectly timed Hero's entrance. And that allows the exit of Aaron not needing to burn that flash, so he could also get out of it. Marky needed a little bit more range from his Enchanted Crystal Arrow to stun him a little bit longer. Now that the Herald's down, turret goes off. So far, only one turret being secured by Wikaxi's side, being the very first one as well. As we see in this fight itself, you could have spotted that Chami opens up the Ragnarok just perfectly in time, not being affected by any of these crowd control. Chaz was trying to get a little bit more spacing for himself, but couldn't stand a chance against the surrounding pressure that Wikaxi had been able to put through, and just have to give way.
Well, small leads for NGX. It's very minor so far. In terms of turrets, only, just one mid lane tier 1, but that's the turret that NGX have had a hard time taking down throughout the course of the series. And finally, they found this early crack, and we see Draw now being able to make more active movements to join Chami in that side lane and kind of help NGX facilitate that side lane pressure, right? That's what RQ has been really good at, especially when they pick this Renekton and Riven together. You have to always be ready for them to control those side waves, and NGX now have an answer to it.
That's right, and NGX, as they skill into the late game here, somebody still has to find ways to stop this Olaf, where he's just gonna get harder to deal with if he ever builds a Death Dance. It's still gonna take a while before he gets there. Still need that Sun Road to be up online. So for the moment, it's just Hyde as well as Healers trying to just hold it back. Speaking of Hyde though, oh goodness gracious. I guess he's thankful that there's a nerf on that isolation.
Yeah, 10%.
It could have been worse.
It could have been infinitely worse.
Yeah, I felt like my games felt better when the enemy side holds the Kha'Zix. I still get to have a little bit of fear that he gets taste.
Yeah, I mean, he still retains his strength, right? But
yeah,
just a bit of a damage drop-off. It's not necessarily the biggest thing. The Hyde just getting infinitely pressured. The tidal wave is so preemptive, but it does dissuade NGX from going for any sort of dive.
Oh.
You see an attempt engaged on the Demon Kite that didn't work out.
Demon Kite trying to find a little bit of avenues, but gotta still respect what Hyde could possibly bring to the table. Next Herald coming up, while RQ, majority of their members need to relocate swiftly, as Yoshi is already prepared, hanging out by the Pixel Brush. Yeah. So far, things have been looking good for Wikaxi. Only with very slightly Helios here to try to attempt something, but he's caught in between.
And then there's a taunt, Draw and Chami, keeping him at bay. Set the Black Shield and Gargo on, and the re-engage coming in from RQ. They blow up Aaron! They didn't even get to use the death mark, but they did lose Hyde. And NGX getting a good trade, and the Herald didn't want to go forward though. Look at the poke, it's incredible. EXO barely staying alive. Draw! Oh, he's a bit too far. He's a bit too deep. And he's going to get punished by RRQ.
A little bit of disconnect out of the comms out there where Draw went in all alone. He didn't really judge the HP bars of his teammates as well, since he's so far away. He could scroll all the way up into his phone to see it. But all in all, I think it was an interesting attempt out of RQ. They managed to immediately single out Aaron, not having him to pull a threat towards his backline, because that could have actually turned really sour for RQ. And Joshi now diving hit first. He's just gonna contest. He's not gonna waste any time. Take that tower if you want. Still have the Aaron to deal with it.
And the arrow just missing by a mile. Helios couldn't really stand up to Aaron. All things considered, Joshi is just being incredibly aggressive onto Chaz, who has the shackles, but he missed the binding. And of course, Joshi will not be able to catch up to him. it does allow the rest of NGX to take control of this bot tier 1.
Redemption. Just gonna peel off a little bit of that wave. RQ still keeps it steady. And I think what RQ did really well throughout the course of the game is to keep their structures intact for most part. As much as Enigma Galaxy was trying to look for pickoffs, some of the units are just too tanky to deal with. They buy enough time and look quickly. They responded with flashes to take onto Aaron where he couldn't even afford to use either Deathmark or even the flash. And the NGX at least have the clarity of mind to just focus on the objective instead. Like, they could still exit if they need to. But instead, I guess draw, pull up a little bit oopsie, forgivable.
Yeah, and I mean, Aaron got hit by the binding, and he didn't have Zhonya's at that time. The arrow again missing, and Hyde just not having a good time defending that side lane. NGX finally cracks that structure after multiple attempts. And they're going to continue doing so by setting down members. They know that there's no presence of the Ash Arrow, so they will allow Shelly to at least get one charge off. You see RQ landing the binding. Hyde looking for a knockout. The Transcendence Embrace hitting onto all 4 of them. Aaron just dipping in and out with the Death Mark. No kills for NGX, and they are going to get out of here.
Yeah, but the pokes are immense. Oh my goodness, those Void Spike absolutely hurts. So far, RQ still holding strong. They have gotten a little bit of hits on the turret, but they have the same mindset into this matchup. They want to just go on a full swing of a 5 versus 5. If you were to have members separated, you're just going to deal with the wrath of Joshi as well as Aaron. These two assassins already dishing out significant damage throughout the course of the battle. And we would see Aaron challenging a Renekton 1 versus 1, and still not only walks out with majority of his health bar still intact, but most often than not, as much as he doesn't take down Helios in a go, it will just leave him to dangerous health bars, 1 out of 4, a quarter of the HP left.
Wonder what Aaron is going to go for his 4th item, because we know. I remember when Helios was playing a Zed in the WCSC finals, he would go for the Triforce as that 4th item. It does give him that base stat. We just neglecting the mana that is considered an extra. But at the same time, Aaron probably would need that Hourglass just so you don't get caught by a stray binding. That's what got him killed, and that's what can get him killed in a lot of these fights. All things considered, RQ are not too far behind. Only a minor 1,000 gold disadvantage, easily flipped with one good fight.
Absolutely. And RQ just needing all these items to be up online. Now that there is a Death Dance on this Renekton, I don't think that he's going to be approached by the Zed anytime soon, right? And he's not going to be all too worried if it ever happens again. Execution is calling also being purchased so that he can also deal with Jammy if ever the occasion calls for it. Dragon's still unavailable, so they're just going to have a little bit of dance hanging around over the mid side. But look at the rest of NGX cutting into the jungle here. Not too much of a control ward or a vision setup coming into the jungle, but oh boy, Hero's entrance.
Binding ready miss. Chaz was able forced to flash away, but Joshi, I think he had to trade his stasis in return alongside the Hero's entrance. So again, right, NGX have multiple ways to deliver the Galio into the fight, but now without the Hero's entrance, NGX will be a bit more reluctant to take the initiative. It was a good attempt nonetheless. You get the sum out of Chaz, and you give yourself a bit more breathing space.
That's right. Still pretty close for either side. 2,000. There's too many of all these sort of shenanigans where they do try to pull through. But 20 seconds, the real brawl will start. And we have a little bit of a warren setup coming out of Enigma Galaxy. Not too much has been seen from inside of RQ, where they're still trying to force NGX members to stay all the way back.
Yeah. They will not have the Hero's entrance for a while, but they should be able to buy enough time for it to come back online. You see how aggressive they are, posturing themselves forward. They're shoving that mid wave in. They're poking and prodding with the inner flame, with the evolved voice spikes. Arrow comes in only on the Chammy though. That's not the target that you want to go for. And RRQ, they're spoiled for options. NGX pull the trigger straight into the back line. Joshi has the GA, so he's willing to give his life away to get rid of Exo. Marky is next on the chopping block, and Aaron will take care of that. Joshi somehow slips away with the ultimate, and NGX should have this fight in the back. Helios will not stand. Chammy picks up the third, and RRQ are sent with the tails between their legs.
My goodness me, Joshi was supposed to go down. How did he survive? We gotta take a look at that yet again, as we have majority of members of Enigma Galaxy approaching Baron. There's only 2 members left. There's nothing much that they can do. Taz tried to sneak his way to secure himself that Drake, but look at this. They charge right in. Hyde was supposed to deal with him where he still had the Guardian Angel. Sure, by enough time, but everyone went on a separate affair of battles where all the way to the back, you see Hyde dealing with 3 members of Enigma Galaxy that has overwhelmed him, where he had to find ways to retreat. Meanwhile, squish your units just had to falter, and it took a while for them to actually get the Dragon. But Baron, definitely more important for Enigma Galaxy to try to close this game off.
Chaz getting the scrap, probably the best that he could have, gotten for himself out of that situation. I mean, NGX, we kind of foreshadowed this draft, right? Where, yeah, RRQ you can run in, but NGX have ways to access your backline, and we saw that in full force. Aaron and Chammy running straight in, Tidal Wave completely missing alongside the arrow. So RRQ will not be able to catch NGX, and this Baron buff will stay active.
Yeah. And for Enigma Galaxy, they just gotta make good use of it, especially now with a little bit of a split push coming out of Aaron. He's just gonna be keeping himself over on a bomb wave. Still the one to crash right in, so long as they pull more attention coming out of RRQ members out there. I would say that sort of attempt was already botched the moment that Marky came in with a close range arrow that didn't really hinder them all too much. And it's just getting more and more problematic where all these crowd control mean nothing at all to Enigma Galaxy.
And it would not be easy, right? You have to find isolated NGX players with the Baron buff, but that is not going to be the case. That mid inhibitor is going to go down. Marky just misses a point blank arrow. And that means NGX can now do whatever they want. RRQ have no way to stop it.
They just basically take every single crop on the field. Now, already tinges of damage being dropped onto the Nexus, 50% left.
All 3 lanes are down.
Just got to find an ace. Sounded easy, but not even close.
And NGX, they will just go for the reset. 1 more minute until the Elder Drake spawns. NGX in a very comfortable spot, just like game number 3 where they took down all the inhibitor turrets and they make the game theirs. And it really comes down to this. Chaz has to, again, pull off a miracle.
Okay, I have a theory right here. Enigma Galaxy, they'll send 1 member all the way to the back line, try to find a way into the Nexus while they basically attempt on this Elder Drake. So RQ, they can't afford to send everybody into the pit. Instead, they're going for pickoffs.
And they're going for high. Joshi with the Void Assault, he's just going to dip in and out of shadows. They're going to deliver draw in as well. Aaron getting control, but he has to stasis, and draw will put his body in front and separate the battle lines. Marky and Exo are already out. Chaz to follow. Chammy with a double, and NGX are looking for the equalizer. This series has just gotten interesting. It will be a 2-for-2 score at the end of game number 4, and we have whittled it down to a best of 3. NGX still striking hard.
Enigma Galaxy coming back with a 2 back-to-back win, consecutively doing it in a clean manner. This time, looking relatively calm and collected on how they have been able to navigate through those sort of team fights. And honestly, from RQ's side, Marky, the arrows didn't really land on the board this time.
Yeah, not on the mark. No, a lot of those arrows.
Ouch.
Actually, I didn't thought of that, but thank you very much. Unfortunately, he wasn't landing the arrows that he was doing yesterday. We saw a couple of global arrows that he was trying to send to facilitate those side lanes, but those didn't end up well either. For NGX, just like you mentioned, 2 clean games in a row, and this is basically a great recovery for the team.
And my, RRQ, I guess they have a few things that they wanted to actually get, but when you're playing a Morgana, what counters you best? Chammy's very own Olaf has done quite significant damage in majority of all these battles. All they have to do, Enigma Galaxy, they don't have to basically take different fights at a time. They just basically have the whole death ball rolling through, and they'll eventually be able to find something. There's only this moment where we saw Draw came in with a little bit more of a botched up fight, but this itself, the game-winning fight, we see, well, this wasn't the last fight, but we have Joshi, who had Guardian's Angel available, and out of that, he still managed to leap off and survive, while Chami was the cleanup crew that will be able to secure that killing spree and, of course, get themselves that Baron to close up the game.
I think that definitely can be categorized as a game-winning fight, right? Because after that, it was Baron and all 3 inhibitor turrets, and eventually the win. The kill counts definitely don't show us how exhilarating that match was, but Enigma Galaxy came in as clean as they possibly could. And this time we saw how they dealt with the Chaz, Helios, and high combination. And that was something that RQ showed yesterday that completely demolished Enigma Galaxy. And this time, Enigma Galaxy found not only the priority in that pick, but also found a good solution in how to shut down this attempt from RQ. They prioritized the Zed, they last picked the Olaf into that Baron lane, and it worked out well.
Indeed, and it worked out exceptionally well. He is probably the MVP of this matchup, as we've already seen how much he have contributed when it comes down to the numbers in those team fights. And not only that, he was unhindered throughout the course of his mission on the laning phase.
Oh yeah.
All you have to do, stay safe. Like, Olafs sometimes get a little bit too greedy, right? So I guess, like, at this moment, they are basically on the right track.
And, well, we definitely, do appreciate seeing Enigma Galaxy coming back and making this interesting. We are also on the right track because of our friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they've been a huge contributor to our journey here and giving everyone a platform to showcase what they are made of. So we are very grateful to these guys. But we also want to thank our partners over at Monster Energy for allowing everyone to unleash the beast. So do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And for you guys out there, join our Discord channel at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And just share your thoughts on everything about SPS. Now it boils down to a best of 3. And both teams tied 2-2. This is the best of 7 that we are looking out for. I'm excited for Game 5 to kick off. But you all gotta hold your horses because we will call for a short break. And we'll come back for Game number 5 between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Yeah, I think you're not wrong on that.
Demon Kite, Chaz, Flash, Binding. Just right on the mark.
It's important for them to have no.
Aaron is gonna get this for sure. High will pop.
So there is high opportunities here for Enigma Galaxy to do something about it. Mark doesn't have all title win hits.
And this could be a Ragnarok pop by Chami. Immediately, Justy steals it away. And Chami just runs through the ranks of RRQ, getting 2 kills for Justy. Chaz just flash away. Helios has the dominance and the flash. Goes forward with stun off full combo onto Justy, who doesn't have to leave, and he goes down.
Slightly Helios here to try to attempt something, but he's caught in between.
And then there's a taunt draw in Chami, keeping him at bay. Set the Black Shield and Gargo on, and the re-engage coming in from RRQ. They blow up Aaron. They didn't get to use the death mark, but they did lose high. And then GX getting a good trade, and the Herald didn't want to go forward though. Look at the poke, it's incredible. Exo barely staying alive. Draw. Oh, he's a bit too far. He's a bit too deep. And he's going to get punished by RRQ.
A little bit of discount
You want to go for, and RRQ. They're spoiled for options, and GX pull the trigger straight into the back line. Joshi has the GA, so he's willing to give his life away to get rid of Exo. Marky is next on the chopping block, and Aaron will take care of that. Joshi somehow slips away with the ultimate, and NGX should have this fight in the back. Helios will not stand. Chami picks up the third.
Everybody into the pit. Instead, they're going for pickoffs.
And they're going for high. Joshi with the Void Assault, he's just going to dip in and out of shadows. They're going to deliver draw in as well. Aaron getting control, but he has to stasis, and draw will put his body in front and separate the battle lines. Marky and Exo are already out. Chaz to follow. Chami with a double, and NGX are looking for the equalizer. This series has just gotten interesting. It will be a 2-for-2 score at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're not wrong on that.
Demon Kite, Chaz, Flash, Binding. Just right on the mark.
It's important for them to have to.
Aaron is gonna get this for sure. High will pop.
So there is high opportunities here for Nickel Galaxy to do something about it. Mark doesn't have the all-time hits.
And this could be a Ragnarok pop by Chami. Immediately, Justy steals it away. And Chami just runs through the ranks of RRQ, getting 2 kills for Justy. Chaz just flash away. Helios has the dominance and the flash. Goes forward with stun off full combo onto Justy, who doesn't have to leave, and he goes down.
Slightly Helios here to try to attempt something, but he's caught in between.
And then there's a taunt draw and Chami, keeping him at bay. Set the black shield and Gargo on him. The re-engage coming in from RRQ. They blow up Aaron. They didn't even get to use the death mark, but they did lose high. And then GX getting a good trade, and the Herald didn't want to go forward though. Look at the poke, it's incredible. EXO barely staying alive. Draw. Oh, he's a bit too far. He's a bit too deep. And he's going to get punished by RRQ.
A little bit of discount.
Do you want to go for an RRQ? Yes, spoil for options, and GX pull the trigger straight into the backline. Justy has the GA, so he's willing to give his life away to get rid of EXO. Marky is next on the chopping block, and Aaron will take care of that. Justy somehow slips away with the ultimate, and NGX should have this fight in the back. Helios will not stand. Chami picks up the third.
Everybody into the pit. Instead, they're going for pickoffs.
And they're going for high. Justy with the Void Assault, he's just going to dip in and out of shadows. They're going to deliver draw in as well. Aaron getting control, but he has to stasis, and draw will put his body in front and separate the battle lines. Marky and EXO are already out. Buckle up, Buttercups. It's a best of 3, well, a best of 3 and a best of 7 between Nigma Galaxy and RRQ. The score right now is 2-2, and the first to reach 4 wins, obviously. And this is the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals playoffs. Grand Finals. My name is Husky alongside Contra, and just like RRQ and NGX, we're also locked in a best of 7 battle on who is going to break the tie in getting the most predictions correct. And after yesterday, I'm very confident that NGX is going to take the lead, but we will see what happens in Game 5.
Yeah, it's a huge role reversal. It's just 2 back-to-back games from Nigma Galaxy, and we just love to see it, right? The way that they've been able to handle clean fights and just do things proper. This time, it's Chami that did pop off, and it goes down to smart drafts overall. Of course, credits to TG and, of course, the rest of the organization of Nigma Galaxy behind the plannings of all this. Chami have gotten 90% of KP as a Baron laner. I think that itself is quite impressive for this Olaf. And on top of that, sure, some of the laning phase might just be a little bit more stalemate, but this impact that brings to the table where you can still have somebody to access to create a threat towards the rest of RQ have been holding themselves back. Like, sure, you have an Ash Arrow, that's fine. You got Soul Shackles, you got whatever else you want to throw at me. He's just gonna wing it and just throw some axes. So far, that has worked out well, but RQ need to factor in, okay, if they were ever to play a Morgana again, this ban has to go through. Like, there's no way that they could ever let go of this Olaf to play if ever the case.
And that what makes best of 7 specials is that it really forces these teams to go down that champion pool and really whip out whatever surprises that they might not have shown us, right? We've seen that Vayne, we've seen the Olaf top. We've seen NGS kind of switch it up a bit overall, right? The teams are kind of pivoting away from some of those picks that they would usually go for, and it's great to see how NGX has been recovering, especially when they suffered this big reversal in game number 1, and they were still able to hold it together, and now riding on that high. We'll see if game 5 would still go their way. Nigma Galaxy will still remain on that red side, and RQ stays on blue.
And RQ probably will come up with something entirely different from what they have planned out. So far, Morgana wasn't a threat to them. Nigma Galaxy might want to consider opening up again if they don't have a ban on that Olaf on the first phase itself. So far, I don't think it'll be led through on the second draft. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So, what is the call here? RQ decides to ban away the Lee Sin, meaning to say there's going to be a core champion that has been locked away much early on to be left available. So Nigma Galaxy on the red side does have the advantage to get for double pick if they were to also ban out something else in particular. They start off with Senna, something that's still relatively standard that we've been seeing. But what I really want to talk about here is that when we take a look at the previous day, it was a best of 5 that also went neck and neck. If this was a best of 5, it goes down to this one game, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just really glad best of 7. We get that full-fledged of a matchup here. RRQ hasn't shown one of their double assassins overall. Maybe that's something that they want to try out, which have worked well for Enigma Galaxy.
And we see RRQ targeting that jungle champion pool. 2 junglers removed from the get-go. No Lee Sin, no Morgana. Enigma Galaxy finally, after such a long time, will look at the Kassadin ban as well. And I think they do anticipate RRQ to continue to target Just-G and force Enigma Galaxy's hands, so they will take that preemptive action. But RRQ, in return, it's going to, like you mentioned, leave some crucial picks open for themselves and Enigma Galaxy. And in this case, we're looking at Karma, Camille, and Jace.
Yuumi is also left on the table as well. So I think it's a lot of options here. Enigma Galaxy has to pick a poison now. Like, they have to deal with one of them, and they still get a little bit of leeway to use the other. It's more of the comfort zone where what they like to actually get for themselves. RQ, usually with a Yuumi, you could still pair it with things like a Jhin, an Ashe that still works relatively well to basically fix some of their weaknesses overall. So RQ, they are spoiled for a few choices, Karma being one of it, but Yuumi definitely is a little bit more tempting, I would say.
And this would open up the Yuumi into Renekton Riven duo, right, in the second and third pick. So that's something that RQ is very comfortable with. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, would also be looking at a Karma +1. And I think that's the case. You also have that Olaf that you can throw into the mix. But either way, you have to surrender 2 of those crucial picks over to RRQ. Enigma Galaxy decides to stick with the Zed. That's something that they have been prioritizing since game number 4. And they feel like this is going to give them that momentum that they need early on.
Yeah, and I think it's going to work well regardless, even if we don't have either a Renekton or even a Riven. We've already seen Chaz going on in Assassin. That Kha'Zix finally being brought online after Just-G has picked it on the previous game. I think he's going to try to one-up whatever score that he has. Riven, like you called it, is going to be appearing for RRQ. So far, I think I really have to get this off my chest. Like, I've been into the matches where I play Yuumi and people have been condemning me for being full AP Yuumi. The threat to a Yuumi is not just the heal. If you don't have enough AP, how do you heal up? You get the mana back from auto attacks, and I think that the poke pressure coming in from the Yuumi and the sustainability is what gives her all that value in a competitive setting. Now, Enigma Galaxy comes up with a huge kill potential on that bottom lane now that they have the Vi also being at play. So what you expect is for both Just-G as well as Aaron to roam a lot more in this matchup, where it will still be hard for RRQ to deal with whatever that marksman will be.
I think this might open up an Akali angle for Helios as well, right? Because you have that Yuumi, but Enigma Galaxy can only ban 1 more champion. The Renekton was kind of expected. They have been actively banning the set away from Hyde, and that might just be what they go for. But since they have the Zed, the Akali is kind of free pickings for RRQ, whereas for RRQ themselves, it is very easy to look at draw and start taking out what he's comfortable with. The Rakan being the most obvious one. The Galio was also what he showed in that previous game. I wonder if that would be a choice. If that is, then we can expect draw to go straight for the Nautilus.
Oh, good bans, especially on this Gragas as well. We needed a strong front line, and RQ is running very low on options of what they could possibly do to sustain on a quick battle of a 5v5. So far, Enigma Galaxy still has a lot of options on the table. Most likely you expect Demon Cut to already fill up that AP role.
Oh,
but then
boy,
again,
here we go.
They have the Draven back up, so it's all about supplementing this Draven here, and it's all about snowballing from here on. The safest pick is going to be Xayah, and RQ definitely have think things through ahead that Enigma Galaxy would be funneling every resources down there. So with the Garen, at least it stabilizes over the Baron lane. And if Chaz really wants to find ways to open up the map a little more, maybe they can find avenues over the top end of the map. That also means that it's a Riven mid, So
This could be a mid Garen as well because we are looking at a Z, right?
okay.
That is kind of like the ultimate counter. So we get the draw thresh. That's what I was expecting, which means that this Karma, could it be a top Karma? I have a feeling that Chammy would go for the Z because he does play Kassadin top as well.
Yes. I think it can work out because if you think about it, it's gonna be a first for Chammy.
No, it is a
here
Chammy
in the playoffs.
Okay, a Chammy Z. I think that's kind of what RQ thought about as well. I mean, this Garen could go either way. As long as you match up with the Z, you are gonna have a decent time. But once more, Enigma Galaxy are funding everything towards Demon Kite, but contrary to the Vayne Lulu, now it's all about the Draven.
Yeah, and well, definitely it's perfect for the Showtime Draven to pop off. I don't think that we have that skin in the game, have we?
What was it called again? Is it Announcer Draven or something?
Showtime Draven?
It's called Showtime Draven?
I think so.
Yeah, the one with the microphone, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the skin is in yet. I think you have the base skin. Soul Reaver? I think a Soul Reaver was
that
in.
looks cool. Putting that aside, right? Like going back to the game. Okay, I want to talk a little bit more about Karma pickup.
Right.
Now that you're basically having it to fill up against a Riven, it's gonna make that lane a little bit more counterproductive for the Riven. Every single time she tries to draw near, she could easily just ether that chain on top of her just to hold her back. But what Chaz has to do is basically give a little bit more lane priority onto this Riven so that they can find ways to come hit, because Karma possibly wouldn't be able to hold up. But of course, we have to look forward to what this game has to offer here as we go to round 5. Enigma Galaxy versus RQ.
A full reset for both teams. It was started as a best of 7, and now it went down to a best of 3. And we see that very early invade attempt, but the ward did spot them out. So RQ doing some very good preparations. Don't think it just cares too much though. Joshi just quickly going into the jungle of RQ to start it off as early as it can. So that is gonna delay Chaz ever so slightly. And GX completely fine with this vertical jungle.
Yeah, they're just basically hijacking each other's raptors as things are going on in the neutral state. There's only so much that Aaron can do. He's just gonna try to steal some of all these, what do you call, chickens away. Joshi coming in though.
That's a level 2, but Joshi, he's gonna get gone on by 3 members of RQ, and this might just be first blood, and it will be. Chaz grabbing that one, and disaster strikes for NGX.
Yeah, doesn't look great overall, and that kill went over to Chaz. One way to activate the Kha'Zix really early, so expect an earlier gank.
Yeah.
So now Flash is being blown off. Aaron has to play even safer, only has the barrier left. Didn't work out according to plan, while Marky is already pushing up this wave, even though it's just Ayumi once again. They didn't expect Hyde to come along, and Hyde basically committed with a flash. They managed to basically drop him into lower health bars, but that didn't really matter all too much. Helios still managing to, of course, get a little bit more rewards coming in with an assist. And now back to the drawing board. Draw seemingly haven't been able to land the Death Sentence. With such a thick wave crashing in, that's one way that you want to deal with the crash.
Draw is going to try to get Marky back, but again, the side step is precise from Xayah. Even if you get him in, it's not entirely easy to get rid of him thanks to EXO being around. Like he has both the heal and exhaust, and you have to get to the barrier as well. And you also have the heal that's innate to Yumi. But I think it's time for NGX to leave this bottom lane. Draw. He's just going to try his best to stay alive. Chaz going in for the kill. A good death sentence. Oh, this is going to buy a bit of time. No way. He gets out, and he does. Draw deserves to get that kill. And
my goodness. And here we go, another one.
Aaron, ultimate drop. Marky sidesteps the vacuum, but Aaron just taps him and gets him out of the way.
Such a great read. Joshi just understanding the rotation so well. And also, thanks to Ward, they managed to spot him out just in the nick of time. But it's huge plays from Draw. Just gotta give him credit for that. Like, he prepped it up, and Chaz just got caught under this difficult circumstance, being all alone at the back of that turret, where Marky as well as Exosin unable to provide any form of assistance. So they managed to get evened up, or should I say, Enigma Galaxy coming up ahead with 1 extra kill. Yeah. And
Well,
Aaron, I think he just went in just in the nick of time, still gets a pick off.
Well, luckily Demon Kai didn't cash in on that kill. I think that's the silver lining for RRQ, but still, I mean, the death sentence from Draw. Potent. Try again onto Marky to force out EXO's final chapter. Rooting down Draw, but Joshi was waiting in the wings. The rolling dab retracted by Demon Kai, and he cashes in on the kill.
Perfectly timed cease and desist as well. After having the Feather Storm already being popped up, a little bit clipped under turret. I believe that early on, as you mentioned, Demon Kai, he didn't cash out. They intended to deliver him that kill with that lantern that was brought in maybe a tad late draw. He did receive it, but by then, Chaz was already having a high kill threat onto draw.
Yeah.
And Joshi just have to respond to it.
Yeah,
so far, I think it works either way.
I think it was the Ignite from Draw that got the kill, but either way, I mean, this is kind of what's scary about the Draven, right? It's a very good attempt from RRQ, at least to get some exchange. But of course, the season desist from Joshi plus the whirling death, it was just accurately timed. This immediate lane swap. And Jax or Aaron in danger, but guess who is here? Marky getting a double cash in, and he's swimming in money.
Swimming in money indeed, double BF sword, and he's basically gonna be getting even more out of the platings as well. Chaz just got to clear this one out though. Can't afford to let this structure blow out way too early. And this is what we expect out of Enigma Galaxy's draft. High pressure down bot, rinse and repeat, and now Dragon will be up for grabs.
This
It's gonna be Infernal to start off with. Don't want to give this one away to a Draven though.
it's a big problem. What Demon Kai is 2,000 go ahead of Marky. They do get rid of Aaron, so that's huge utilities. Get it taken away from NGX. It's gonna be harder for them to fight this. And RRQ takes control of the Dragon Pit and the Dragon itself.
And they have to let go after losing Aaron. He didn't have any summoner spells to utilize in that instance. And just having to basically give way to this as much as they needed that. And Chaz gets a little bit of a power amp out of that Infernal Drake. A little bit more priority given over onto the Herald as well. Just gotta have everything aligned according to what they need. And EXO starts to rotate all together, providing a little bit more help to Helios for the moment. Chaz gets clipped by a little bit of the fire.
They're thinking of this, hide this in, gets the silence, tries to execute Demon Kai. And Demon Kai, he needs help and he needs it right now. But the Ignite will be enough to take him out. Draw secures the Rift Herald, but NGX have lost the fight. Chammy chasing after Marky. He gets the Shadow off, he gets the kill, but he gives his own life up.
That's all he needed, and it always is going to be hard for Isaiah to do all too much in this man of the early rounds. She's only got the Storm Razor. Not too much of a threat for the rest of Enigma Galaxy, and that's why Chammy's having a really good time on this one. All the plating is taken out from the mid lane turret while Chaz tries to clear things off. Hyde gives his life for this.
But Joshi is here, takes the Lantern, they get the flash, doesn't really connect, but as long as they get the kill, it's enough. Aaron, though, does die to the turret itself. Bit of a sloppy one from NGX.
A little sloppy, but it gets the work done. And slowly but surely, Chaz still playing a relatively clean game after a little bit of a shenanigan up in that early game. Other than that, he's already 3 kills up. And currently, Joshi completed his first 5-force purchase.
Ooh.
Aaron this time around goes for the locket.
Draw is nearby. Chaz senses something in the air. Probably the best move. No.
Yeah, possibly could smell them from afar. Although he's not on Lee Sin. That's how the blind one works around. Anyways, now heading into the highlights of the moment that we had. You see, Hyde was doing everything in his power to basically take off Demon Kite, which he managed to achieve. But that also still left a little bit more room for Draw to somehow squeeze in. The only thing that Enigma Galaxy can afford was trades in particular. And RQ, they're not completely out of this yet. They're still relatively close when it comes down to the goal charts. well, it will just take a little while longer for them to seek things out. There is a lot of opportunities for RQ to come up with huge execution calls where Hyde can just press the button of the Mash Injustice, get somebody delivered, and that somebody has to be Demon Kai.
Yeah.
But Joshi remains to be giving unsurmountable pressure in the most part, where whenever they try to seek a kill, Marky is always left behind, and that seemingly could be a huge problem for them. EXO might look for a different target, but Marky has to pull back that Thunderstorm very, very quickly, and the rest of Enigma Galaxy is still on the hunt.
This is going to be a collapse from Enigma Galaxy. Can they at least get a couple of kills? It's going to be onto Hyde. Chammy's Chaz straight to the back line. They're going to execute onto Aaron. Good target selection from RRQ, and Hyde looks to get away, but it's a cash in for Demon Kai, and Chammy shows up. That will be Chaz gone, and EXO, oh, he's alone, and that goes over to Joshi. NGX finds 3 kills.
Meanwhile, they still have a shelf over the top side. Helios is just finding his way through with the turret. There's still no waves left available for Enigma Galaxy to claim the tier 2 down bottom side. Has to send Chammy back. At least that turret still remains intact. Helios has done just about enough. Finds Demolish proc. That's all that he can possibly get out of it.
Yeah.
It's quite absurd to me. It's 70 kills in the span of less than 10 minutes. And we're just about to get into the second Rift Herald. This time, a lot more kill volumes coming out from both ends. Well, the Prowling Projectile won't be able to get health bars out of Demon Kai, but enough to force him to recall. So you won't have that Draven joining in all too quickly. Yeah. So a little bit of window for RQ. However, I don't think that's going to matter all too much.
And as the Draven, right, once you get rolling, you want to keep it going. And that's what NGX is looking for. They even give the rip buff over the Demon Kite.
That's huge. Like, he even has execution and calling. Doesn't matter if he has the Yumi attached to whoever he's attacking. And Enigma Galaxy have done this approach before. Just trading the Herald back for a Dragon.
RQ is going to drop it down mid for sure. NGX, I think they might be poised for a fight. They're going for it with the Whirling Death to start this off. The turret is definitely going down. A hook onto Hyde. It's going to be the front line. Joshi, oh, he flashed the back line for RQ, and now Cease and Desist onto Chaz. Getting the final chapter out of silence. Kills off Chammy, but Helios, he is out with the flash. NGX looking for some sort of chase, but I'm not sure if they can find it though, unless Draw can get a good hook off, and he has the movement speed. But
close.
Unfortunately, the death sentence is just a bit short.
Yeah, and RQ just had a good zoning potential out there, and Marky has laid out the traps there with the Featherstorm, and you see Enigma Galaxy held back, or else they'll all be stuck under the noses of the entirety of RQ, rushing back at them. And they were basically split apart. Someone had to flash over the wall, looking for those kills. And Aaron, despite channeling through that death mark, he gets blown to bits ever so quickly. Watch as it goes, where Aaron basically moves in, and Chammy tries to get his hands onto Marky, gets the death mark onto Hunt instead. And they were ever ready, having that Garen to be quite close by. So he can just drop Dash Justice. And I think the bane to this is that Garen could easily just silence Chammy, and he can't do anything about that after that F mark.
Yeah, and it's just the natural Garen threat, right? The silence. And he's not just a meat shield, he's also going to constantly play the side lanes thanks to the Hullbreaker. And on top of that, he breaks your combo. So RRQ are handling this incredibly well. I know NGX got out to a stellar start with Demon Kite, kind of swimming in cash, but in the grand scheme of things, RRQ are still basically keeping NGX in check. They're not letting NGX get away, with too big of a lead, and that bottom lane wave is going to crash into that tier 2. And if NGX don't respond right now, that turret is going to go down.
It will definitely be the case. Well, NGX, they're about to see things out.
Draw checks it. I'm not really sure if RQ wants to fight this though. There's a multitude of damage coming out. Draw gets away. Chaz with the Void Assault slips into darkness. and draw, he might surrender his life. Hyde puts himself in front. Helios will take care of the thresh for now. It's taking a while as the Demacia Justice drops. Demon Kite is still alive. He makes it out, gets kept healthy, and he cashes in onto Hyde. Joshi will give his life away, but NGX finds a return.
It's only a 1-for-1 though. That took a lot longer than what we expected to be. NGX, though they managed to find a few members being flayed up, the response, members of RQ hiding in the middle of the jungle, and oh boy, Chaz going at work again. Spots one out. Demon Kite didn't expect him to be hiding right inside of the jungle yet again.
And that's kind of the luxury you get with the Yuumi alongside you.
Yep.
I mean,
and me.
all things considered, RRQ have equalized the game state, right? Taking the equal structures, the side lanes are constantly pushing into NGX's side of the map, and RRQ basically have kind of gotten this game back into a neutral state.
Exactly, and what's also interesting to me is that Joshi, instead of rushing into that GA, which some of the Vi's would do, they managed to build around its own. When we take a look back at this team fight where Marky managed to slip out of the way, and that Stasis have been able to keep Chaz alive. And not only that, he has managed to recover some of his health bar to still contribute to some of it while they commit the cease and desist and still not really find all too much, leaving Joshi deeper into the enemy's territory. So they had to fall back into that 1-for-1. We're about to see another one break out over mid side.
And unlike Vayne, the Draven does fall eventually. They will try to attempt onto Helios. Aaron able to get out of the initial engage. The Rolling Death already cutting through a couple of members of RRQ, and now Helios goes back in with a re-engage. But Drunk is a good flay. Helios staying alive thanks to EXO, but the X from downtown takes him out. Marky will get a kill. Watch out though, Chaz. He has to reset. Chammy the next on the chopping block. Chaz has found a double. Goes to the stasis. Hyde comes in. Can't draw, stay alive. Demon Kite, he cannot go down, but he will. And RRQ finds the dream fight in the mid lane. An ace for RRQ.
My goodness, Chaz is too good on his Kazik. Somebody stop this guy. But this ain't gonna cut it for NGX. They're just gonna march it all the way down. 4 members still alive. RRQ gets the upper hand here on the 5th game. And they need 2 more to seal the deal. Or should I say 1 more in the bag.
RRQ might have fell in game 3 and 4, but game 5 is where RRQ show a different side of them. You give them the Yuumi, they give you a loss, and RRQ hits series point in the grand finals.
And that is what we've been expecting out of Chaz. How many resets of that jump that we get out of that team fight alone was just extraordinary. He moves in and out, goes in for those huge resets, and I think with Galaxy, they looked like they could win that fight.
Yeah, they certainly
were all clumped up as well in such a way that it sets up perfectly for Hyde to challenge her with a full combo where they managed to come in with huge knockups where HP bars starts to melt off. Chaz saw that opportunity. He took it during the brink of it. And man, we gotta really watch this one again and again.
And unlike, having a Vayne, the Draven doesn't necessarily scale well, right? He had a huge trouble shredding through all these shields and all these tanks from the side of RRQ, and we really saw that weakness show in that final fight where, Demon Kai, he was throwing out a lot of axes, but he's not necessarily getting those kills. And you have Hyde that is constantly running at him, and there's no way the Draven can kill the Garen.
Not at all. Like, this was one interesting fight where it has both teams basically split apart and only got one out of it. It took quite a while where the rest of NGX members were all being distracted by this Garen, which they managed to take down. But in return, Joshi, even though he found a really good pick onto either Marky or even Chaz, okay, going down to this fight, we see multiple attempts trying to clip onto Chaz, but it was all about Hyde coming out with the setup, and after that, the return of exchange and this reset here just perfectly set up. Chaz zigzags his way across and just knew how to seek the right targets with the lowest health bars.
And the Exo's heal, they were all very low at one point, but when the fight ended, it didn't really felt like NGX dealt any damage to them, or much at all. So RRQ now are back in the lead. Ligma Galaxy will have to push this to a game 7 if they even want to have a chance of staying alive in the tournament. This grand finals, just like what we expected. Interesting enough, Enigma Galaxy with another kind of surprise pick, but this is one that didn't work out.
Yeah, I also have to highlight for the fact that Enigma Galaxy, sure, we see a lot of early pickoffs for very good reasons, right? But majority of the champions that they have selected here are single target spells as well as unit other than Karma, of course. So if you only have this sort of source of damage, there's no AoE. You can't burst the entirety of the squad. However, for RQ, you have huge spell rotations, and you still have Marky that has a higher DPS rate as compared to Demon Kai that could only go one at a time, right? So I think like the drop-off ratio here, you can tell from this chart itself, like they regain that momentum. RQ has started to become beefier when you have high starting to stack up on all these armories as well. So it was harder and harder for Enigma Galaxy to actually get much out of that.
And I think it's also how Enigma Galaxy are looking to play as fast as they can, but they ran out of steam just as quick. And that's why when we look at the later stage of the game, it felt like Enigma Galaxy were just tickling RQ with their attacks. But with that being said, this is all made possible by our partners and friends over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, they've been a big part of this journey, and we are very grateful to have them continue this journey with us and enabling platforms for everyone to showcase what they're about. We also want to thank Monster Energy for unleashing the beast within everyone, so do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. And with Game 6 coming up, RRQ are one game away from securing the title of the best team in the MSPB Open Finals.
Well, I really do hope that we do get the Game 7 though, so we'll have to see if Enigma Galaxy can have the ball back on their court this time around. But for now, RRQ fans, celebrate for this moment. We'll be back shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
What do you call chickens away? Joshi coming in though.
That's a level 2, but Joshi is gonna get gone on by 3 members of RRQ, and this might just be first blood, and it will be Chasby as well. And you also have the heal that's innate to Yumi, but I think it's time for NGX to leave this bottom lane draw. He's just gonna try his best to stay alive. Chaz going in for the kill. A good death sentence. Oh, this is gonna be a build time. No way.
Wow.
Gets out, and he does.
Yes, and here we go, another one.
Aaron, ultimate drop. Marky sidesteps the vacuum, but Aaron just try again onto Marky to force out EXO's final chapter. Rooting down draw, but Joshi was waiting in the wings. The rolling dab retracted by Demon Kai, and he cashes in on the kill.
Perfectly timed season decision.
This immediate lane swap. And GX are Aaron in danger, but guess who is here? Marky getting a double cash. It's a big problem. Demon Kai is 2,000 gold ahead of Marky. They do get rid of Aaron, so that's huge utilities.
A little bit of the fire.
They're thinking of this, hide this in, gets the silence, tries to execute Demon Kai. And Demon Kai, he needs help, and he needs it right now. But the Ignite will be enough to take him out. Draw secures the Rift Herald, but NGX have lost the fight. Chammy chasing after Marky. He gets the Shadow off, he gets the kill, but he gives his own life up.
Clear things off. Hyde gives his life for this.
But Joshi is here, takes the Lantern. They get the flash, doesn't really connect, but as long as a collapse from Enigma Galaxy, can he at least get a couple of kills? It's going to be onto Hyde. Chammy's Chaz straight to the back line. They get an execute onto Aaron. Good target selection from RRQ, and Hyde looks to get away, but it's a cash in for Demon Kai, and Chammy shows up. That will be Chaz gone, and EXO, oh, he's alone, and that goes over to Joshi. And wait for it with the Whirling Death to start this off. The turret is definitely going down. A hook onto Hyde. Be the front line. Joshi, oh, he flashed the back line for Marky, and now cease and desist onto Chaz. Getting the final chapter out of silence. Kills off Chammy, but Helios, he is out with the flash. NGX looking for some sort of chase, but I'm not sure if they can find it though, unless Draw can get.
They're about to stick this out.
Draw checks it. I'm not really sure if RQ wants to fight this though. There's a multitude of damage coming out. Draw gets away. Chaz with the Void Assault slips into darkness. and draw. He might surrender his life. Hyde puts himself in front. Helios will take care of the thresh for now. He's taking a while as the Demacia Justice drops. Demon Kite is still alive. He makes it out, gets kept healthy, and he cashes in onto
RQ hiding in the middle of the jungle. And oh boy, Chaz for mid side.
And unlike Vayne, the Draven does fall eventually. They will try to attempt onto Helios. Aaron able to get out of the initial engage. The rolling death already cutting through a couple of members of RRQ, and now Helios goes back in with a re-engage. But
Big
Drop
play.
is a good flay. Helios staying alive thanks to Exo, but the
Joshi.
X from downtown takes him out. Marky will get a kill. Watch out though, Chaz. He has to reset. Champion the next on the chopping block. Chaz has found a double. Goes to the stasis. High comes in. Can't draw, stay alive.
Demon
Kai
Kai.
he cannot go down, but he will. And RRQ finds the dream fight in the mid lane. An ace for RRQ.
My good. What do you call chickens away? Joshi coming in though.
That's a level 2, but Joshi is gonna get gone on by 3 members of RRQ, and this might just be first blood, and it will be Chazzy as well. And you also have the heal that's innate to Yuumi, but I think it's time for NGX to leave this bottom lane draw. He's just gonna try his best to stay alive. Chaz going in for the kill. A good death sentence. Oh, this is gonna be a bit of time. No way.
Wow.
He gets out, and he does.
Yes, and here we go, another one.
Aaron, ultimate drop. Marky sidesteps the vacuum, but Aaron just try again onto Marky to force out Exo's final chapter. Rooting down draw, but Joshi was waiting in the wings. The rolling death retracted by Demon Kai, and he cashes in on a kill.
Perfectly timed season decision.
This immediate lane swap. And Jax or Aaron in danger, but guess who is here? Marky getting a double cash. It's a big problem. RRQ are in the lead in this best of 7, and they are 1 game away from becoming or declaring themselves the best team in the MSPB region for the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals, Grand Finals. My name is Husky, alongside Contra, and as an NGX supporter, I'm feeling a bit worried, but I'm confident that we are going to a Game 7 after this.
Yeah, I think that you should still feel confident about it, because when you take a look at that previous draft, it looked okay for a moment, and then we have a Garen problem that came up. So RQ basically overwhelmed them with their tankiness and, of course, the high tenacity here to outlast them in terms of team fight. And like I did mention about those single targeted spells, as well as all the incapability of bursting them within a short time frame, has resulted in this loss. However, when it comes down to the control of the game, they still had it in the back, but it was Chaz that popped up in that very final fight that was monumental to their success, where that triple reset itself has gotten this game back on track, and they're just 1 win away. Chaz so far has always shown up. This time he didn't have to steal anything at all. He just had to take matters to his own hands.
And this was a game where Enigma Galaxy took that risk of giving Yuumi away, thanks to how RQ was also drafting in terms of the bans as well. And evidently they couldn't find a definitive solution to stop that Yuumi from keeping the rest of RQ topped up in those drawn-out fights. Obviously, we also went through the draft of Enigma Galaxy, where the Draven, unlike the Vayne, just does not have the capacity to scale late into the game. Just that I don't think we expected that drop-off to happen as soon as what we saw just now.
Yeah, and I felt like it definitely became a huge problem once they were battling around the bottom side of the river, deeper into the territories of Enigma Galaxy. And you can see the confidence starting to brim up. Like, members of RQ, they just have to address each player's one at a time. And that's what the Kha'Zix is here for: isolation damages that will be able to break them all apart. Even though they were clumped up, right? Like, there's still a little bit of a gap being widened up where you expect Demon Kai to be hiding behind. So as long as these kind of things have been approached in the right direction, the rest of Enigma Galaxy can still find ways to still come up with a draft that is a little bit more robust, that can achieve multiple things in both team fights as well as objective play. Then they could actually push this into the Game 7 that every fans here have been keeping their eyes on. But one final game for RRQ. Is it fair to say that they have deconstructed everything that Enigma Galaxy has to offer, or it's never really been the case? Because it's a lot of back and forth that we're seeing here.
I still think there's still something up Nigma Galaxy's sleeves, right? Because when we said the same thing by the end of Game 2, and Nigma Galaxy came back with 2 straight games, especially that Vayne. And now that begs the questions, because we've seen Nigma Galaxy also play that Jin, which they kind of flexed on SGP yesterday. Do Nigma Galaxy want to go back to that Jin and Jin/Vayne, or do they have something else? Because they're back on the blue side, and I think both games that they won, they were on the blue side.
And when we take a look at the sort of ban orders from the previous game, it was entirely different. So to just open a little bit more spacing for things like the Yuumi to be in effect. So Nigma Galaxy can copy a little bit of that playbook if they really want to pull up. I don't even know. Like, we had a discussion early on, like it could be any other ADCs that can still come up for Nigma Galaxy. So one final attempt, possibly, for Nigma Galaxy to claim this throne away from RRQ.
Yep.
So it really is dicey. They're taking their sweet time with the bans.
Absolutely.
Because they have to think about the consequences after.
Yeah, RRQ banning out the Yuumi, expecting a Cassidy to come soon. But, well, there are some news from the Vietnam region. Team Flash just swept Cerberus Esports in the finals, so if you guys are fans of the Vietnam region, well, Team Flash just won their open finals, which I think is very exhilarating. For Indonesia and Thailand, that is still happening. We'll see how that turns out. But of course, back to RRQ against NGX. Cassidy, of course, getting banned out. So we are kind of defaulting back to those to the same bans that we saw at the start of the series. Morgana probably would be the choice for RRQ, and Nigma Galaxy would probably think of the Karma or the Jace.
Yeah, and yet again,
Oh, okay.
they're gonna open up a little bit more options here with the Z ban. It is definitely something that RQ does play as well, and most likely than not, when you're on the blue side, Z isn't really going to be on a high prio anyways. Oh, RQ, they banned the Lee Sin. Yuumi, of course, is already being axed off. So what are the chances here that we're seeing all these huge pickups?
Yeah, I mean, Karma has been the first pick for Nigma Galaxy whenever she's available. But we also have the Morgana, right? So the Morgana now goes over to Jashi. So far, Morgana picked once by RRQ this entire series. That game was a loss, but RRQ are going to be happily trading for that, right? They get the Lucian, and they get another prio pick for themselves.
There could be a Jace right here.
It could be a Jace, yeah.
Like, it could possibly work out, but what's better than that? Like, you could also secure this Olaf on this rotation.
Oh, they actually take the Rakan for EXO. So they don't necessarily reveal that bottom lane, but it can make for a very strong duo, right? At the same time, I have this very wild thought for some reason. I have a feeling that Helios will show us the AP Rakan mid again.
It could be.
No, I thought
they have one game to spare.
They have one game to spare for sure, but I don't feel like this is the case unless we get the Kha'Zix for RRQ, right? That would make more sense. Kha'Zix or Olaf. We'll just have to see if that will happen. I think Nigma Galaxy gets the Karma and a Riven. I think I know where this is going. It's all about getting this buff up again. And it could also set up for another Demon Kite angle if Aaron ends up playing the Karma.
That's right. And we've also seen things like the double snare setup coming from RRQ themselves on the matches that they played yesterday, where you want to include that Lux, hit it into the bottom lane, and well, there's still performance options. RQ now brings forward the Ziggs that has not been played throughout the course of the series. So this is gonna basically drag a little bit more time, harder for Nigma Galaxy to go on sieging, and they don't have a marksman.
Yeah, and RQ just banned on the Lulu, so they are expecting that Vayne to be a possibility for Demon Kite. The Jax also get taken out. That's something that Nigma Galaxy is very, very comfortable with for Chami. So I do like these two bans, but that does open up a potential Nami for Nigma Galaxy. And you can see they also went for the Kha'Zix Olaf ban, so we are kind of right on the money with what these two teams are considering, and RRQ will settle for the Renekton.
Yeah, and this is going to look a little bit more standard for RRQ. Now, Nigma Galaxy will have to form up their final two picks here. We'll have the Galio on their hands. Not that RQ could do anything about that, but at the very least, like, it could have actually been a mid lane Galio, which could still pose a huge threat anyways. Yeah. So, one more final pick coming in. They've yet to decide who's going to be the designated.
Oh,
Apparently. Oh, my goodness, they're risking it all on a Tryndamere? Wait,
I mean,
wait,
it can make sense, right? Because because they do have the Morgana jungle.
how does it really make sense? You got a Renekton. You're dealing with a Renekton if you're going on the Baron lane.
Yeah.
You're going to the mid lane. If you're going to be facing off against whoever else, you can face off against Illusion. You can face off against
It's a Renekton jungle.
Jace.
Or Jace jungle. I mean, it could be both.
Okay, Tryndamere jungle
No
is feasible. Doable at the very least.
But I don't think you would go Tryndamere jungle, right? Because that means that it's this Morgana. Well, unless you put a Morgana
safer,
mid.
though.
Yeah, well,
It's WoW!
it is wild. Dude, I love this. I mean, if this gets us to Game 7, I'm all for it. I mean, I love myself some Tryndamere, as long as it's not on my team, because I haven't got a good Tryndamere on my team. But I know that Chami can do a great job, and you know we've been highlighting a lot of that Chami Joshi duo, but that primarily comes online most evidently when Joshi gets Morgana, and now he gets it. Yeah, sure, you take away the Jax. That's something that RQ have read thoroughly. But did they expect a Tryndamere? I'd say no.
If TG's watching and he's listening, you just blew my mind. Okay,
I love you, TG.
So we
Right
love
here.
you, and
No,
we hope for the
Hina,
best.
I love you. He's an RQ fan. I love you, TG. Thank you for the
Well,
Tryndamere.
please don't call me out like that. Okay, the ratio of Tryndamere winning a Renekton. What's your percentage on this?
Well, close to 0 in the laning phase. I think that is that's kind of like how it's gonna go. But I do think when it comes on the side laning, you have a very good tool on the side of NGX.
I think that split push pressure is what Nick Galaxy is looking for. But team fights, sure, Tryndamere can soak up a little bit. Maybe if with a purchase of a GA later on, he does last a lot longer, not needing to proc the Highlander. Well, Highlander.
Not the Highlander.
That's master.
That's a master Yi.
Okay. Undying Rage.
Yes.
The Undying Rage. Okay, got that right finally.
Wonder if you will go Ghost though. You know, like the Ghost Tryndamere.
It could be it. Okay, we just have to find out.
We have to.
Potential final game. RQ here on match point already. And Enigma Galaxy trying to get even. And instead, Chami opts for the exhaust. Opposite of a ghost. Still works well.
It's fine. You know, you're up against a Renekton, so you want to make sure that you don't get one-shotted. We get a Chaz, Jace, jungle instead. I mean, this is why in these long series, you really dig deep into the champion pool. I mean, we always thought that, you know, you asked a couple of times whether RQ have figured out NGX. Well, not necessarily, right? Because NGX kept having something, you know, in their pocket. But obviously, when we look at a Tryndamere, they are very glaring weaknesses early on. Though, when the game scales, I think that's where it becomes more of a threat.
Okay, I do see it working out in the sense where a majority of the members of RQ are not naturally tanky. Exos can basically do a really good job at negating any approaches coming in from Tryndamere, so long as you have Grand Entrance available, as well as the quickness. So that itself will be crucial for the rest of RQ to navigate through a little bit more of a messy team fight situation, right? But other than that, if he does go through Helios, Marquis, prime targets. I could even say Chaz, though he does have his hammers available to shove him back, but that could only be done once. With Splitting Slash, I think you could still get back in range, do a lot more damage if he has full charge of the Rage Fury Bar, Rage Bar, whichever one you want to call it. He's just going to be able to at least find ways to hit a lot of critical strikes.
Yeah. Well, the Scuttle Crab on the top side can go over to RRQ for sure. The thing about NGX is that their lanes aren't going to be strong enough to contest any of these objectives. Chami has already used his exhaust early on. And this tournament is all about getting to that level 5, getting to the Undying Rage and making sure that you have a lifeline. Even if you get jumped on, you can buy some time. But also, if Joshi can provide some sort of lead for Chami, then that would be kind of the dream start. But Hyde is reading this movement so well. Draw just arrived, but that ward was placed right before that.
Yeah, so he's already understood that this isn't going to be a gank potential. Joshi still wants to force this one through, though.
Chami is level 5, so I don't think they can go for this.
Yeah, the wave's honestly not thick enough for that. Meanwhile, Aaron getting a little bit of a hit here. Will Chaz also accompanying him. Gotta be careful about shock blasts flying underneath the turret, as this pressure just would be able to claim them at least one plate.
The root is going to connect, or just barely actually. EXO broke that in time. That was the first attempt, and another exhaust use. Of course, EXO feeling really comfortable in his skin. RQ, the dominance runs out, draw comes back in, into a binding. First blood over, going over the draw. Of course, EXO is the one that goes down.
Never question the tournament pick again, EXO. That's the first lesson for him.
Yeah, it's definitely lesson number 1. Nice emote, EXO.
Well, Enigma Galaxy, throughout the series, so you did point it out that they do have high first blood ratios. Once again, landing one again, as they have 3 members up there. And Enigma Galaxy goes in for a quick reset. What I really respect about Tammy's Tryndamere is that you see him, even on quarter of HP left, he's still gonna be risking it all. Like, okay, I still have my ult, and this Renekton's not gonna burst me immediately. That first blood actually goes over to draw. So,
yeah.
In essence, it's not the highest of value, but at the very least, claiming something in return, while you put Exorcism a little bit a lack of EXP as he continues to roam.
I felt like they wanted to give it to Chammy, but the Winds of War killed him. Oh wait, actually no, the Ignite killed him.
Should be the Ignite, yeah. And yeah, things like this do happen. And I think like gold distributed evenly across the board with this still matters a whole lot. Market will secure another Skull Crab for the team. So, yeah.
I do wonder how those objective 5s are going to be though. For NGX, they still have means to, you know, get the Galio in, and Aaron, he's just going to tank out the full culling, but he doesn't have any skills available.
He couldn't get in range. If only that was an Ignite instead, maybe it would have actually worked out for Aaron instead. But it was a lost cause, flashing forward to go up against Helios, who is a Lucian, could always dash away. Yeah, have to consider that as a matter of fact, even with or without that flash. So, as it approaches into the 5-minute mark, you can already see Marky coming up with the Oblivion Orb, as well as the Luden's Echo. It's going to be able to contribute a little bit more. The pokes that can come out of RRQ is going to hinder the rest of the Galaxy. So, be on the lookout. Joshi does get a clip onto EXO. Transcendent Race used relatively too early. Not that there was going to be any follow-up whatsoever coming from Enigma Galaxy. So it's going to be a little bit of a setback because they can't have a clean team fight here. But they're going to go for the pain.
Knock up onto Chaz, and that is the target that goes down. EXO flashes away. Gets rooted regardless. And Draw is on a killing spree so far. NGX should be able to secure this Herald. An attempted steal from Marky. That one did not bear any fruits.
Yep. No fruits out of labor. Well, Enigma Galaxy definitely proved me wrong on that one, even though they've already depleted the Embrace very early on. Great call for Joshi to flash forward to lock onto 2 targets at once. Yet to see Tammy to be contributing those sort of team fights, but Joshi hoping to find a way to steal this one.
The back
find
shoot.
him and then
Bit late. It's going to be Aaron in the back line. Chaz secures the Dragon, but the fight goes over to NGX. Got a double for themselves, and Marky could have satchel over the wall in time, and Aaron's going to claim that free kill.
Marky knows it's a lost cause.
Yeah.
Triple kill. It's actually huge for Aaron. And I can start to see how this is actually working out. You still have to consider Draw to be the main man on that mission to keep these targets at bay, and EXO sits next.
Meanwhile, Joshi getting gone on, but Chammy's going to chop him down. Yeah, this one's going to be a Chammy kill. Chaz was able to pick up Joshi, but Chammy traced back. They also lost EXO down in the bottom lane. But RQ were able to protect both their structures.
Okay. Honestly, I'm starting to think that Enigma Galaxy members are just geniuses. Or should I say TG himself has 9,000 IQ.
Yeah.
Like this whole thing, knowing that when you open up all these power picks like the Lucian as well as Daze over onto RQ, they exploit some of these weaknesses in such a way that, sure, they need to really fully commit to the fight or just play from distance. And when they do commit, you always have draw going for the taunt. You have Demon Kite with a lot of snare potential as well. Joshi can just keep them there, and that's where Chami would swing. He won't be the one to die first, and therefore, this is going to be the Tryndamere working magic, solely accessing it from front all the way to the back, while members of Enigma Galaxy doing a little bit of dance over the top side, trying to corral the rest of the party of RRQ to join in. But meanwhile, over the bottom side, Aaron trying to go for a solo mission, but will be joined by Chaz.
And side laning is going to be a strength for NGX, and EXO is going to go in. They land all the combo, but Transcendence Embrace will be enough to take him down. Chami has the Undying Rage and a couple of shields provided by his Karma. So NGX just gets out with a free kill.
Yeah, EXO just have to soak in everything for the team. Aaron still managing to stay safe overall, keeping distance from Helios. Though it might just be a little bit troublesome because Riven needs to really commit to the full swing of her spell to get in range, slowly getting depleted as well. Chaz still going for a chase, trying to look for a draw. He's all alone.
The Karma is here though. Chaz might have overextended, but thankfully Hyde is there. Of course, the Mocking Shell was kind of a dead giveaway. As someone was saying a brush on NGX, and I'm not gonna make any extra moves.
Indeed. While 3,000 up ahead, close to 3,000 I would say, for Enigma Galaxy. Though with a kill difference of 7, it didn't look like it was adding to all too much. But still, results still speak for itself that Enigma Galaxy can trade right back very quickly, especially on choke points. They have to be careful. Oh, EXO sidesteps it perfectly.
That could have been extremely dangerous if EXO got caught. But now we see the Chami side lane with this Tryndamere. Of course, Helios be a good option to do with him, and unfortunately for Aaron, he's not going to have a good time, constantly getting poked out. But NGX, they were able to temporarily defend those structures. And when you have Joshi and Demon Kai constantly throwing out these binding, this inner flame from long range, it can also wither down the members of RRQ.
Yeah, and RQ finally getting themselves that turret from the bottom end of the map. Already managing to deplete the mid lane turret for pretty early, but NGX, now with the Herald, they could choose either sides of the map to really drop it. Overall, first they're going to be looking towards mid side whenever that Dragon comes up online. Joshi, yet again, just showing his efficiency. But you can see how effective he's been on this Morgana with 7 participation in all of these fights. And honestly, as a Morgana, you just have a lot of invisible damage that if you're not playing enough games against a Morgana, she just has so much to offer, especially on that Torment soil over the ground that can take a lot of percentages of HP. And every time you land those sort of spells, the cooldown gets lower.
Yeah, I think it's very important for RRQ to keep their side structures alive as long as possible, because you don't really want this Tryndamere to have a free lane to constantly shove in, you know, and go for that rinse and repeat. Especially when you're running a Ziggs comp, right? That's the last thing you want. We saw Chami just picked up the TP, so the intention is very clear. He has to demolish on the Tryndamere, and whenever RRQ are spotted away from him, he is just going to split push and force a reaction from RRQ.
This is what they wanted. They want to find angles to counter-initiate. And Enigma Galaxy coming in from the back, and all down to Joshi as well as Demon Kite to try to turn this one around. Joshi might have a flash over.
If Joshi gets flashed over, not getting the dragon though. Very wishful thinking from Chassis. Chami already TP'd into the fight, but the fight is already done. RRQ can easily chase them out of the jungle, but NGX only lost one.
Yeah, a little bit of a wasted effort coming from Enigma Galaxy with a TP commitment. Now the rest of them will march up ahead. Gets that build turret, and of course making the job a little bit harder for the Tryndamere. Chami just gotta find a different angle towards this approach. Maybe on the bottom side shove would actually result in something, but so long as Helios is around, that's not gonna be a go for him. Aaron spots out Chaz. Oh, he has to force a flash. Okay,
Kind of caught out in his in the NGX jungle.
they could just crash it through. Like, everyone's trying to back off. RQ just have to let this one slide. They can't afford to stay any longer, and here goes the pain.
Highs get rooted down and taunted back, brought in by Transcendence Embrace, and it will be Aaron picking up his 5th kill of the game. Helios still continuing their split push endeavors down in the bottom lane, but NGX have cracked another side lane for themselves.
Yeah, effectiveness coming out of NGX to still maintain their lead overall, despite losing that Dragon Scuffle that they had. And now you see Aaron also on split pushing duties. 1-3-1 is just going to be the way they're going to cut it heading into the late game, whenever they are going to be staying up ahead. But to deal with this, RRQ just have to find a certain commitment into a pickoff, which has to involve height in the picture, as well as Exosyn.
I feel like it is super worrying as the game goes later and later, right? Because you have to commit multiple members to stop Chammy if he ever side lanes. And that means that you're always playing with a momentum disadvantage. And
Finally dropped the Herald.
yeah, and that's the lane that Chammy just shove in.
And back to your point.
Yeah, I just feel like RQ, when we reach that stage, it's going to be a bit troublesome just to deal with this Tryndamere.
Oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Oh,
Demon Kai, he's straight in. Gets a tethered off. Helios brought down incredibly low. And that's the power of NGX, this Death Ball. It's very hard for RQ to kind of go into them. I mean, sure, EXO can get engaged, but you can't really run into NGX.
and that's the thing, when RQ will have a really tough time to really focus fire onto either one of these targets, especially with Draw always being ready with his hero's entrance. And his roam so far has been extremely effective. Currently going 305 on the Galio, by the way.
Yeah, this guy has a fantastic early game. And now they're going to give everything to Chammy. The Tryndamere hitting that 3rd item, the Stormraiser, in fact. So those 1v1s are going to always favor him.
Indeed. Now, if they were ever to do Baron, though, I think like there's still a really good chance that RQ could still secure for themselves. Now they get spotted out.
And Draw, he's already in, and going for the pincer. TP coming from Chammy, though. RRQ looking for a retreat. And that is a lot of poke from RRQ. Draw, he is very far in the open. They might have to surrender him, and so he forced him to blow his flash. And because Chammy TP'd in, that side lane is temporarily secure.
Yeah, and for the current moment, there's a take wave crashing down bot. I think Legaxy's just got to retreat.
Onto Draw, there's the stun, and now Hero's Entrance follow up. High caught in the middle. Chammy, he's in the back line, and he just killed out Marky. Now he's gonna get away, lifesteal up. And Aaron, he's get a team key strike. Helios brought right back, exhausted and eliminated. And Exos is gonna be next on the chopping block. Chammy slows him down with the marking shout, but he does have the battle dance. Connects on the Chaz 2 times in a row, but Chammy will not let. And of course, Demon Kai finds that one, and Chammy goes on a chopping spree. 4 down on RRQ, and then GX turns to Baron.
It's Baron time, baby. Nick Legaxy coming with a cleanup. 4 members down. High can't do anything about this at all. There are low health bars on Nick Legaxy members, so perhaps a few pickoffs here could still be a little bit more of a value. And Aaron,
Can
yes,
he beat
he
a
has
hero?
Oh, there we go.
They
Off
just
the
turn
board.
on him.
That looked too easy.
The valiant attempt from High, and then GX this time will not let it go. Marky has the ult, but it will never
far.
be in time. NGX now has the Baron. They're looking in prime control of the game.
And that was a really late ace if you check on the counter itself. Sure, even if they did needed it for the Baron, they've been able to basically annihilate RRQ every step out of the way. So far, we have to take a look at this sort of fight again. I think that Nick Legaxy has been able to find a few opening channels here, especially for Aaron. Huge moment, like you said, with the key strike, as he basically locks down 3 more targets. Just he cuts off the exit point as he continues on the chase against Exosyn, and eventually finds his way against Chaz as well, as he tries to allow this Rakan to jump right back. But Aaron has got that covered anyways if they were ever to move into the Tribe Rush. So, Baron Power Play in effect, but RQ What can they do to stop them? And Chammy's on that push.
Yeah, Tryndamere with Baron buff is basically an unstoppable threat. I mean,
Basically a train.
He's a train. So RQ, they want to get something down bar. They want to punish individual members of NGX. And the first one to start with Aaron. Hero's entrance is going to be there. They jump over the wall. Aaron will go down. But he also expires. And this trade is definitely going to be favoring NGX because they're looking for more. And look at the Chammy freight train. Goes from top to mid. And he's chopping out Marky.
It's still going.
Ruled down, stun, and Chammy gets the kill, gets the shield, has the heal, goes right back, and finds a second.
I'm absolutely speechless. Nick Bukaxi doing it with a Tryndamere, and they're still looking for those pigs.
Chaz desperately trying to find Chammy, but he's going to give his life up as well.
Chammy's back.
And Chammy, he used the TP to keep the minions alive. And all good series will have to go the distance. NGX, they're looking for Game 7, and we will get it Game 7 in this epic rematch of the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy will send us the distance.
Phenomenal game out of Nick Bukaxi. Now pushes us to the final game. And well, oh well, Tryndamere of all champions emerged when desperate time calls for a desperate measure. That was the guy with the right hand to basically take everything down, including the Nexus. Now you're seeing on your screen, tree to tree. And Nick Bukaxi here is on a mission to reclaim that glory that wasn't achieved back in that upper bracket. And well, that vendetta needs to be, of course, accomplished by the end of it. So let's see. Game 7. What else do they have left? If he can bring a Tryndamere, I think we could just put all our predictions off the window.
I mean, Chammy can play Teemo for all I care, because I think...
That works well against Renekton, by the way.
It does. There are a lot of picks that, you know, NGX has brought in that even RQ hasn't really picked. I think, you know, we look at the unique champion picks. I think it's fair to say that NGX has more unique champion selections throughout the entire tournament. And I think one factor that enables that is the deep champion pool that some of these players have for themselves. I mean, Chammy, TG again hinted us that he doesn't want to reveal Chammy's champion pool, but not in our wildest dreams. And we thought that it would include Tryndamere.
Never in my wildest dream.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll be worried for either of us if we start dreaming about Tryndamere anyways. And I just think that this whole 5-man setup is one of the scariest things that you could ever deal with in a 5v5 setting, right? Like, there's so much crowd control to deal with, and RQ absolutely overwhelmed. No tanks for them to even work with as well. Like, do you even consider Exos in the tank? Like, mostly it's just health items overall. Sure, you get a little bit of momentum out of it. Deadman's playing, which you see, he's a Deadman, 6 times silver.
Yeah, I mean, Draw had a flawless game. Champion had a flawless game as well. And this might just prompt RQ to go back to batting out Jushi's Morgana. And it's fair to say, yeah, sure, Jushi Morgana isn't the one that's getting the kills, but she is definitely the enabler, you know, for Chammy and Aaron to go huge this game.
Yeah, she's basically the seed to all their troubles, and every single thing that Nick Bukaxi throws at them, there's barely enough response coming in from RRQ.
You know who's a true tank? Chammy took the most damage out of everyone. That guy took almost 17,000 worth of damage.
My goodness. We don't even see a Guardian's Angel on this guy. Like, he didn't even need it.
He had one on cooldown every minute. You know?
Yep, every single minute.
Every single minute, he just extends his life for an extra 5 seconds. It's good enough.
Yeah, despite that, this game was pretty much well balanced all throughout, where RQ has been able to still create a lot of pressure points, especially on the side lanes. Very early on, we see that Lucian has been able to do a tad bit to at least bring a little bit more attention to be drawn out over onto the corners. But heading to the late game, nobody's willing to sacrifice themselves to deal with that Tryndamere anyways. Like, the only person to do that is going to be High.
Yeah, he was running straight at Marky, and there was nothing Marky can do. And we have to thank Snapdragon Pro Series for enabling us to witness something that is so amazing, especially that Tryndamere pick. And I think Enigma Galaxy understood that when winning matters, you got to bring out something like a Tryndamere. We also got to thank Monster Energy because I think that is the drink that Tryndamere always goes for to unleash the beast within him. So check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, if you guys haven't joined our Discord just yet, join it with discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series because we have one more game coming up. There's no tricks up my sleeves anymore. This is, in fact, going to be the very last game of this Open Finals, Grand Finals between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy. And it is one game to determine which team is the best team of our MSPB region. We'll head for a short break and we will come back for the final showdown between RRQ and NGX.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
The Dominus runs out, draw comes back into a binding. First blood over, going over the draw. Means to, get the Galio in, and Aaron, he's just gonna tank out the full culling, but he doesn't have
a clean team fight here. But they're gonna go for the paint.
knockup onto Chaz, and that is the target that goes down. EXO flashes away. Gets rooted regardless. And draw, he's on a killing spree.
Sort of team fights, but Joshi hoping to find a way to steal this one.
The back
find
shoot.
him and
Bit late. It's going to be Aaron in the back line. Chaz secures the dragon, but the fight goes over to NGX. Getting a double for themselves, and Marky couldn't satchel over the wall in time, and Aaron's gonna claim that free kill.
Exo sits next.
Meanwhile, Joshi getting gone on, but Chammy's gonna chop him down. Yeah, this one's gonna be a Chammy kill. Chaz was able to pick up.
Will be joined by Chaz.
And side laning is going to be a strength for NGX, and EXO is going to go in. They land all the combo, but Transcendence Embrace will be enough to take him down. Chammy has the Undying Rage and a couple of shields provided by his Karma. So
They can't afford to stay any longer, and here goes the pain.
Highs get rooted down and taunted back, brought in, but Transcendence Embrace, and it will be Aaron picking up his 5th kill of the game.
For the current moment, there's a take wave crashing down bot. I think Galaxy's just gotta retreat.
Onto draw, there's the stun, and now Hero's Entrance follow up. High caught in the middle. Chammy, he's sitting in the back line, and he just killed out Marky. Now he's gonna get away, lifesteal
Aaron.
up. And Aaron, he's getting a team key strike. Helios brought right back, exhausted and eliminated. And Exos is gonna be next on the chopping block. Chammy slows him down with the marking shot, but he does have the battle dance. Connects on the Chaz 2 times in a row, but Chammy will not let. And Cross Demon Kai finds that one, and Chammy goes on a chopping spree.
And Aaron,
Can
yes,
he beat
he
a
has
hero?
Oh, there we go.
They
Top
just
the
turn
board.
on him.
He's on that push.
Yeah, Tryndamere with Baron buff is basically an unstoppable threat. I mean,
Basically a train.
he's a train. So RQ, they want to get something down bar. They want to punish individual members of NGX. And the first one is going to start with Aaron. Hero's Entrance is going to be there. They jump over the wall. Aaron will go down. But Helios, he also expires. And this trade is definitely going to be favored in NGX because they're looking for more. And look at the... And he's chopping down Marky.
It's still going.
Rooted down, stun, and Chammy gets the kill, gets the shield, has the heal, goes right back, and finds a second.
But Tryndamere, they're still looking for those pings.
Chaz desperately trying to find Chammy, but he's going to give his life up as well.
Tammy's back.
And Chammy, he used the TP to keep the minions in his skin. RQ, the Dominus runs out, draw comes back into a binding. First blood over, going over the draw. Means to, get the Galio in, and Aaron, he's just going to tank out the full culling, but he doesn't have
A clean team fight here. But they're gonna go for the paint.
knockup onto Chaz, and that is the target that goes down. EXO flashes away. Gets rooted regardless. And draw, he's on a killing spree.
Sort of team fights, but Joshi hoping to find a way to steal this one.
The back
find
shoot.
him and
Bit late. It's going to be Aaron in the back line. Chaz secures the dragon, but the fight goes over to NGX. Getting a double for themselves, and Marky couldn't satchel over the wall in time, and Aaron's gonna claim that free kill.
Exo sits next.
Meanwhile, Joshi getting gone on, but Chammy's gonna chop him down. Yeah, this one's gonna be a Chammy kill. Chaz was. It all comes down to this one last game in this best of 7 between RRQ and Enigma Galaxy to determine which is the best team in the region of MSPB in the Snapdragon Pro Series WildRift Open Finals, Grand Finals. I'm Husky alongside Contra, and we are here to settle the score once and for all.
Once and for all, I think like we've expected the quality to be at the highest of level, and of all things of top competitive play, that Tryndamere have basically thrown all of us off. We did see it previously being played out by players like what was that? Who was that guy again back in the days of LFO?
Are we talking about JK? I don't think it's JK, right?
It wasn't JK.
It was
the Thai player that went to EVOS.
God damn. Is this
Tipper?
Wait, Tipper, yeah, it's Tipper.
Yeah, Tipper played a whole lot of that, but wasn't as effective as this because this was basically team effort being displayed by Enigma Galaxy overall. And you know who was the star of that matchup itself? I'm gonna call it draw, just for the sake of it. But I felt like Joshi did a lot. Everybody did so much. It was just a full, beautiful artwork of display of ultimates being thrown all together just to clip onto everybody of.
I feel like that was one of the games where the key player would just be the coach instead.
Oh yeah.
Like whoever came out with that draft. I mean, we know who came out with that draft, but the fact that they went that far, that was a make or break game. That was a pick where if you fail, you're gonna get shame for the next 3 months in solo queue. But if you win, you're suddenly the coolest guy on the planet. But of course, the key player is Demon Kite on the Karma, and it has been a pivotal pick for Enigma Galaxy through and throughout.
Yeah, like there was so much zone control by the Karma that he played this time around. Sure, initially the producers have shown us, 0 win rate on that Karma. Don't worry, he still got it in the back.
Yeah.
So now, of course, reclaiming some pride for himself, and this itself, it just goes to show the value of a Karma pick that many a times RQ have let it slide, let members of Enigma Galaxy to play this Karma. They've been able to navigate with a lot of assassin pickups and so on and so forth, but I guess like RQ tempted to take both of that solid pickup of Lucian as well as the Jays, which didn't really result too much. We see a lot of burst pokes coming in, but nobody to follow through.
Yeah, and we know Enigma Galaxy has switched up their draft and the champion pool, but RQ also has something up their sleeves because for the last game they are bringing in Viper instead of Marky. So I mean, Enigma Galaxy switch up the champion pool, RQ switch up the roster just by a tad bit, and you know throughout the entirety of the playoffs, we have seen RQ playing with Marky, right, as that main man, but now they are bringing in Viper again. And yesterday when we talked to Marky, he did say that he's fine with letting Viper play, and he did ask for Viper to play because he feels like Viper does need the experience. And Chaz also resonated that it does take a bit of time for them to gel together.
It's his ultimate test this time around, though.
Exactly, they're putting him right on the spot in the most crucial game of the entire series.
But then again, both teams here have already qualified to the challenge stage where they're going to meet against the best of the Southeast Asia region overall. And I think like this is basically the perfect platform for them to at least put him under this form of stress so that if he ever were to play on a challenge stage, he's going to be able to be very much prepared for teams like Flash, BRU, EVOS, and so on and so forth.
And I think this would be a very interesting showing, right? Because is Enigma Galaxy ready for this? Because sometimes that one player switch is all you need. I mean, Marky has played 6 games in a row. So let's see if this change-up is going to help RRQ gain a small advantage. They remain on blue side. Enigma Galaxy goes over to red. We are ready for game number 7.
Now we see Viper online. This is going to be pretty exciting. I really wonder what are some of his signature picks overall. Of course, you guys can basically drop into the comment right down below. Well, we start off here, targeting Joshi immediately. Never going to get his hands on this. And Enigma Galaxy might as well just get rid of that Castle out of the way this time around. Something that they still have to factor through.
Yeah.
Though game 1, they had clean matchups against RRQ until that late game happened. I still think it's too much of a deal for them. It's overwhelming. I still think that upcoming patches, he needs a little bit more fine-tuning.
I think he definitely needs some nerf hammer onto it. We'll see if that's gonna happen. Overall, I feel like Kassadin is one of those champions where we discussed a couple of times. You can shut him down, but not fully, and you can never shut him down fully. It's only a matter of time before he, kind of gains steam. RRQ going for the Z ban, and Enigma Galaxy might have to ban out Yuumi in this as 4th ban, because if not, then RRQ might have a big window but Enigma Galaxy choose to go for the Camille. So this is going to be very crucial.
Indeed, it will be. Enigma Galaxy just needing to decide what else that they could possibly do with this RQ. They can forsake a ban onto another targeted selection on the pool of Joshi if they want to. But
Yeah.
this time around, no Karma, and therefore they have to work with something else, forcing the Galaxy to go on other picks such as Ziggs or even other marksmen, which he has worked well with the Vayne. So RQ need to be extremely careful every step of the way. Kha'Zix's available for Chaz still, even if they do a ban that leads in.
Yuumi is
most
available.
importantly, is available. So Enigma Galaxy needs to start playing up ahead with this Yuumi draft. They've formed up with a couple of picks to deal with this in that previous game, namely the Vi, the Draven, as well as the Trash. And Enigma Galaxy opts to pick up that Lucian.
It's a strong opener for any team right now, and Enigma Galaxy is completely fine with taking that Lucian. And this also opens up a couple of options in the support role, right? We're looking at the Nami, the Lulu can still be a choice, though not really prioritized by any teams right now. But you also have to look at the Riven and the Renekton, which Enigma Galaxy is going to happily go for the Riven, a big flex for the team.
That's true. While RQ secures himself the Vi instead. Now, we've already seen certain combos to come into effect where RQ as well as Fanel have been able to work with back then. That included a Camille, where you just basically lock somebody down and have the ADC put work onto the table, while Xayah being the absolute safe pick for them. And we're going to be having Enigma Galaxy work with Nami, which SGPF shown to us before, where you can just empower him with a lot more heals out of the ebb and flow, and of course, forgot about that third spell, which gives him a little bit more
Tide Caller's
damage.
Blessing. I think that's what it's called.
The blessing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something. Yeah, I think it's Tide Caller's Blessing.
We're a bunch of nerds, huh? We remember, huh?
I actually read it up like a half an hour ago. Yeah, because that was the only spell that I don't really remember what it's called. Enigma Galaxy this time learning a bit of that lesson from Game 5, banning out the Garen, and RQ going for the Olaf elimination as well. And I do like Xayah and Yuumi overall because you have 2 layers of safety net, right? Featherstorm and Final Chapter, and it does kind of give you a better time against such an impressive lane like a Lucian and Nami, though Enigma Galaxy now are going to target high champion pool just because they know the EXO is going to constantly stick with Viper for the start of the for the first few minutes of the match.
Enigma Galaxy opts to remove a bunch of tanks out of the way, and this is going to be a little bit more difficult for Lucian to even tear through heading into the late stages of the matchup. RQ, they would need to answer back, or even now being picked up by Aaron after a really long series, the first appearance for her in the grand finals, and at least it gets a little bit more wiggle room whenever that season is being popped up upon her. Now, I want to ask you this. Does QSS actually allow you to cancel out season desist?
It doesn't. I don't think it does, honestly. It's a knockup, so it doesn't get cleansed by QSS.
Well, true enough. Well,
I think overall, just having a Zhonya's or Gargoyle is always better than a QSS in this scenario. But RQ picking up the Shen. This is, interestingly enough, the second unique Shen pick in terms of teams. I think the only team that's picked Shen thus far is SGP, and we also get the Diana. RRQ throwing down all of their cards. What is going to be Enigma Galaxy's last pick?
This is very, very interesting. RRQ, they have basically the game plan of not only putting all the eggs in the basket on the Xayah, now they have a double threat going on. You can basically use Stand United as well as having the Yuumi to attach onto the same target, and it could be an indestructible Diana.
Yeah, and it's basically RRQ saying that, you know what, we are going to run at you, try and stop us.
Yeah, and now my concern for Enigma Galaxy is that will they be overwhelmed with a high potential burst coming in from Helios and Chaz, significantly so. Viper now playing on that Xayah, how much better can he pull up as compared to Marky, who has also shown that Xayah pickup? Demon Kite will need to be on the lookout though. I think he's got a big target on his back.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, this all kind of goes back down to having that Riven and Illusion being the main character of Nigma Galaxy's roster. But we also see Joshi back on the Kazakhs again, you know, a champion that he has played a couple of times, but we don't see him default to that. And this is one of the games. It's the final game, in fact, between these two teams. And RRQ have put out something special for us.
That's right, and this is the moment that we've been waiting for to crown our champions of this Open Finals itself, and we'll see who actually comes up on top. Still, either ways, big wins for the PH region with such a quality display of games that we have gotten so far through the series. Of course, just a throwback to all of the teams that have participated. They have definitely contributed along the way in order to build success stories for all these teams. Of course, every game that these two teams have played out, they just keep growing in their strength, and it all comes down to this final game of the best of 7. RRQ will have to find their way through against Nigma Galaxy, who's here to challenge the throne.
A team that has shown us tremendous success over the months. They named themselves the Kings of Kings, up against a team that was signed 2 months ago. The rookies on the block, the new bloods on the Rift. And what a way for them to meet in the grand finals. Some of these teams, some of these players, coaches, they have history, but the fact that we are seeing kind of this polarizing background for both RRQ and NGX is a sight to behold. And obviously, just like all Game 7s, teams will show that extra respect, so we're getting a very standard start from both teams, but my eyes are on RRQ's Shen and Diana.
Exactly, Demon Kite has a 100% win ratio on this Lucian. And you know, Nigma Galaxy, how they quickly surge up the power rankings of even the PH brackets of teams is that what's better than one coach? Let's have 2 coach.
Yeah. In fact, I think if you go and look at Nigma Galaxy, look up Nigma Galaxy on on sources, right, on I think Wikipedia, you actually can't find any records of them just because of them being a fresh team. So, but when you look at the individual members, especially Joshi, which I think some people might have forgotten, he is at least labeled as a loan from JDG PH. And I think he has contributed tremendously to NGX, regardless of how what the future holds for this team. I think this is a good stepping stone for the organization.
Indeed it is, and of course, we've been giving a lot of credit to TG. Don't forget about Vansu as well. I mean, he's head coach, right?
He is head coach.
Right.
In fact, I think, you know, he's a very insightful guy, right? When we talk to him, he really goes in-depth into whatever subject is at hand. So, you know, I think that itself really shows how NGX approaches some of these questions and how detailed they are, how much attention to detail that they provide, that they put in.
And it's quite unfortunate that Joshi, on the attempt on a double scuttle, has already been snatched away by the bot lane of RRQ instead. Of course, the bot can't be in 2 places at one go. So far, things look to be on equal grounds from the get-go. No cheese strats coming out from Nigma Galaxy this time, but it's one of the first that we're seeing from RRQ, bringing the Shen as well as Diana online. Tabby now tries to pressurize some of the members of RRQ to fall back. Aaron makes his way through, but will not be able to took that extra lane experience from losing just a few minutes. Not too much that he has to worry about. Gonna come in with another visit though, as Chas staying put for a little bit longer than intended.
Yeah, Aaron actually went for the recall, but of course, that's gonna allow him to also make a detour down to the mid lane. RQ did, I believe, get a plating. That's pretty much it.
That's right,
But
yeah.
what this draft enables them, I definitely feel like is going to be those objective fights, which I think NGX would struggle a bit.
Yeah, I do believe that Nigma Galaxy have strong pickoff potentials, while they can still find ways to burn through some of these key elements, as they are extremely swift with all these mobility spells that they have with them. So far, we're going to keep an eye out on Chami on how he contributes, because he's the only guy that could basically have the high level of survivability as compared to the rest to at least dive deeper into the pool of RQ members when the team fight happens.
Yeah.
So it really relies on that as well as draw on the Snapmy, which we rarely get to see. Most of the time, he's been on engage supports, and it's definitely refreshing. We've seen him on a couple enchanters as well, Lulu, namely one of it. So draw, it's all about those bubbles that he can land as well as the tidal wave.
Yeah. And we're also looking at RRQ wanting to be a very forefront team that runs at you and just blow all the spells to kind of explode you instantly. But how good is NGX in that, front to back? I think that is the question that NGX needs to answer. Aaron, he's gonna show up, but of course RRQ decides to not make contact since NGX they have backup.
Aaron's being very proactive in this matchup itself, already appearing on all the sides of the lanes. But of course, that will basically call for a little bit of a lane swap. We'll be able to deal with Viper anyways. No threat coming in from the Xayah. Already working on that Storm Razor. Should be able to purchase it immediately. Back into the base he goes. And when it comes down to comparison of the goal, it's just slightly favoring RRQ for the matter of fact that this Ahri, even though on roams, is still matching up in terms of the goal that he's gaining all throughout. It's just a matter of time. But we have the Riven, who's 200 goals ahead of time right now. But Shen, you understand he can only hit 1 minion at a time, right?
I wonder if they can protect Joshi though. So close to
alone.
taking the dragon, and of course he will steal it away, but leap out, season distance coming through. Joshi might just get first blood, and indeed he will. That one goes to Helios, but NGX gets the dragon.
Yeah, still managed to get what they desired though. NGX just gotta gatekeep the rest of RRQ from getting a clean take from here on. Though they may have actually lost Joshi, Joshi could still slowly make it in time if they were to pull up call for a fight. That season distance is already being utilized, so it's still going to be hard. Spring Witter down, Smite's going to go down.
That's 4 ultimates used by RRQ, but unfortunately Joshi it wasn't there, so NGX actually didn't really have a way to engage anyways. Not going to take a chance. At least RRQ gets some sort of exchange, but I do like this proactiveness like you mentioned. Chaz goes in onto Joshi, but backup is there for NGX. Watch out, Charm coming off cooldown. Viper in a horrible spot. Aaron doesn't land a Charm. Oh, the flash play call of Viper. This guy's a gymnast. Gets a kill, a taunt from high. Good tidal wave to disengage coming out from NGX. Joshi is looking for some kills, but RRQ were able to disengage. Joshi can't hang around for too long. Leaps out leaps out of the Moonfall. And Joshi now tagged by the final chapter, and Helios finds a killing spree.
And that's the power of Diana. Any point of time, they will call in for an engagement. Helios will be able to lead the charge. And that's basically 3 pickups here in this team fight alone. Watch as it happens. Chaz initially get themselves into this sticky situation, and RQ, they got basically cut off right there, especially Aaron clipped by the corner wall with the Feather Storm being pulled all the way right back. And RQ, they try to re-engage. Watch Helios again. Just basically flashes over, and didn't even need the flash. Final chapter to basically secure that killing spree. And now this Diana is going to be out of control. Finishes off that ROA, and now we're working on the Rabadons, I assume.
Yeah, big threat. Big threat from the side of RRQ. So NGX, they gotta kind of speed things up a bit. They will start with taking down this top tier one, but RRQ will instantly trade the mid one back, as they did get their Herald early on.
There's just gonna be hard questions to be answered right here, like the ones that you initially asked. How do they deal with this front to back? Like, there's not really an opportunity or in a world where they can just easily navigate their way throughout, lasting out team fights until they get themselves a couple of hourglasses to work with.
And I think that is going to be a pressure point that RRQ will constantly try to poke at. We already saw that initial team fight prowess that RRQ brought to the table, right? And that was kind of a scrappy fight rather than a full-blown 5v5. And even that took a lot out of NGX.
Yeah.
Because they are sitting down under the ward, so High should be fine unless Jussie has anything to say about it. The tidal wave's gonna clip him after the dash, and it's a good follow-on from NGX. They give him a back massage with the calling, and Jussie gets the kill.
And even so, you see he did manage to buy quite some seconds, so that's only an individual versus 3. So team fight, I don't think that's ever gonna ever happen again so easily. So that definitely was coordinated by Draw, where you expect Helios to be able to walk out some point of time, or it has to burn a flash towards a certain direction. But RRQ, of course, don't mind giving one off.
I think they want to defend this. There's still a lot of health in that turret, so RRQ will be able to make it there in time. Also, you have to always be careful of the delivery system from the Shen, though. Spirit Rush used as well. Chaz is going to bring the Shen in. Joshi uses the Void Assault, tries to flash away, follow up by the leap. A good Aqua Prison. Hidos gets a Moonfall, but there's no follow-up from the side of RRQ. And NGS gets a clean disengage. Chami pushing top.
Chami just gets this one out of nowhere. Though he may not be able to basically break it down in time.
I think he will.
Yeah, one more wave. That will cut it. And everyone's too late to the party. NGX, they walk away alive. And RQ still need to address a few things, though. They understand that he can't simply just leave this lane speed. RQ forms up over on mid side. And I think Magaxi just utilizing their kit so well. That's what I was talking about early on. The mobility that they have can basically burn a little bit more of the utility that RRQ has. He's got to make a work around it, though. Joshi now stuck behind the pit.
Yeah, Joshi, he's going to use the Zoya preemptively. They come in for the burst, and watch out. Hyde is already gone. Who's going to get the Harrow is going to go over to Chaz. RRQ secures the objective. Battlestorm laid out as well. Watch out for Aaron with the spells from the side. Dashes in. Spirit Rush gets the kill on the Chaz. The Blade Caller is incredibly huge for Viper. And Viper, he's going to go for the pop-off. Exo along his side. But NGX makes it out alive.
They do. And even on that sort of fight, it went pretty evenly. So, sure, 2 members being taken out from RRQ. But yet again, they got what they wanted. Now still posing a little bit more threat on that Ocean Drake. While they can't attempt it for now, they will buy time for Chaz to come back up online, forcing a retreat. And I don't think that they will be able to reach into the grasp of it. No vision watch whatsoever. No need for Chaz to even come along the way. Enough damage to basically secure it for the team.
Yeah, and Viper has had a great game so far on this Xayah. So much value with his Blade Caller. Not necessarily, you know, dealing damage, killing our members of NGX, but he certainly is making life really hard. And you know, we have this golden rule: don't chase Singe, but you also don't chase a Xayah when all of those feathers are laid out. And we saw NGX were playing right into that.
Yeah, and that's when the wave being burned out. Helios easily sidestepped away as it does. Doesn't seem to have a good traveling speed onto the tidal wave. So far, RRQ still can find many ways to break open the game. Just needing a little bit more resources for the Xayah. So far, this switch up worked well for RRQ. It has stabilized. Not to say, of course, not to discredit Marky, who has played extremely well for the past 6 games in total. Possibly have suffered a little bit of, I wouldn't call it burnout in the middle of a tournament, but fatigue is the right word. So, especially when you're always at ADC, you tap a lot of buttons and always needing to reposition. It's tiring.
I mean, all things considered, even though, you know, NGX, you know, that fight was the 1 versus 1 just now, it was actually a 4 versus 5, right? Because Hyde didn't get to play that fight. And RRQ was still able to equalize things. I think that's the most impressive part about RRQ's draft in general. And I feel like it all comes back down to that Viper Xayah.
Indeed it does. So far, looking pretty good. Exosin as well, just being the one that has been able to safeguard even the front line of defense of RRQ. So it's going to get tough for Enigma Galaxy the moment where they build a lot more of all these tank items on the Shen, on the Vi as well. And even Helios could work into Crystalline Scepter, which actually he did get as a turn item. So it's harder for them to burst through.
Day 1 Chammy's hit. Easy Gargoyle preemptively. Chammy trying to use his mobility to get out. A follow-up from Chaz, but backup has arrived. And NGS punishes RRQ for overextending.
Wow. And they make it really swift as well.
Joshi. Final chapter laid out. Can they get Viper out of this? Joshi goes into stasis. Viper's being the main target. Void is always there. Flash Charm a bit missing now. Chammy goes forward, only gets the knockup 1-1, and Heaters will punish him. And now RRQ, the other ones on the offense. The bubble will connect. Demon Kai, Zero fell high. He's gonna deliver EXO forward, and the Prowling Projectile will do the job.
Wow, great systematic approach coming out of RRQ. You get one, I'll take one more back. Without Chaz, though, they can basically go for Baron. Not that they should. Joshi's still alive. But they do get themselves that turret that has already been withered down much early on. Watch as it happens again. Great effort out of Chammy as he pulls off the great escape. He goes in front, trying to actually take healers down. And all the other members of Enigma Galaxy cuts through. And watch as Joshi tries to pull something off as they try to cut the exit point, but there was still that Yuumi that provided enough healing. And while that forces Joshi to basically pull off that hourglass, but Chammy kind of overused his luck.
And Aaron gets a full charm off. You see Hydra in the fight with the Stand United and all that heal. That Yuumi has been the bane of NGX in these team fights.
Yeah, and they gotta invest in a lot more of the, what do you call it, anti-heal auras again? Well, I'll get to that.
The Grievous Wound?
Grievous Wound, indeed that. So Oblivion Orbs checked for both Arya as well as the Nami. But we haven't seen that from Demon Kite though. He needs to find that execution is calling, but what's interesting to me is that he's going for a rapid fire cannon.
Just having that long range pokes against all of these dives from RRQ does make a bit of sense. But I'm starting to get a bit worried for NGX as the game progresses.
That forsakes a lot more damage though. Like
it does.
As compared to Essence Reaver, I guess you definitely brought up a really solid point because he requires to be a little bit closer even if you're gonna go 1v1 against Viper. So it's tough times ahead for Enigma Galaxy. They don't seem to be having the best scaling possible heading into the extreme late game. We're at 60-minute mark, still somewhere in between, as there is the attempt for the Dragon. RQ prepared for this.
A Charm Tidal Wave. Can they keep Chaz alive? And Chaz with the flash away, come back in. Helios is in the back line, going up to Aaron. They dash back in. Helios gets the kill and goes into stasis. Can Demon Kai at least get an exchange? He flashes for Helios. He goes in and he destroys Demon Kai. It's 4 dead for NGX.
This could be game.
This could be series for RQ. I don't know what happened. But NGX were deleted in a blink of an eye. And RRQ, they're looking down that middle lane. A flash top for high. And a celebratory march down the mid lane. RRQ looking for the ending. And the Kings will not be denied. The Empire of RRQ stands. And Rex, Regum, Keon are your champions of the MSPB Open Finals.
And all hail the Kings once more. Rex, Regum, Keon will close out the best of 7 series here with one full swing in that team fight to claim it all. And we thought it's about to get into the late game, but apparently they don't even need to get there. They've already gotten just about enough. We've clearly seen their prowess in this team fight, that they've been able to pull strings from every single corner going up against Enigma Galaxy. And how did that fight went wrong for Enigma Galaxy? They started it all. They managed to get clips onto Chaz, but even that, it wasn't enough.
I mean, yeah, RRQ just Thanos snap at Enigma Galaxy. I honestly didn't even see half of the fight. All I know was that when I looked up on the screen, there was only one member alive, and that guy was drawn. There was nothing else that he could do. We gotta look at the replays to see how that fight turned out. So wrong for NGX. But for RRQ, high stakes game is what they are proficient at, and this is a true statement of what they're capable of.
My goodness. And Enigma Galaxy honestly had great trading potential. Like, You've already seen how well they've been able to pick them off one after another, and even on its chase, this is the scenario that RRQ wanted. Like, run at Zaya. That's what you'll possibly get by the end of it all, where they would have a lot of zone potential. Tammy was optimistic to try to look for those pickoffs, but kind of overextended and it kind of cost a few members of the Galaxy to have fallen through. But I gotta say, Exosin provided a lot more of these survivability kit back to RQ. Now we get to break this down.
Yeah, I mean, we see this fight kind of splitting apart, but I think evidently it really came down to RQ being able to split the battle line, and of course Helios just doing massive job.
Ridiculous. Helios. Like, he was literally just less than 200 HP.
Yeah.
And he still pulled it off against Demon Kai, who has got like, what,
That guy
600?
That guy was almost full HP, and he got destroyed in one spell rotation. But either way, we looked at this game. Of course, RRQ would win this out, but I definitely think that Nigma Galaxy put up an incredibly good fight. You know, they had to pick their poison. They gave that Yuumi away for a second time. But once more, the same pick came back to haunt them, right? The Yuumi Zaya has been the big bane of Nigma Galaxy, and in the final game, it became what sealed their fate.
That's right, and Helios definitely has been the key factor to their success in this very final game. It's not that Nigma Galaxy has ran out of gas in their tank. It's just that this Diana pick out of nowhere have definitely thrown it off of the Galaxy overall. So far, not only the Yuumi pick was essential to them, Viper definitely have made it to a point where the Zaya has been effectively put to good use in many of all these teamfight scenarios, where the priority definitely wasn't going to be given over to Hyde. We're just playing around these two carries. As you can see, majority of the damage comes in from them. And Nick Galaxy, there were chances for them to basically get back on track, especially on that Harrow team fight.
Yeah.
And after that, I just think that they've been trying their hardest to call back into the game, but those deep pursuit and maybe minor mistakes that comes in that have kind of costed only ever so slightly. That last team fight, though, it wasn't a mistake. They had focused fire. It's just that Diana was obstructing the other three members from even getting to the other frontliners.
Yeah, and also it's the power of the Shen as well, right? We saw the Stand United really keeping Chaz alive for the longest possible time, and you add Yuumi to the equation, it is just impossible to kill off any singular member without going the distance. And I think at the end of the day, it's another case of NGX coming so close, but they just couldn't cross the finishing line. But you have to give credit to NGX nonetheless. This, in its own regard, is a great achievement. But there's a reason RQ is the best team from the PH regions, and they again remain the best team.
That's right, man. I look forward to this interview. I still haven't formulated questions though. I mean, best of 7, they went all the way to the final game. Nigma Galaxy still put up possibly the best challenge, and I can't wait for their next meetup, which will possibly happen down the line.
Yeah.
But for now, of course, kudos to both teams out there. They played their hearts out, and I look forward to seeing more of the PH teams overall to succeed in their pursuit to be the champions of the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, regardless whether who wins this one, again, both of them are heading to the challenge stage. That is going to be happening in 2 weeks. So I also look forward to that. Of course, the stakes today is a bit of bragging, right? And you know the prize money. And of course, my prediction, I have officially lost my spot. But you know that is 100% beside the question. I think for RRQ is about adapting to all of these challenges, right? We can look at Nigma Galaxy and say they are an incredibly creative team. They brought in Vayne, they brought in Draven, they brought in Jin, they brought in Tryndamere in a match that they could have lost. But even though RQ wasn't as flashy, you know, it was Diana, it was Shen, but RQ made it work. This will be the final time we take a look at the bracket for the Open Finals. We started with Nigma Galaxy and RRQ taking the lead in the semi-finals. They met up in the Open the upper bracket finals once, with RQ coming out on top 3-2, and Nigma Galaxy having to fight through the lower bracket and take down SGP. And today was that fateful rematch, and RQ once more, just like Kaigu said, was the team that woke up on the right side of the bed. That's
right, and RQ have been remaining at the top of the bracket throughout this journey, and have stood the test of time. Looks like I've got the best predictions overall for my final say. And, well, I guess like I get rewarded for that. But there's still more games to go. When we head over to the challenge stage, we'll keep this record for now.
We can definitely keep this record. I mean, all this considered, I'm not too sad. I'm in second place. These are the teams that have qualified for the challenge stage. For MSPB, we have Rex Regum Keon and Nigma Galaxy. For the Vietnam region, we have Team Flash and Cerberus Esports. From the region of Thailand, it's Evos Esports and Buriram United Esports. And last but not least, from the region of Indonesia, it's Echo Fortis and Persis Esports. So these 8 teams will duke it out in a round-robin format starting in 2 weeks. And I can't wait to see how it's going to turn out.
That's right. And, well, these are some of the top teams all across Southeast Asia, and we know that the games can only get better from here on. If you guys are absolutely excited, make sure you hit that like button, follow wherever you're currently watching from, because we're going to have a lot more coming up in the matter of weeks. So, yeah, man, of all these teams out there, of course, Team Flash so far has been one of the best teams of Southeast Asia. Let's see whether if RQ as well as Nigma Galaxy could also basically take them down.
Yeah, I mean, out of those 8 teams, 6 of them have played at WCSC finals. 3 of them have gone to Icons before. So this, and of course the new bloods would be Echo Fortis and Nigma Galaxy. So I think we have a good mix of international and domestic experience, which is what makes it so much more interesting, right? I want to see how teams like Nigma Galaxy and Echo Fortis stand up to teams like BRU and Team Flash, or even RQ, who have been to the echelon of WildRift.
That's right. And speaking of which, let's have an interview with the champions of our Open Finals. Welcome aboard, Helios. Congratulations, RQ. How are you guys feeling? Finally, you guys have made it all the way through.
A little bit tired of this Game 7 series, but we managed to pull it through to win this game. Yeah, we were happy that we won this game.
Did you guys expect it to go to Game 7? I mean, you guys got out to a good Game 1, Game 2 start, but then JX clapped back really hard. So, what was the communication at that point of time?
My opinion is will be 4-2, but we didn't expect that it will be Game 7.
Did you expect the Tryndamere? I think that is the burning question, right? Like, when you saw the Tryndamere, how did that make you feel? Do you think that NGX are trolling with the Tryndamere pick, or like what was it?
I think Chami is good at any champion, so he play it well, and that's why we lost to that game.
Yeah.
And I want to ask you something about the Dragon Lane, right? In the you guys really love trolling Marky. I support that wholeheartedly. I want to ask about that Dragon Lane, because in the final game it was a Viper in, Marky out. How did that decision came about?
Pardon?
So for the final game, you guys brought in Viper, right? After Marky played the first 6 games. So how do you guys? How did that decision come about?
Marky is vomiting. He started, so we put Viper instead of Marky.
Oh, I see. Of course, I see that Marky is drawing something on your arm. Could you show us what that is? Let's have a look. Let's have a look, Marky. Let's see the piece of art. Oh my goodness! Oh, it's all the hit list.
So it is. They've done it. You know the Green Reaper meme. This is it. So no UDG. And they crossed off Venjek as well. Good on you, Marky. Good on you.
Oh, the dab to go along. Okay, we gotta start making a new list.
Yeah.
Because up next, you guys are facing the rest of Southeast Asia. Who's the first on your hit list, I wonder?
To play against.
Yeah, well, good morning, EXO. Great to see that you're freshening up. But yeah, so coming up in challenge groups, right? We are going up against all the other
To
teams.
play against.
Yeah, like,
In C.
yeah. Which
we
team is
want
the first
to
team you want to
face
take down?
against Team Flash. Because
Team Flash.
We haven't been faced them ever since in Southeast Asia WCS.
All right, we'll definitely love to see that happen. So, of course, there's definitely a lot more for us to expect for you guys out there. And before that, let's also take a prediction of who the MVP is for the whole series. Can you take a guess, Helios?
I will be the MVP in this series.
I agree,
All
100%.
right.
Let's put it out, MVP screen. And yeah, it is you, of course. I mean,
It has to be. I mean,
yeah,
your Diana is so good. Man, you blow up NGX with that.
yeah, I mean, you and also you were the one with the hit list, so of course you're the MVP. I feel like if they don't put you as the MVP, the next one on the hit list would be our production team, and they would not want that. So so final one before we let you guys off. I know you guys talk about Team Flash, and I know there is some friendships and friendly rivalry between you guys and NGX. And yesterday when we spoke to the assistant coach, we spoke to TG, he said he wanted to meet you guys in that top 4 in the LAN event in Thailand. Do you think that's going to be possible?
That will be the possible because Philippines is strong.
Well,
Philippines.
I vouch for that.
I vouch for that. Philippines is indeed strong, and congratulations once more. You guys deserve a break. We will see you guys in 2 weeks for the challenge group stage, and looking forward to more amazing games, Helios. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Bye-bye.
All the best.
Philippines is very strong.
I think with all that results, seeing is believing.
Yeah.
And how many times have the Philippines represented in global events, especially here in WildRift? From day 0 up till now, they have always been present and still are some of the top in the world. And we hope to see them basically challenge the best of Southeast Asia.
The road has not ended yet. In fact, it had just begun for Nigma Galaxy and RRQ. But of course, we got to thank the party that made this happen, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. They have been on us with this journey for a long time, and we look forward to continue this journey with them. Alongside Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also got to thank Monster Energy for giving us the power to unleash the beast within us. So check them now at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Of course, join our Discord channel at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. Join in on the conversation. We started with 8 teams: Semnai, P6, Fano, LFO, Grind Sky, RRQ, Nigma Galaxy. And here we are left with Nigma Galaxy and RRQ as our representatives, and we could not have had a better roster to represent us on the Southeast Asian stage. But that's all for the Open Finals. My name is Husky, he's Contra. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks for the Challenge Group stage. And do remember to check back in, because WildRift is just beginning. Goodbye.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Ride through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. I believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know